Greetings, ladies and metagers, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series The Nature of Predators. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Memory transcription subject: Onzo Yodel Technical Specialist. Date standardized human time, March 3rd, 2137. The march towards Kolshian territory couldn't happen in a single step. Rather, it was a monumental push throughout the galaxy. The Terrans stopping by Lierne to integrate a handful of Yodel-built ships into their formation proved convenient. I didn't need to ferry myself to Earth when the UN were docking above my world. Even if they would never give voice to these sentiments, I knew humans thought most herbivores were liabilities in combat. However, they showed no such reservations about having vessels crewed with our fiery sailors. The minutiae of Yodel bureaucracy were also unique to our relations with Earth. No other species would have dared to host an exchange program on human soil, but millions of our kind were already there for the rebuilding effort. The first meeting took place in a city called Brussels, the heart of some amalgamate faction known as the European Union. Tyler, for a man as lacking in foresight as he was, attempted a delicate tap dance around prey sensibilities at first. Perhaps the UN's program had suggested such restrictions from the human side. But I suspected my pal drew those conclusions from interacting with Venlo. Regardless, hosting the meetup on Terran ground meant that, despite gushing about all the smallest details of our home, Tyler had never actually seen or set foot on Lierne. I was bouncing with excitement for the tour I had planned. The sole upside of shipping out in this manner was getting to nerd out about my hometown. Finally, an alien who cared about us, or pretended to care. The big guy certainly cared about me, but I knew he'd find my grocery list of fun facts boring. All right, Onzo, look alive, they're almost here. I perked my ears up as the shuttle docked in the spaceport, and waved once I spotted the massive human amongst a crowd of sailors docking for a few hours of shore leave.
Tyler, over here.
The blonde humanoid strolled over with a goofy grin. How's it going, buddy? Up top. I obliged to Terran's odd tradition of smacking his raised hand and wagged my tail.
I'm glad to finally get to show you around Lierne. I know we only have a few hours, so that means we have got to hurry.
Aye, pace yourself, Onzo. You're dealing with a persistence predator.
A persistence predator whose diet has been entirely ramen and mac and cheese. Those carbs are going to keep you persistently on your ass.
So, you did read my texts.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say to a blurry, crooked picture of a half-eaten cup of ramen with a plastic fork in it and a few noodles hanging over the side.
It's called keeping in touch. Not all of us can be all E equals MC squared.
Psst. You don't even know what those letters mean.
Ouch. All right, you won the ribbon contest. As a reward, I guess I'll let you play with the new video games I brought. This time, I picked ones with turn-based combat. If you smash another controller, I'm gonna make you sit and watch me play.
You can't make me do anything, Tyler, but, I am sorry about the controllers.
It's okay. Not your money you're pressing down the drain, eh? Easy come, easy go.
Quit ragging on me. I don't have great control of my temper. But you know I haven't been able to even feel angry at all for the past 20 years. My neurochemistry is fecked over.
When I'd first come off the mind-numbing drugs, it was right after the Yodel technocracy voted to join the Terrans, following Noah's speech on Alpha. The daily screening stopped at my engineering job in a flash. Once the Federation was driven off-world in the Great Reclaiming, having a name like the Great Reclaiming already was a clear sign about how not great we thought the alien occupiers were. The Fossil had instituted a puppet government, but when given an out, the Yodel weren't compliant with their maddening decrees. Anyone who manipulated loyalty to the Alien League was ousted, and we sought to make ourselves respectable.
After all the horrible things the Federation said about sapient predators, it was obvious it differed from reality. Ambassador Laulo's report of how the humans stood up for us primitives made it clear that they were the only ones who saw the injustice of it all. Siding with them gave us a fresh start.
The current government had settled on the technocracy name in opposition to the primitive jabs that plagued us in the 22 years since our uplift. These new officials were unelected, something Tyler had been surprised I was okay with. It would be a rude awakening to him that people claiming power to overthrow the Federation tyrants were wildly popular. We'd been denigrated for years, and we'd rather have an imperfect government of our own species than one of imperialists. The main focus was centralizing authority across Lian, rather than clinging to those loose local overseers that the aliens had used to keep us divided. I was just giving a shit, buddy. I didn't mean to strike a nerve. Tyler's expression had become concerned. You should know this already, but I care about you way more than any controller. Handling emotions is hard as feck, even for those of us who've had decades of practice. If it makes you feel any better, grown-ass humans get mad about stupider shit than that. I still remember how many batshit crazy old men would scream at the poor umpire in my little league games.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
I responded. The gist of it is, adults get pissed because their kids lose games when they're playing for fun. It doesn't matter. My dad's a nutter, always has been. I'd rather you smash 1,000,000 controllers than do something that extra.
Your stories never seem to translate, but I appreciate you trying. Why don't we get to touring land?
Let's go, Hanzo. Living geyser of fun facts.
I like information, and I like sharing it unprovoked. There's worse things out there. Besides, if we're going to be shipping off to the hardest battle in our time together, this is the one upside.
The one upside? What about hanging out with your best friend, Tyler?
I'm kind of indifferent to that part of the trip.
Feck you. Bah! Lead the way. The blonde human's head was on a swivel as we exited the spaceport, soaking in the digital adverts that remained. I could remember, before the Federation's arrival, Rince's current hub of spacecraft had been home to scribes. The printing press rendered the profession of transcribing or copying documents by hand obsolete. It had been a perfect complex to add to the demolition list and replace with something modern. The location set it a block away from the bullet trains that were built atop the ruins of our railroads. More interestingly to Tyler, some yodel had dabbled in various Terran cultural imports, by choice. Tail dyeing was in with the younger crowd. I could see one teen with a bright blue tail, which clashed with the reddish fur pass us by. Others took fancy to adorning themselves with shiny objects, and were wearing trinkets around their forearms or necks. That jewelry trend caught on with numerous generations, since hand laborers often bound straps around their wrists in the old days. Transforming a symbol of the working class into a classy icon had a mass appeal. I didn't know aliens dyed their fur, Tyler remarked. I swished my tail lazily.
We did, but not weird colors, until we met you crazy primates. Some yodel used powdered leaves to conceal grey fur, but not on this continent. Age is considered a sign of wisdom here in Rinsa.
Getting long in the tooth doesn't mean you're wise. It's about the total sum of your life lessons, and some people don't learn lessons no matter how long they're taught. Source, my dad exists.
You don't like your dad, and you left your dog with him.
Well, it's better than a shelter. There's all sorts of abandoned animals running around in the outskirts of the ruined cities. It's sad. Wouldn't do that to old Zeus.
Your dog's name? I've done some research into human mythology and understand that nomenclature. We had a pantheon of gods ourselves, you know. There was a handful of followers, up until the Feddies decided that I was too primitive to salvage. The old customs were most popular outside the island. One deity was like Zeus, but I don't understand why thunder was the king in many human cultures.
Because it's loud and it burns shit, and that's cool. I'm pretty sure some mythos had sun gods and all, and there's a lot of top dog creation and death gods too. I don't know who led your pantheon.
Ralchi, the god of fire. He was considered the most powerful god, able to melt out or destroy anyone who challenged him, giver of forms, who lit the very sun.
So Ralchi is the sun god of sorts. Your people got that flames in the sky shit pretty right. The sun kinda is a big fireball.
We don't consider him a god of the sun, not alone, anyways. Ralchi's priests were adamant about the signs that he'd send. Our lunar satellite isn't the right proportions and distance to have a total eclipse like on Earth. But when the sun had a shadow over it, Ralchi was threatening to take it away. Forests catch on fire. Judgment. A building goes up in flames. Relchi cursed its owner.
So, what do you think Relchi thinks about human fire eaters?
Relchi doesn't think anything, because he's not fucking real. As for what I think you shouldn't put fire in your mouth, divine or not. Respect nature a little.
Well, we do. It's better than the other aliens, who used fire to, shit. I shouldn't have brought that up.
To burn animals alive, it's all right. If Relchi were real, he'd give those exterminated pricks a taste of their own medicine.
Tyler stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes. Monzo, after what happened to the past month, I just feel obligated to restate that, if you were ever having thoughts about doing something like that, I hope you'd talk to me. Maybe I say all the wrong things, but there's nothing I wouldn't try to help with. I'll be fucking rabid if someone torched Zeus, so I'm not gonna give you some pacifist bullshit. But just don't get obsessed with revenge. And don't not reach out.
Tyler, I've always talked about hating the feds, but I can assure you, while I struggle with my temper, I'm not going to lose it for the good of Slanek. I'm going to kill those bastards in a disciplined way, by highlighting the shit-ass ships on the sensor screen. That's what we're doing, bringing them down.
Hell yeah! We're bringing them down the right way, too, because we're better than them. I'd say us humans are soft, but that's not really true. It's more that once we open a can of words, doing evil shit, it doesn't get closed. So we don't cross those lines. If you ever feel any way about that, you can tell me. I might even agree with you. That clear?
Well, I do think you are soft, but I can also see that you're better than those immoral colonizing pricks. I have no problem following human orders, for that reason. Even if I don't understand, I trust you. My bluster is just a way of coping with everything they did, and you know that.
I do. But I'd rather not assume and check than have anything happen to you. There'd be all shades of torn up if I lost you. Answer. You're my much smarter bro.
The blonde human gave me a hearty slap on the back, and I tried to shake off the slight stinging sensation from that affectionately intentioned gesture. It was fresh in my mind how Slanek had declared that he had predator disease and outright stated that he was aggressive and unstable. My short fuse was something I recognized as a problem, but I was nothing like that Vendel. It was good to know Tyler would check on me, and then I could talk to him about anything. When I had confessed all of the buried baggage about my Hensa after Siddis, prompted by the sight of a Dino, my exchange partner had been sympathetic and supportive. Tyler might not seem like it from the outside, but he's just a soft guy. He's been helpful in letting me express and address my feelings for the first time since the Federation arrived. No predator or prey behavior shtick, just acceptance. I jogged down the sidewalk, not wanting to remain sidetracked. Nah, just build rockets, Tyler. Anyone can do that.
Don't rub it in now. Save that remark for Sovlin. Tyler pouted. Speaking of that racist old Gojid, you'll never believe this, but you know that Oxel I was guarding, Sovlin started lobbying for the UN to let Vicynth enlist like she wanted to.
I'm not that gullible.
It's true. Obviously, we can't have Vicynth on a ship with other herbivore crew, even if it wouldn't piss off the Dominion. Sovlin's on latrine duty for the entire trip over, so be sure to rub it in his face. Aliens gotta learn to respect orders. You don't get a damn pass every other day.
Don't go lumping me in with the witless feds. All aliens aren't like that. I've never disobeyed an order. Now, this is my one chance to show you around, Rinser, and I plan to regurgitate everything I know.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
The unlucky Terran was subjected to verbose speeches on every landmark. With him present, my sadness over the cultural losses was a blip on my mental radar. I pointed at a tail-twine theater, which had a bustling ticket booth. Crowds had poured out in droves to see the classic play, which had been running for over a week now. The entire entertainment district could be refurbished off the proceeds, with the fair being hosted next month. Yodel acrobats were returning, not having performed since the Federation swore off their stunts as senseless, primitive derangement. Tyler was also shown an unassuming tower of dirt down the road, an auspicious field. Yodel would toss a spare seed into the tilled soil, based on an old superstition that it would bring good harvest and fortune. The human didn't mock the practice as unscientific.
Instead, he wagged a finger at it like he recognized it. Surprisingly, despite their scientific advancement, many Terrans believed in luck. I learned they had similar concepts, namely wishing wells and fountains with what they threw coins into. I marveled yet again that a capable, advanced species of extraterrestrials could hold on to past practices. "We got stuff we think's bad luck," Tyler added, "walking under ladders, breaking mirrors, opening umbrellas inside. Sometimes as random as the number 13 or seeing a black cat. No rhyme or reason. You guys got anything like that?" I noticed that I was passing the old, now shuttered predator disease facility, where that awful fossil doctor had treated me. Though I knew this had once been a cutting-edge factory, I would rather talk about luck than this accursed building.
"It's bad luck to get rainwater in your ears. Something about stealing it from the plants. It's also bad luck to look at the sundial without light shining on it."
"So, not at night or in a storm?"
"Yeah. Some people are superstitious enough to cover sundials up in the evening, or when they see clouds on the horizon. I don't really believe in such things, but there's no reason to tempt fate, just in case."
"Same. It's easy enough to not limbo my way under a ladder." I glanced back over my shoulder in the other direction from Tail Twine Theatre, the research campus where Sarah Rosario had invited me to join her Hensa preservation team was that way. Tyler would be elated to meet a Hensa and learn about the project, but I didn't want to explain what I'd forsaken to re-up with his squad. The last thing I sought was for my friend to feel guilty over a choice I made of my own volition. That pathing also was the direction of my father's current worksite, where his crew were building a gun range, but I suspected he'd be ashamed for me to introduce him to a human there.
"You know where the Federation wouldn't want us to go? The harbor. Tyler used to go fishing with his father, and I used to sail. I know we both like water."
I turned left, zipping towards the harbor.
"Here is where we end the tour, Tyler. If Mama's boat hadn't gone up in smoke, I'd take you for a ride."
The blonde human stepped onto the dock, and I noticed that several of his kind were present in the marina. Few recreational boats were left, with the rows of moored vessels mostly bringing cargo from outside the island. The Federation, contradictory to their goals of preventing deep-sea exploration, seemed to have gone after anything that looked primitive. I guess their priorities got tangled up. Tyler patrolled the length of the boardwalk, and given his enthrallment, I decided my commentary wasn't necessary. The Earthling wandered away from the boats, finding a small, sandy strip to admire the vista. A relaxed smile spread across his face, and he removed his shoes and socks. He wiggled his toe in the dull green sand, before wandering closer to the water. I tailed behind him, ignoring the irritating feel of the grits in my fur. How could anyone see how drawn humans were to nature, and think that it was a derivative of some hunting instinct? No other species appreciates beauty as much as the predators. Tyler turned his head to look at me. "This is wonderful. I'll tell you what, Onzo. We make it back from Kolshian space, and I'll find someone to teach you how to surf. I need to see a Yodel hang 10.
"Something I look forward to on our return. You got a deal," I chuckled.
The human flashed his teeth, mirth growing in his blue eyes. With the hours ticking down before our time to ship out, we sat and enjoyed the sound of crashing waves against Lian's shoreline. Together, the two of us could find a way to pull through against any foe. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Memory transcription subject: Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date standardized human time, March 5th, 2137. When Vicynth referred to Orcs today as no longer people, I decided the visitation was a lost cause. Secretary General Zhao's directive to liberate Malu would be my focus. We'd have to stumble into morality the old-fashioned way, through trial and error. The humans could guide us down the roads of sophistication and ethics, with the principled backbone that held Earth together in the wake of the raid. As much as I loved Felra, allowing her to dictate my beliefs and behaviors was neither fitting nor desirable. The first phase to bring down the Kolshian Empire was loosening their hold on the Dosa world, and thereby sending my friend home. I decided to leave Felra with a human garrison at their fledgling colony in Mazig space, called Liberty's Bastion. It was unsafe for her to come with us to this vicious battle, when there was a non-zero chance of us being killed in action. A fine Orcs commander led by example, providing their mettle and relishing the opportunity for a contest of strength. Even if we had been relying on orders from far off, I thought it wise to keep my mind tactically sharp. I couldn't afford to worry about whether Farah wanted a Leski's beef jerky, while plasma beams were sizzling around us. The Terran guards would be more disciplined without the cute rodent around, too. I had faith that they could conduct themselves well under peril. I observed the trusted Oxel I'd called onto the bridge, filling in vital stations, and considered what this meant for my legitimacy. 40,000 ships, that's the number the humans gave me for the original forces that seized Maloo. I gazed out the viewport at the fleet I commanded. The thick armor of Oxel warships merited respect, alongside the punishing twin plasma guns that could skewer an opposing vessel. The rotund belly of our vessels broke out the otherwise angular build. Missiles were stuffed into the underside, as we shared the affinity for toting explosives with the Terrans. A traditional Federation ship would have cowered at the sight of our firepower, but the secret fleet of the Kolshians had an answer for all of our inventions. Standing aboard a craft of the aforementioned make, I felt woefully exposed. Coordinating disruptions against Dominion targets was one thing. They weren't expecting resistance, and they didn't have any tools at their disposal that we couldn't predict. Waging a battle against a superior enemy, with the ragtag armada at my disposal, was daunting. Proper warships didn't comprise the entirety of my force, as we had to rely on anything with a drive that fell into our jaws. The Terrans had parted with some of their smaller or obsolete craft that they had no use for, which did little but pad our spaceworthy ranks. Stolen Orcs or transports, retrofitted with guns, were lacking in maneuverability, firepower, and armor. The classic, intimidating warships were the few the captains had been bribed into stealing. The other ship classes were designed with the intent of bringing soldiers to the ground to take a planet, not for exchanging blows with an advanced fleet of drones. Zhao had promised to support us, so I was hoping humanity had said something substantial to our aid. We needed any assistance we could get. Taking serious losses might as well be total defeat, with our limited numbers. The strategies I devised would also need to be good enough to outfox the Kolshians.
Chief Hunter, there is an incoming transmission from the Yodel technocracy. Shall I read it?
Oleski Bonadenko asked. I glanced up from my holodisplay. Please do.
The humans have requested that we aid you in retaking Maloo.
We have been amassing an armada since the Battle of Earth, with aid from the Terran engineers, and feel that the vessels are ready for deployment. 2,000 nearly minted ships will warp in just behind your position. We'll advance in your signal and see how our weaponry fares in action. So, this is the first battle for these Yodel ships, crewed fully by Yodel, without human intercession, yes? This is how Zoe interpreted me asking for assistance.
The tail end of the message says that more help is on the way, sir.
A growl rumbled in Kaisel's throat at the sensor station.
We all know how well the brave wage war. Our numbers are barely above a 5-digit range. If the humans expect us to push forward, uncertain we can create a decisive edge, we must rethink our strategy.
Yes, I appreciate your input, Kaisel. I trust you to preside honorably over your station. Humans, do you have any ideas of what this other help might look like? I cannot feel confident in aiding forces' abilities when it's all militaries of former Federation members.
Lisa Reynolds glanced up from her briefing report. I have been in touch with my UN contacts. As I understand it, the Dirty and Homogeny are not responding, even to Sapien Coalition parties that aren't us. It's possible that they're ignoring us, but given their involvement in the assassination plot, it's suspected that Kalqua is under siege. A show of force. A warning.
Nykonos might have been in the league with Gisnel, but his death changes little. I would not be surprised if Dirtian incurred a full wrath of the Federation. Even with their so-called shield, they stand little chance against the Shadow Fleet.
I agree, and I don't know what they are thinking. All I know is that they were livid about having their free thought brainwashed away. Humanity, despite our differences, we would likely bail the Dirtian out if they asked. With their hatred for us, they would sooner see their world burn than invite the predators into their territory. Why do you side with and help the very species that despise you?
Kaisel demanded. I agree with the runt. My nostrils flared as the yodels from the ships arrived on cue. Human empathy could be directed to undeserved places at times. If the Federation weren't a greater threat, and it were possible to secure Earth's obliteration, I hazard a guess that the Dirtian would do so without question.
Oleg shrugged. We need more ships fighting for us and less ships fighting against us. Simple. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. The Dirtian have unusual motives, but humanity always holds out hope of a species warming to us. We didn't want to fight everyone like this, Lisa said. Look at all that's happened. The Dozer have been occupied for months for the crime of befriending us. We have to break the stalemate here and now. No matter what, we have the human forces that are deadlocked here in the system, holding the line as we speak. What we've got isn't even a third of the total size of their fleet, but it has to be enough to turn the tide.
I suppose it does, Oleg, I sighed. Thank the Yodel for their aid and patch them into our comms. We'll see very soon if they're at all competent.
Yes, sir.
The Yodel vessels were visible on the viewport, and had a different aesthetic from any craft I'd seen before. There was some mild displeasure on the rebellion's channels over integrating with herbivore forces. The Technocracy's commanders seemed capable of mobilizing craft into formation, though it was their combat readiness we all doubted. If the supposed reinforcements turned tail and fled when the gunfire commenced, I'd have some scathing remarks for Zhao once this was over. It was my hope that the humans knew what they were doing. If the Terrans hadn't proved themselves to my men at Fall, I suspect I'd hear more objections. After that demolition, saving our hides, the UN could put a Sisela in charge of an armada and receive only grumbles from our people. Humanity has earned our trust. Oleg told me that humanity was involved in designing these vessels, which meant that the Yodel warships could be more devious than they seemed at first glance. The strange shapes and features of the unknown classes suggested something was up with them. Conspiracy-loving Bondarenko adjusted his glasses, seeming to read a message on a comms station. Kaiser's posture stiffened by the senses, and I passed that our other assistants had arrived. My tail lashed with expectancy, waiting for one of those two to fill me in on the new development. 1,000 new contacts on screen. IDs as human drones, Kaisel announced. Oleg scratched his chin scruff. Can confirm. I received the communique with the info needed to relay commands to the drones. They're human, but we've entrusted them to your overarching directives. That's not as many as I'd hope Earth would send, but I suppose you have little left to give, I mused. Very well, place them on the front lines and forward our planned course. The human drones deciphered the gist of my plan and maneuvered their way to our leading edge. I could see that the Kolshian occupiers had detected our arrival, though they couldn't afford to break off from their current engagements. A lapse in a deadlocked line would allow for the Terran drones in system, already pressing, to make headway. A worrisome issue crossed my mind as I watched opposing beams traverse wide swaths of space, with the only sizable man contingents being from my rebellion and the Yurtle, which foot soldiers would clear Milu of enemy troops. If we liberate the system, I hope the humans will supply ground forces. Orcs or landing will be perceived as a raid, and I wouldn't expect herbivore soldiers like the Yurtle to be able to drive out the trained military. My focus was on executing the battle plan I'd devised. When my skeptical commanders relayed an openly disdainful explanation to the Yurtle, the herbivores acted as if they understood. It had been conveyed in terms suited for a toddler, since that was about where the Federation's military competency stacked up. Despite the disadvantages we faced, I had to remember that this was for Falra. My best friend's people were subjugated, and while she never complained, I knew that had to weigh on her mind. The Orcs or Rebellion's commanders followed my orders without question, with the obsequiousness and reverence owed to a chief hunter. It was simpler to mingle with my people without Falra admiring my image, but the cruel acts I'd committed in the past hadn't escaped my underlings' memory. After witnessing my interactions, they'd seen defective behavior that didn't align with that history. I had to prove that I could be a respected commander without cruelty. It was just not about retaining their loyalty, but also being able to interact with other Orcs as equals. Viseth had reminded me that the true shamefulness stemmed from not acting empathetic enough. We're keeping our strategies as simple as can be. Approach the skirmish line from a wide angle and split the Kolshians' attention, I ordered. With any luck, it'll disorder their formation and give the Terran forces already present a chance to break through for the kill. Kaiser was busy highlighting each Jodal ship on the sensors.
If these prey-crewed vessels can't commit to a simple flanking pass, they're dead weight.
I know. I'm not counting on the Jodal to do much more than draw fire off of us, which is fine by me. Onward! In strict formation, the fleet careened into the outskirts of the action and coasted in for bird's-eye view of the Kolshian forces. Thousands of automatons were warding off the primates, having kept the battle well outside Malu's sanctum. The hum of our engines in the floor was tame now, but we were ready to burn hard to swoop across the foe's exposed side. Our weapon station was locked and loaded as soon as we got within optical range of the enemy fleet. I strapped into the commander's chair in case the inertial dampers were pushed too far during combat. The enemy drones definitely spotted us, because the nearest elements pivoted towards us to prepare for an onslaught. An AI's omnidirectional view trumped even the most ranged periphery of herbivores. A few foes lunged forward towards the existing Terran line in an attempt to dissuade the friendly automatons from pushing ahead and capitalizing on our arrival. I was grateful that the vessel leading in our charge were a handful of reinforcement drones Zal coughed up. I preferred that they absorbed the worst of the hostile fire, rather than a ship with lives aboard. I didn't dislike the Jodal, and despite mistrusting their competency, that was a guilty by association view. I respect how they try to act brave. That's half of actually having bravado, yes? Of all the parties at the summit that have heard my speech, only one ex-Fed was willing to work with me. With an enemy force engaged in a 90-degree angle to our approach vector, we pushed the thrusters full burn. Numerous Kolshian craft had reoriented their weapons to face us, anticipating the greater threat from our flanking force, raking their line. If the onboard programs were aware the lead commander was an Orcs, I suppose I'd been predictable. Our reputation indicated that I'd choose an aggressive course of action. Simple maneuvers amid a crowded battlefield were proven across eons. Attempting to outwit a machine with faster decision-making power was an exercise in futility. Unless you were a delusional Terran. Their spontaneity and wild ideas were nothing if not unpredictable. It was both their genius and their derangement. Lisa's eyes were focused on our human allies. Sir, I recommend we keep our movement vectors clear of any friendly fire, nanodrone swarms, or shield breakers. With your permission, I'll keep combat stations apprised of such deployments and affected radius. Good idea. 50 seconds to first volley. We are not to stumble into friendly munitions, but we will not shy away from an engagement, yes? I hissed. Oleg cracked his knuckles. We're back where Lisa and I first met you, Chief Hunter. Those military black budgets had to turn up something useful, huh? Let's get it done. Subordinate Orcs on the bridge maintained submissive postures, though I could see a zeal for bringing down the Kolshian in many eyes. Nykonus had partnered with the oppressive betterment office to ensure that our kind would never seek peace. That was enough to spawn a growl from my own chest. With narrowed eyes and a surge of adrenaline, I soaked in every detail. The bulk of the Kolshian drones remained locked in their struggle with Terran opposites, and 13,000 rebel-controlled ships were barreling towards the enemy poorly defended flank. Could a shadow fleet of drones withstand the initial onslaught? Long enough for manned Kolshian reinforcements to reach them from Malu. Any commanders knew that there was nothing easy about overcoming 5 digits worth of ships. The drones under my oversight led the way, weaving through the enemy fire with mechanical precision. Our Marder glided behind them as the billowing explosions rocked the lines of both parties. My warship was insulated from the brunt of the fray, but we were vigilant for any munitions that slipped through the cracks. Salvos of missiles were being traded like claw swipes, deflecting and landing based on the receiving party's situational awareness. Debris littered the system from the months-long battle, and we were only adding to it. Disabled ships drifted helplessly along the vectors when maneuvering power was lost.
Navigation and forwarding hazards I've located to avoid collisions,
Kaisel barked. Lisa's head snapped towards him. I haven't seen any shield breakers coming from the UN line, but they're pushing forward to take advantage of distraction. Many Kolshians have shield outages, so I can assume that occurred well before our arrival.
I drew a measured breath.
Thank you. Adjust trajectory as needed, and await my orders to fire on any important foes.
Our vessel wove around the wreckage of the eviscerated enemy craft, and our plasma guns sizzled in wait of Kaisel's next target offering. The rebel ships weren't as nimble as hostile drones, but our heavy hitters packed more firepower. Twin railguns from warships scorched the flesh of nearby foes, taking advantage of the shields that were downed in lieu of our arrival. The Terran Armada was surging forward all along the defensive line, rallied by the obvious devastation we'd sown. A pair of Kolshian drones collided, overwhelmed by the combined crossfire, and we were gift-wrapped an easy shot against another short-circuiting defender. I ensured that my outward stoic professionalism, despite my internal celebration, as our plasma tore a gash in the enemy's circuitry. The Orcs portion of the plan was going swimmingly, but I noticed worrying movement in the wings. Rather than playing a supporting role, the Yodel had separated from our flanks and were spreading out across the Kolshian lines. Why were they breaking formation? Those herbivores should have let the Predators' militaries handle this. We couldn't have the humans' long-awaited chance to break through ruined by bumbling incompetence. With a feeling that I was watching a disaster in motion, I diverted my focus to the Theocracy's ships going off on their own. The Kolshians were bound to teach the marsupials a lesson in humility. End of chapter. Please note that as of Monday, this series will be exclusively on the series channel. The link is in the description down below. Anyways, on to the story. Chapter 147. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 5th, 2137. The Yodel warships had split from our formation and attracted the ire of the Kolshian drones. It was impressive, in a way, that herbivores were able to organize proper movements, but this demonstrated reckless abandon. These craft were fresh from Lian's shipyards and weren't automated like the enemy. No biologic could reach decisions as quickly as a computer. Terrans could circumvent this by stumping the onboard programs with new technologies and strategies. Yet it was absurd to anticipate exceptional advances from the vegetation-munching species who hadn't shown war mastery. The enemy drones swiveled their railguns with perfect precision, and plasma lancers pulled out from the barrels as the Yodel drew close. The marsupials were unflinching. They seemed to be flying themselves directly into the weapon's path. Were these technocracy pilots suicidal, or did they assume out of inexperience that shields would prevent any damage from seeping through? My eyes zeroed in on one allied vessel, knowing I couldn't get my own people killed to bail out herbivores dabbling in stupidity. An arc of brilliance was racing to greet the vessel, which was forging ahead with no thought of self-preservation. These Yodel vessels were strangely shaped, looking more like a cube than sleek aerodynamic contraption. The blocky form made it more of a target, rather than one that could twirl away or place lengthy guns along the slender back. With an inbound munition hell-bent on its demise, the technocracy ship bobbed as if though it was riding on a wave, and the hull plating unclasped before my eyes, revealing a normal-looking craft below. The metal shell propelled itself into the plasma beam, immolating, while the ejected fuselage remained intact. The outer layer acts as a decoy against the targeting systems, while the key mechanisms can break from the hold. Way primitive rockets detach stages after their purpose is fulfilled. No humans involved in building these Yodel ships. The leaner boat released from within the shell had its weapons ready, though it wasn't utilizing traditional plasma, kinetic, or explosives. The Yodel's chosen weaponry was almost like a cannon protruding from its belly, but there was no trace of any visible munitions being fired. The flash was only perceptible as something struck the Kolshian drones, scorching their hull from the close-range vantage point. It was an invisible force which seemed to leap across space in an instant, like it was traveling close to the speed of light in real space. Without shields, the enemy was unprotected from the heat generated from my readout from the unseen impact.
The enemy drone I was focused on wasn't alone in having its plating liquefied and the sensitive circuitry within fried in seconds. There was nothing the Kolshians could do to fight back or defend themselves. They were blindsided by this vicious innovation. Though our foe's initial count had been 10,000 strong, they were dropping like flies. With my rebels and the Terran line hounding them, the automatons began a hasty retreat. The disbelief over the Yurtle showing was palpable on my bridge, and the Orcs' voices on the comms channels chastising the marsupials for venturing off had died down. Kaiser looked astonished. How could Prey have come up with a new weapon? What are they even doing?
I do not know, but I see that humans have not led us astray with their chosen reinforcements, I remarked. Molek, Lisa, can you offer any insight on this development?
Molek whipped around with his signature I knew it grin on his face.
Particle beam weapons! This is what the death ray that melted the Grand Gulf reactor was. I looked into the proof of a ton. We've had them since 1989. Charge up in a particle accelerator and shoot quantum shit near light speed, and voila! Olek is off in crazy land again. But he is right about what it is. According to my contacts, Lisa sighed. The Yodel worked closely with the UN on their shipbuilding, and apparently were able to make a feasible ion cannon. Unlike lasers, a particle beam can't be reflected, and even with shields up, the charged particle disrupts the current. Kaiser relaxed his posture. I see. It is a human development that you gave the Prey, because you do foolish things like that. We worked hand in hand on this, just like you. You know who we worked in tandem with when we came up with the shield disruptors? The Yodel. They've been excellent, not only to bounce ideas off of, but to expand on what we've given them.
Perhaps these herbivores are more capable than any of us assumed. Humanity always had an ability to see species for what they really are. It is remarkable. This makes taking Maloo much more feasible.
With less worry begging down my heart over the Orcs' lives that would be lost in the battle, I ordered our vessels to press the advantage. The Kolshians had given up fending off the Terrans they'd been in a stalemate with, and were getting overrun as they retreated. The Yodel took a few hits, despite their crafty countermeasures, but their particle beams also rendered missiles lobbed at them useless. More than once, I saw warheads erupt well before their intended target, picked off like sizars in a riverbank. The particle accelerators didn't seem to have the cooldown requirements that standard plasma weapons did either. The Kolshians fired off parting shots as their numbers dwindled. Few enemies had escaped the Yodel's invisible net, with their ships disabled within seconds. Our weapons station was scouring for stragglers, and I saw our gunners take some iffy shots in the hopes of scoring kills. The Arxel vessels had been outshone, though our sheer numbers helped to clean up any remaining foes. However, there was still a chance to test our prowess by Maloo itself. I wouldn't expect the resounding success that we had against the battle line. Now, their particle beams weren't a surprise. Still, with my 13,000 ships and the Terran's long-present drones, there was a good chance that we could come out ahead.
There's 40,000 ships total, I announced, so there's loads more waiting at Maloo's heart, and foot soldiers occupying the land. Let's go hunt them down.
Kaiser issued an awkward tail lash. What should we say to the Yodel, sir?
I'll handle it.
I switched on my microphone, tuning into the joint comms for a brief second.
This is Chief Hunter Isif. I wanted to congratulate the Yodel technocracy on a well-fought battle. Might I add that we are delighted that you are on our side.
A few barks of laughter came in response.
So much for being primitives that are beneath the wider galaxy. The Yodel will never be mocked or taken for granted by anyone after today. We'll lead the way to Maloo.
You deserve to champion the hunt. I shall be quite pleased when the Dosa are fully liberated, and only then. But I wish to acknowledge your display of acumen. Good fortune.
I switched off my transmitter and did a brief survey of my bridge team. There had been a handful of grumbles when I agreed to let the herbivores lead, but it was the Arxel way for the strongest to take charge. I disliked that the newcomers to the galaxy had already leg up my fleet, though I didn't expect Zhao to work so closely to provide us weapons. The waters were muddied in terms of any relations between humanity and us. We couldn't afford to be complacent anymore. A new goal of the rebellion needed to be what the Yodel and the Terrans had achieved.
bringing together scientists that could innovate and grow our technology. We did it once, before science was a distorted field, and we were steered towards a forever war. Gizno didn't want us to get stronger, but I wished to see us victorious. Technology could be the key field in helping us beat the Dominion, if we can't get the Terrans' help soon enough.
My ragtag band of rebel ships mobilized behind the Yodel craft. The detectable, blocky layers of marsupials had spotted were gone, but having lost only a few dozen ships, I trusted them to find new ways to stay effective. Kaisel was busy combing sensors as Oleg turned the focus to the comms array to broadcast from the planet. I squinted at the scruffy human, whose expression had shifted in an instant. Knowing he had time before reaching the system's heart, I wandered over to his station to peek at his viewing materials.
"What is the issue, Oleg?" I asked.
The human pursed his lips.
"Sir, the DOS are claiming that they have control of their broadcast channels again. The Kolshians packed up and shop and just, left the occupation, with quite a few local prisoners in tow. Apparently, they target troublemakers."
Lisa cleared her throat, with absent-mindedly fiddling with the brown locks.
"I'm hearing the same thing. My UN contacts are telling me that the local government's re-established contact, and that they are being appraised by Ambassador Elar's decision to join the Sapien Coalition."
"I see. The Kolshians are fleeing, surrendering the planet, and acknowledging they lost," I hissed. "That is excellent news. Farah will be pleased. There's not much we can do about the Dosa prisoners, but there's no way the enemy can initiate a total evacuation and vacate the system before we get there. Perhaps the Yodel can disable and board the prisoner ships and—"
"Sir, sorry to interrupt, but that's the thing, sir. It seems they started making preparations to leave and left days ago," Oleg mumbled.
Kaisel smacked his tail on the floor.
"I've adjusted the sensor settings and observed the breadth of the planet's spaceports on the viewport. At maximum magnification, there's not a trace of any Kolshian ships left here, sir. I can detect some subspace trails, suggesting they left within the hour. Malu is free."
I narrowed my eyes.
"That does not make sense. They started leaving days in advance of our arrival. The Kolshians would not have expected a thorough transig. It must have been some ulterior motive, yes?"
"The fact that they continued to hold us at bay is telling," Lisa mused aloud. "They didn't want us to know that they were gone. We're only picking up the communications now, so the drones were jamming various channels. Why keep up the illusion, unless you don't want humanity to know your 30,000 ships have relocated?"
Oleg's brown eyes widened with realization.
"Holy shit! They left because they were given orders to attack somewhere else. The question is, where have they gone?"
"I haven't a clue, but I suggest we relay a warning to the United Nations."
My head turned towards Oleg, and the human seemed to pick up on the message to open a channel.
"Your intelligence may be a better idea of this, yes? It is also your jurisdiction how to proceed. With Malu freed, Zal will wish to hear of our success."
"Already on it, sir. Give me a moment."
I did my best to avoid crowding the human male, though I was impatient for him to pass me along to the Secretary General. With this new information in mind, there were decisions to be made about what roles the rebel fleet should play. From what Kaisel imparted, we had just missed intercepting the Kolshians, since they had warped out mere hours before. We could follow the subspace trails and see where they led. The goal of this mission was already accomplished, with Valra's world liberated. But I was torn over whether to intervene. Zal's words from our conversation about the war plans were still fresh in my mind.
"Should the tables turn at Malu, I imagine the Kolshians are building their time to hit human territory. We know that they want to cure us, so I'd find the use of biological weapons against civilian populace likely,"
the Secretary General had said. The last thing that Earth wanted was a repeat of the months-long hostage situation in the system, but with human prisoners in tow. Regardless of what actions I'd personally take, I needed to pass along a warning about Zal's speculation looking more like prophecy. Perhaps the death of Nikonus had accelerated the Kolshian's aggressive timeline, or perhaps his successor carried out what was already planned. Either way, Vidal Prime and Earth should be on their guard for any incursions. I donned a look of seriousness as Oleg beckoned me over to the screen. The Secretary General was staring back with interest in his brown eyes.
"Hello, Issav. I hear your mission at Malu has been a massive success, sir. I've been in touch with the Zerillians, and their doctors and aid workers are en route from Kolia," he said. However, I'm hearing that the Colchians left before your arrival. I chuckled. As usual, you know things before they have been relayed. General Jones's department, yes? In this instance, it was simple enough to piece together a timeline of events, with Malou able to reach out to us. We've been in communication with our people aboard your ship too. Regardless, congratulations on your success. There are many bright-eyed humans toasting your accomplishment back here on Earth. The United Nations appreciate your help. We would have sent more to fight alongside you, but we're stretched thin. I know, Mr. Secretary General. I'm not sure I ever misjudged someone so thoroughly as I did the Yodel. You sent us worthy fighters. That was enough aid, and it pains me to profess, but it was the reason for our success. My wish to get into contact, to appraise you of these developments, and also to warn you that the Colchians may have left to attack another target. It should be seen to that Vendel Prime, Earth, and anywhere else that is strategically important to humans is vigilant. I swore a promise that not one more civilian would perish on Earth, not under my watch. 20% of the deaths during the attack were in my home nation. I lost family, like many other people, and for that, I'll do anything to protect Earth. I have done everything I could think of to protect Sol, and there are no lines that I wouldn't cross to keep us safe. Skulga is also under our umbrella of protection. The Vendel are treasured by humanity. You need not worry. Good! I do not know whether I should pursue the Colchians and offer aid. Zhao's eyes, which had darkened during his previous remarks, rolled in thought. Yes, sir. You've done as much as you've promised to do. I won't ask any more of you. If you wish to help, we'd welcome your assistance, and your swift response time could make a difference. The Yodel have already agreed to chase the subspace trails and continue the battle wherever the Colchians have gone. What course of action do you wish to pursue? That depends on where they are attacking. Do you have any guesses? I have a sneaking suspicion, but I generally have no desire to manipulate you. Please, whatever my colleagues might do, know that I respect your goals and autonomy. You are blunt and forthright with your aims. I find that to be a respectable quality in most instances, except when your aims are perpendicular to my own. Fortunately, we find ourselves in agreement of our peaceful aspirations. Is that not correct? We both seek a long-lasting peace for all species. First off, I don't know this. It's based off my interpretation of the data. But my best guess for where the Colchians are heading is Liberty's Bastion. Since the Federation, it symbolizes predator expansion outside our own space. The human words caused my heart to spike, hearing that my Dosa friend was in the line of fire again. To be clear, I've asked the Mazic patrollers to fortify our defenses, and we're moving colonists off-world. Now, before you worry about Vaura, I got in touch with her hosts and evacuated them. You don't need to swoop in and rescue her. Why would you bring my friend to safety before tending to your people? Vaura doesn't take a spot from a human. She's tiny. She can fit in a cup holder. You could have left the Dosa there and manipulated me into helping. It would benefit you strategically. I don't want to win that way, or to treat humanity's friends as tools. Like I told you on Earth, moral principles give you integrity, but you can't just hold onto them when it's easy or beneficial. I won't abuse emotions or use lives as bartering chips. Remarkable! Zhao could have all but ensured that I would show up at Liberty's Bastion, but he chose to get Vaura to safety. The Dosa means a lot to me, so perhaps I do owe him a favor in return. I dipped my head in gratitude. Thank you. I'll have my fleet follow the subspace trails with haste. We'll chase the Colchians to Liberty's Bastion or wherever they may be heading. Your aid is appreciated. I promise I'll remember this when it's time for us to bring our full might to your side. You may not be a member of the Sapient Coalition, Issav, but you're just as much of an ally. I desire for you to win. I desire for the Federation to lose even more. Where I'm from, we call that spite. We'll bring their leaders to their knees before the sun sets on this war. There's no stopping what's in motion now. My faith in your abilities. I will be in touch if we have additional intel, or if we need to converse with UN forces at our destination. Take care and fight well, Secretary General Zhao. Just Mings is fine. We're friends. You called Elias by his first name, didn't you? Actually, I refer to Elias Mayer in the sum of his two full names. Human nomenclature is most confusing to the uninitiated. The Terran general chuckled. I could see how that could be confusing. Regardless, I won't waste any more of your time. I know you've got to be present while you track those assholes down. Take care. Fight well yourself. The arboreal alien disconnected from the call, and I swept a gaze around the bridge. While I was certain the Orcs crew had overheard the bulk of our conversation, there didn't seem to be any objections over following the cautions. We were fortunate to escape Maloo with few casualties, largely thanks to the Yodel stepping up. However, we didn't want to be outshone by the plant-eating marsupials, who were willing to come to Earth's aid as often as needed. My goal was to make a positive impression on the United Nations, and I also could respect that they had taken the honorable road with Farah. Altruism was a novel concept, but it was worth it to attempt to reciprocate the kind gesture. The rebel fleet pressed closer to Maloo's inner sanctum, and we locked onto the subspace trails left by the fleeing Kolshians. Wherever the Federation planned to strike, my forces would help prevent them from getting their tentacles on any other humans. If there was one thing the Terrans had in common with my entire race, it was that we both had no interest in being cured. End of chapter. Make a quick announcement, though. This will be the last time this series appears on the main channel, but fear not, it is moving over to the series channel exclusively. There will be a link down below to the new channel, and I hope to see you there. And on to the story. Chapter 148. Memory transcription subject Onzo, Yodel Technician Specialist. Date standardized human time, March 7th, 2137. The auburn hair, cut just above her shoulders, was all I could see while staring intently at the back of Samantha's head. The Aussie UN guard was brewing her daily cup of coffee, a routine I've observed for multiple days. I had a perfected plan to spur her into action. When she turned around, my analysis of human behavior was conclusive on exactly what poked their buttons. The Terran turned around to find the Yodel hovering behind her. I struck a pose as soon as her jade-green eyes narrowed. I tilted my head, ensuring that my eyes stretched as wide as possible, my ears slanted inward enough to touch, and my tail wagging in a half-hearted motions. "What the fuck are you doing?" Samantha hissed. "Not even using your words. You want coffee. Brew it on your own. You know how." I emitted a whine of a wounded animal and lowered my head in the saddest way possible. My eyes shifted up briefly, gauging the human's reaction. "I'm not doing it, you lazy fuck." The human waved a dismissive hand at me and crossed her arms. "Try to manipulate me with your puppy dog face. Unbelievable! I'll tell you this once. You're playing a dangerous game there, mate." I struggled to maintain my act. "Coffee, please. I have to strain my back legs because of your counter height. I'll get you a bloody step stool on to stand on, but I'm not making it for you. Who taught you this? Knock it off, because you're not getting coffee out of it." "Hey, come on." A taller soldier with angular features pointed a hand at me. I vaguely remembered his name is Frank. "Give the space capybara some coffee. You're making him sad." "Fuck no. You're so keen on it, you can wait on him hand and foot." Sensing that I had a new mark, I wagged my tail happily and started bouncing up and down. Frank pressed a hand to his heart, cooing at me. A disgusted Samantha stomped off, carrying her own coffee to an empty table. There was a hint of a smirk on her lips, though she attempted to mask it. I flicked my pupils in the direction of the machine and returned to shameless begging. It was mind-bogglingly how easy it was to influence so-called predators. Smug satisfaction filled my chest as the newcomer hopped to it. "Oh, you poor thing. That mean lady didn't want to share, but Uncle Frankie's got you." The aroma wafted into the air as it brewed, and I could already feel the pick-me-up working its way through my bloodstream. "Do you want sugar, cupcake?" I imitated a human nod in case he turned around. "Please." "Okay, what else do we got for the precious here, non-dairy creamer?" "Sure, thanks." "Any time, Lordy. You're adorable as those Gojek kids. It's not fair." My mask slipped for half a second, wondering which Gojek kids Frank was talking about. Had he been on the ground during the cradle's fall? Regardless, I couldn't afford to get too chatty. given that I was slated to help out with maintenance soon. I loved tinkering with machines, and there were always minor repairs and calibrations needed during transit. It was an extra duty I was happy to volunteer myself for. The computer had alerted us to the nanometers wide hull breach right beneath the drive core. It could weaken the load-bearing structure if left unchecked, and unfortunately, that area of the ship was only accessible from the outside.
By the time we stop outside Kolshian borders and await orders, I need to be ready to venture out in a little spacewalk. It'll be wonderfully quiet.
Frank poured the coffee into a disposable cup, stirred a packet of sugar into it, and then dispensed a helping of creamer to make it taste more like a treat. The Terran slipped the drink into a sleeve, so I wouldn't burn my paw pads too. My begging act ended the soon that it was transferred into my grasp. I scurried off to a brief ear flick of acknowledgement. What else could I get humans to do with that routine? Outside of my areas of interest, there were quite a few tasks I'd be delighted to shirk. This was an eye-opening discovery that I needed to experiment with further.
Proud of yourself, you little rascal, Sam grumbled as I approached her table. Didn't even tell the guy thanks.
I slurped down a mouthful of coffee.
An ear flick is thanks. I'll be telling Tyler about this juvenile stunt. It's not acceptable behavior. I think taking advantage of humans being suckers is more acceptable than Sovlin inventing new forms of racism.
The Terran snorted. Point taken.
I still think you're a jackass. No, I'm a yodel.
Oh, feck you.
Feck you too. I guess this is as good as alien interaction gets. A mutual volley of feck yous. We created a nice bonding ritual here, but on a more serious note, I was surprised to see that you returned distant. Carlos seemed more attached to Sovlin than you, yet you're both along for the ride. I don't dislike Baldy, but I didn't tag along for him. Melbourne doesn't exist anymore. I have nothing to return to. I'm here because it's all I got. Hunting the Kolshians down. Carlos is the one who probably came out of loyalty, maybe even brotherly love for Sovlin. And he's also the one you should have pulled your coffee begging act on. That might be a good idea if Frank's not around. I got a feeling that he won't mind helping out again.
Samantha rolled her eyes, sipping at her coffee at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, I began chugging my latte with a gluttonous energy. Her binocular gaze shifted to the droplets dripping off my chin. The human shook her head in disappointment. I gulped down the last of mine and slammed the empty cup down. The female primate wordlessly passed me a napkin, which I used to clean my snout. Peacekeeper Harris seemed to be biting back a comment on my table manners. I pitched my trash into the waste bin. Just out of curiosity, Sam, how close was my begging to working?
That'll never work on me,
the human muttered.
Why not? I thought I got the pitiful eyes down pat. You want to see it again? Feck no. Scram, Onzo. You did feel us drop out of warp, huh? Go be useful.
I gave an innocent wave, and Samantha purposely turned her body away from me. Chuckling to myself, I skipped from the rec room to the nearest airlock. It took some persistence to wriggle into the Yodel spacesuit. With multiple Sapien Coalition species amongst the ship's crew, the United Nations carried vac suits tailored for each race listed aboard, with at least a few spares in case of defects. I pulled up a small readout on my wrist, syncing it to my holopad. A beacon showed the exact location the computer had given for the breach, so that just left ejecting to the ship's exterior to complete the repairs. I ran through the required visual 360 to ensure that no other people were within the airlock before sealing the compartment. Various tools were already affixed to my belt, but I did the diligence of triple tug checking the tether hooked onto it as well. Once all items were confirmed to be secure, I held my paw over the atmosphere catch button. After the hatch cycled, I gave myself a slight push into the starry expanse. My suited form drifted over the body of the ship in the drive's direction. It was a short glide, and the handholds distributed along key paths should steer me if additional momentum was needed. I relished the feeling of weightlessness, surveying the serene panorama out of my periphery. My sense of utter insignificance blossomed, with only a few layers of fabric between me and the everlasting void. There was only the faint glimmer of this distant starlight, rendering the metal of the ship's hull a shadowy slope. Its entire length stretched over 100 meters, leaving plenty of space for humans to tuck powerful weaponry. I'd chosen an airlock a short distance away from the drive compartment on purpose. It was best not to waste thruster gas or oxygen, in case it was needed in a future emergency. Tapping a microphone button on my wrist readout, I transmitted a message back to the ship.
I'm 30 seconds out from the repair site. This will be patched in no time, I said. Samantha's voice filtered into my helmet. Copy that, Onzo. I'll stay on this frequency and be waiting outside the airlock as requested. Just don't expect a picnic lunch when you return. Pretzel sticks and a jar of peanut butter will do. Well, you've got 2 perfectly good legs, and you fecking know where to find whatever food your conniving heart desires. Now get off the shuttle, lest you get any official business. Right. Well, I officially want off. I tugged on my tether, slowing my glide and directed myself towards the source of the hull breach. It was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. But the above-expected dip in ship's oxygen levels substantiated the computer's findings. A moment's inspection identified the breach, which revealed itself as a subtle line of differential-colored metal. I popped a can of sealant off my belt, causing it to float up slightly. It had its own tether attached to it onto my suit. After filling the microscopic hole, I covered it in a colored patch that fused itself onto the hull. The simple handiwork solved the problem without a hitch, until we could seek a thorough repair. I tugged on my tether, propelling myself back towards the airlock. It was rare that spaceports were necessary for repairs, since most areas were accessible from the interior. However, issues in general were becoming a common experience during our voyage. This warship had seen significant wear and tear, so even with Earth's desperation for artillery, I wondered if the United Nations would retire it soon. This hasn't come close to a worst-case scenario. When unrepaired damage was substantiated during combat, sometimes entire compartments had to be sealed off. I was pleased that my initiative had saved us from taking such steps. My paw drifted to the microphone button on my wrist, tempted to jab Samantha with my status report. I should have said the word pretzels aloud. I was joking, but now I actually want them. They're a good gaming food, if you'll stay put here for long enough for a session with Tyler. My nostrils twitched with amusement. Hey, Sammy. Surprisingly, the human cut me off to strike down that nickname. Onzo, get back in here now, whether the repairs are done or not. Already moving. What's wrong? Energy signatures out of nowhere. Bastards must have predicted our course, and that we'd stop before the disruptor buoys. I think they powered down their fecking ships and parked them outside their own territory. You know, to ambush us, 'cause there's hostiles practically right next to us. You don't want to be out there if we... have to take evasive maneuvers or get hit, I got it. And I was already heading back. Double time it. You crazy fecking marsupial. I'll be right there. I powered up my jet thrusters, accelerating my movement towards the airlock, with visibility to no longer being an issue for stealth reasons, given that the Kolshians were already upon us. Our warships powered on bright exterior lights to illuminate nearby hostiles. One beam struck the hull of a foe, which was gliding adjacent to us at minimum power emissions. They'd snuck into position without attracting attention. Rather than striking us down, they appeared to be preparing to insert a boarding party. Their craft latched onto the exterior before my watching eyes. I hated Kolshians, but I couldn't deny there was a bold move to board a human ship. That would, at least, catch the primates off their game. The United Nations had shown that they could adapt under pressure. However, the Shadow Fleet's foot soldiers had yet to clash with Earthling forces. While the Terrans were skilled against other foes, it was unknown how they stacked up against trained Kolshians, or how well they could defend their warships from intruders. I needed to get inside, obtain a weapon, and ensure that I wasn't separated from the other troopers. I sucked in a sharp breath, seeing the airlock come into view. Sam, it's me. Open the door now. I turned my shoulder inward and hurtled towards the still-shut inner door. I braced myself to slam into it at high velocity, though I knew obtaining injuries in a clunky spacesuit wasn't ideal. Mercifully, my tail latched on to the pole hold, halting by momentum. I could see the whites of Sam's eyes through the window slit, through the control room, as the outer lock clicked shut at her command. Artificial gravity returned to the room. I rolled onto the floor for a rough landing, feeling the definite strings of new bruises taking root. Adrenaline helped me bounce to my feet without slowing, and I rushed to shed the suit. Samantha unsealed the inner compartment and shoved a sidearm into my grasp. Take it. We need to get to work our way back to the choke point, or if all else fails, hole up in the bridge with the officers and security detail. Let's go. Onzo, now. I'm going as fast as I can, I panted, spilling out of the suit like potatoes tumbling from a sack. What if we get cut off from the core of the ship? Then we're on our own. Every soldier had orders to fall back. Hell, the fecking ship might be put down, locked down, and we'd be stuck. Why did you wait for me? You should have saved yourself. I don't usually leave my squad mates behind. Not if I like 'em anyway. It is what it is. We moved out and we deal with it."
Samantha didn't wait for further questions. Jogging down the hallway to the rec room, I recalled exactly where the Colchian soldiers' insertion point had been, since I'd sized them up while returning towards the airlock. I knew enemies would be found in the direction that we were heading now. It might serve us to reverse course, but given our orders, it could leave us stranded from our comrades. The key points for the United Nations to hold were the bridge controls and the armory. Everything else could be sealed off to avoid any funny business. The warp drive, as was obvious during my spacewalk, was inaccessible from the inside. Sparks were visible further down the corridor, the telltale sign of the Colchian scorching an incision into the hull. Samantha crouched behind a table for a moment, weighing her options. The human and I were up against an entire boarding party, and I knew that ended with both of our brains splattered on the wall. There wasn't time to book it past the entry point before they made it inside. The UN soldier also opted to fight another day, slinking back in the direction we'd come. I had no idea how we could hope to make it out in one piece, other than attempting to dodge Colchian sweeps.
"How good at stealth and hiding are humans? I've read a bit about guerrilla warfare, but I don't think hit-and-run tactics work in close-quarters combat."
The primate and I ducked around a corner past the airlock compartment, and the clang of the wall coming down echoed behind us. From the footsteps I heard clashing with the floor, there must have been dozens of Colchians. It was unthinkable to peek back and find out for certain. I warred with my nerves as it sank in that we were cornered and hopelessly outgunned. It had always been my impression that Tyler and I were at each other's back, but now I just hoped my buddy was safer than I was. It was a fair assumption that he was holed up in the bridge with the other officers. I needed to survive on my own, if nothing else, as a feck you to everyone who called the Yodel primitives. That was the Colchians' rhetoric, and I wasn't going to let them put me down like the animal they thought I was. A sharp-witted human like Samantha might scrounge up some options for us. I shuddered to think what would happen to her if the boarding party was able to capture a predator alive. Malu's cured earthlings were experimented on and had their central nervous systems drugged to senselessness just like me. I wouldn't wish that existence on my worst enemy. My grip became more secure on the firearm, and the resolution took over my mind. If there was no escape for me, I planned to go down fighting instead of submitting to a fate of that sort. With any luck, the Terrans would figure out a way to clear the intruders from our warship before it came to such drastic ultimatum. The push towards Alpha certainly hadn't started off as humanity had intended. End of chapter. Chapter 149. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yodel Technician Specialist. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 7th, 2137. Samantha Harris had the bright idea to try and set up as many traps as possible, and also suggested silencing our electronic devices. The last thing we needed was to receive a communique from our officers that tipped the Colchians off to our position. Humans might be excellent marksmen, but they weren't able to take on a solo mission against 15 enemies, regardless of what their video games might suggest. That was the power fantasy if I'd ever seen one, rather than a plausible demonstration of their actual abilities. As for myself, the hasty Yodel training that I'd received had been enough for me to hit target downrange with a firearm. It had served well on Celis, but that had been a different scenario from close quarters combat.
"Do you think the others are safe on the bridge?"
I messaged Sam over our text-com link. The human's green eyes turned towards me for a moment before she typed a response.
"Savlin's racism is so thick it'll keep the squids out."
I shoved my paw into my mouth, muffling a laugh. It had once been offensive how derogatory that Gojit was towards Yodel, humans, and many other species. But I realized by now that bigotry was embedded into his every waking thought. Not that I'd wish for Sovlin to be in grave peril, isolated from the rest of the crew, but I almost wished the heroic captain was at my side. He was a renowned strategist capable of routing the Orcs with the Federation crew, and his bullheadedness rendered him defiant in combat. Short of Tyler having to watch my back, I would have felt more serenity with someone I'd been in ground action with before. Sam was a competent soldier, but I couldn't predict her moves or her strengths.
Likewise, she has no idea about how I react during bullet-flying scenarios. It was noble of her not to leave me behind, but I'm sure she has mixed feelings about only having a herbivore at her side. I have to prove that I'm not dead weight all over again. Thinking about what my best contributions would be, I tapped into the ship's security feeds so that we could keep tabs on our enemies' movements. The Kolshians had split into 2 teams, with their smaller contingent sweeping the corridors away from the bridge. The hostiles were wearing envirosuits, so venting the atmosphere was rendered ineffective. Sealed bulkheads had come down outside the central areas, which would take significant time to cut down. Those were designed to contain fires, or to keep out intruders. In our central hub, I could see the bridge personnel by the officers toting high-powered rifles, as well as Tyler, Carlos, and Sovlin in deep conversation by the sensor station. I hoped that they weren't plotting anything too nonsensical. But that wasn't my concern right now. Machines and technology were my specialization, so it occurred to me that I could tap into the automated weaponry built into the vessel. I didn't want to step on toes if our commanding officers were planning to commandeer the fortifications to their directives, but I knew that I could allocate these resources to my advantage, assuming that I received permission. The guided turrets and wall-mounted defenses could be turned against the encroaching enemies. Samantha was waving at me to hurry, so I fired off a typo-ridden message to the comm station as I ran. The Terran shoved me through an open maintenance access panel, then began spilling liquid across the floor. Peacekeeper Harris had snatched a massive jug of water meant for the coffee pot back at the kitchen and was now using it to coat the floor with life-giving fluids. Was the idea of a trap to make the ground slippery. As amusing as it would be to see the Kolshians losing their footing, that was a minor annoyance at best. I could see the telltale wicked smirk on her face, however, and decided to trust her machinations. If anyone could make the basic elements of carbon-based life deadly, it was a human. "Permission granted, Hanzo. Good luck," the comm station had transmitted in response to my request. "Utilize the resources near your location for any tactical advantage. Neutralize as many enemies as you can. The defense we're mounting will focus on the area around the bridge. The United Nations cannot afford to lose control of the nuclear-armed warship." This would be an excellent way to make it look like humanity was attacking innocent worlds, or that they were behind any other manner of atrocities, I realized. Is that why the Kolshians are boarding us? Ralchi, they could try and fly to Lian or Skelga under UN banner. The ship had to go down before we allowed the monsters to have our resources at their disposal, even if they didn't have anything so devious in mind. Capturing a Terran craft for study would give them an edge at reverse engineering our latest advancements. It could also tip off some features of the Yodel vessels that we'd just raised from our shipyards. Suddenly, this mission had become less about forging ahead towards Alpha and more about keeping our toys out of Kolshian possession. As much as I loathed those bastards, I couldn't deny this ambush was a clever way to turn the tables. "Damn it, we need more," Samantha growled to herself, nigh inaudible as the water ran dry. "If you've got admin access to the right functions, Onzo, trip the fire suppression system." I swiped at my holopad, abandoning the camera view for a moment. "Done. You know I love the ocean, but creating one inside the ship seems ill-advised. So dramatic, acting like it's some torrential downpour that'll flood the whole craft. Well, drowning's pretty much the only lethal use of water, and if that's not it, then fill me in on your plan. Or what? You'll give me puppy dog eyes?" "Maybe. It could be my new resting face. You have fun with that. You'll never crack me. Now cut the chatter." The human ducked into the maintenance shaft and resealed the panel. Deciding to humor her request, I turned on the fire sprinklers to full blast. Samantha had already climbed atop a pipe, gesturing for me to join her. She whispered something about keeping my limbs out the water. I was growing more skeptical about her plan by the minute, so I decided to work on my own options in case this didn't pan out. The primate fetched an emergency supplies from a box on the wall, pulling out a defibrillator and bottles of water. She uncorked the liquid and spilled it on the floor, mixing it with a small pool seeping beneath the panel. "I can't fathom what she's doing, so it's time to look for other avenues. There's no turret by our location, and there's Kolshians heading our way." The enemy likely would have swept any duct or hiding spots regardless, but the water on the floor could tip them off about our presence at once. I balanced myself carefully on the pipe, where it was proving difficult not to crowd Samantha in the tight space. Her verdant eyes were glowing with delight, as well as a sense of pride. She peered over my shoulder at the camera feeds,
tracking a group of about a dozen boarders as they drew closer. They had finished sweeping the airlock compartment and were moving further down the hall towards us. "All right, here goes nothing." Samantha dropped the electrode pads into the water and waited for an opportunity to pounce. I finally got an inkling of what she was trying to do, but there was no time to strike down this folly. "Time to ride the lightning, Deckers." As confused cautions waded through the wet wall, the UN soldier triggered the shock button of the AED. Nothing happened. The life-saving device searched for a heartbeat signal and found none, preventing any shock from being rendered. Samantha scrunched her nose in confusion. I suspected the human anticipated more devastating consequences from the electric current. Amid a slew of muttered curses from Sam, the invading troops continued their search in progress, entirely unaware of the attempt. With the primate's plans yielding underwhelming results, I racked my brain for an alternative. A single holopad swipe led me back to the fire suppression system, where I workshopped the beginnings of an idea. Firefighting foam was still available for deployment, according to the computer. My best idea for a defensive measure was to deploy the goo in full force in this hallway sector. The substance was a novelty compared to the Federation ships, which only had overhead sprinklers and manual extinguishers if further flame retardants were needed. I recalled how ill-equipped Yodel were to ward off blazes when I was a child. Most roofs in Rinsa were thatched by our staple grain, herd, or by wetland grasses, reeds, as the humans referred to them. Those dry materials were quite flammable, which led to an infamous fire caused by Ralchi's priests in Lern's largest continent of Tyson. The temples of Thyssen were massive and superfluous. It was fitting that the twin villages of Kalstar and Pyora were both caught up in the purification rite gone wrong. At the sacred ground they serviced both settlements. Our only technique to stop the blaze prior to first contact was using water pails kept on customary fire brigade hooks by our homes. Needless to say, the Ralchian ritual claimed dozens of lives and tenfold more buildings. It was only stopped by a hasty demolition surrounding the inferno to starve it of fuel. The tragedy had been a humbling reminder of fire's raw power. If the humans devised something that could bury nature's exothermic killer, combustion, that could claim entire neighborhoods, hoped it was good enough to encumber the Kolshians. I quieted my nerves, seeking a clear mind before leaping into action. With a few more succinct swipes, firefighting foam was bucketed atop the tentacled foes, like shaving cream falling from the sky. Genuinely, it looked reminiscent of the goop I'd seen Tyler lather on his face before running sharp blades across it. Humans were strange in more ways than one, but chopping off their own hair down to the root was special. Most species preferred not to grow their fur in clumpy patches. If I shaved the fluff around my snout, I'd look like I went sniffing around a wood chipper, minus the smattering of green blood that would entail, of course. My whiskers twitched with amusement, holding on to the mental image of my reflection. Sam bared her teeth with hostility. "Not so funny." Something told me that it would be suicidal to answer honestly. I switched over to the camera view on my holopad to show her my handiwork, rather than passing along my views on human grooming. Copious amounts of foam were clumped atop Kolshian soldiers, dripping down their envirosuits. The bubbly spray encroached on the viewing strips on their bulbous eyes, blinding them. Multiple enemies were pouring at their faces, struggling to wipe it away as more kept coming. I silently slid the maintenance panel open and pressed myself flat on my stomach. This was as good of an opportunity as we'd get, this far away from automated defenses. The primate also pressed herself prone to the ground, assessing her own target with her depth-perceiving eyes. My immediate assessment of distances was nowhere near a human level, but it was good enough to get the job done. Focusing one eye down the sights of my pistol, I fired a shot into the enemy's center of mass. Samantha's synchronized bullets burst through another Kolshian stomach, like a xenomorph, a creature Tyler had giddily taught me about, spraying chunks of organs and violet blood onto a nearby compatriot. My breathing was purposeful and concentrated, as I calculated my every move.
Don't let them catch their bearings. The enemy are caked in foam, unable to move fluidly or see where the shots are coming from. If they were other Federation soldiers, they would have already panicked. I wheeled my gun towards another target and fired an instinctual shot with steady pause. My aim wasn't perfect, but it was enough to rend the tip of its tentacle clean off. The Kolshian's gun clattered to the ground, without two arms to grip it.
Trusting that the maimed enemy couldn't fire back in the next few seconds, I searched for my next mark. Samantha was popping off shots one after another. I tried not to register the last enemy that she had hit, who was missing a clean chunk from the side of his skull. Swallowing the nausea that rose up in my throat, I staved off jitters enough to shoot yet another foe near their heart. Our enemies couldn't return accurate fire without a visual. With our unconventional tactics, the Kolshians were falling into disarray. None of their training prepared them for a yodel twisting a human fire suppression system for nefarious purposes. The few hostiles that were left standing turned their guns in the direction of the gunfire. But the blind shots went what would have been a chest height, slamming into the wall above the access panel. A paw full of enemies, in their blind attempt to return fire, bumbled off shots that hit friendlies between them and us. I dished off several shots in quick succession. And with my newest expansion of the dead and wounded, the dazed boarders chose to stumble backwards down the corridor. Samantha poked her slender arm out from the crawl space, lobbing bullets after hastily retreating, foam-drenched foes. The human chuckled to herself. "You're one deranged coffee-loving yurtle. I like you." "I am not deranged. My plan worked, but I think yours was made up by Tyler. Water is a poor conductor of electricity, so at low voltages it was never going to be fatal." I rambled happily, switching my table. "To shock someone to death, you need to contact the area via a large portion of the body's total surface area. Oh, and electricity entering through some mucous membranes would also increase sensitivity." "Have you been watching people get electrocuted and taking notes?" "No. I just think electrical currents are interesting. I understand more than most people think I do. I'm going to repeat this for the furthest planters in the fields. I'm a rocket scientist." The primate ducked out of the maintenance shaft, wrinkling her nose at the corpses. "I'd treat you with appropriate respect for that role if I hadn't seen you beg for food items multiple times today." "Hey, you'd do it too if you could get away with it. I've seen you point at a remote on the other side of the couch and say that it's too far away." That's conserving energy. Or just being comfy. That sounds an awful lazy to me. You know I'm right, because you've looked into your heart and seen it to be true. Now that we've settled that important matter, what's our next move with the eye placement police? Feck, I guess that nickname fits the squids. Ass clowns can't even figure out directional eyes don't mean jack shit. Next, we find proper place to hole up. Something tells me the Kolshians won't be back, and I say we've done our part. It's time to let our friends take care of the rest. I'd say that it is. If the two of us could take on a squad with our wits alone, our friends can handle themselves. You know, I could be at home, napping next to a Hansa or attending a stage play right now. Lian's been built back to something amazing. The Yodel have less of a stick up their ass than other aliens. Lian's great by the sole factor of not having the Feddies around anymore. And also, we all want to go home, free of this godforsaken war. So let's not fuck this up in the final lap. I have faith that we'll drive these borders out. We made fools of them, and we have to keep making fools of them all the way to Alpha. My claws tightened around my gun, recalling my own outrage towards the Federation. I'm just happy we survived this bout up to now, with those numerical odds back there. After today, there's a few less of those bastards out there to owe us that debt. Eventually, we are going to make every Kolshian that partook in or helped with this shit pay for their crimes against sapiens. But, here and now, I just want them to fuck off our ship. Damn straight, Anzo. This is our ship. Nobody takes what belongs to humanity and lives to tell about it. From now on, this shit's going to be true for the Yodel too. Nobody fecks with either of our species. Thank you for sticking with me out here, Sam. The human grinned. It's been a pleasure, Brainiac. Having thwarted the Kolshians' attempts to flush us out in the ship's furthest reaches, I could only hope the UN personnel holed up in the bridge had found a crafty way to defend their position. There were dozens of boarders intruding on our warship, and we couldn't relax our guard until every last one of them was taken out. Like Samantha and I found mutual agreement over, humanity had no intention of letting the enemy succeed with this takeover. The push to Alpha might be slowed, but it wasn't going to be halted on our watch. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Memory transcription subject Captain Soblin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time, March 7th, 2137. I was proud to serve amongst a multi-species crew. Back in my days presiding over my own starship, the Federation had been the emblem of unity, the glue holding the galaxy together from the collapse at the Orcs' claws. I didn't spend much time thinking about my own kind until Viseth and Hunter both prodded me for stories on the vidlings yet today. With the lockdown on the ship, I probably shouldn't be dwelling on days long gone and now obliterated planet. The truth was, I hadn't felt much like a Gojid since long before what happened to my family. I'd become detached from my culture through exposure to other species. That was ironic coming from someone who'd been at the right paw of the Prime Minister, wasn't it? Writing it all off as depraved was easier, without the requisite to pass it along to my daughter. I'd been telling Vicent and Hunter about the Gojid holiday called Kaelrin, where the children would receive gifts left and buried by the spirit of youth, a supposed aspect of the protector that was really parents, preserving that feeling of mysticism for the kids. I'd taken painstaking hours to draw a map to a gift Hania wanted, a claw flute. I recounted digging on my paws and knees in the middle of the night, with my burrowing claws churning up red clay outside our settlement of Lyrin Orchard. Hunter sarcastically asked if every town was named after orchards, before Viseth lashed him in the ear with a tail. The town nomenclature was just as generic and uninspired as everything else Gojids named. Though I didn't think a species with such poor aptitude for naming stellar observatories had any right to judge. Very large telescope, granted. Humans at least had telescopes, which was more than Onza could say, but they could use a little humility. Regardless, I found my mind lingering on a culture I'd lost all interest in. The ancient Orcs, of all creatures, called Kaelrin a delightful tradition. What madness was the galaxy coming to? How could I ever get past the lies and deceit to determine if there was any beauty in our culture? Tyler jostled me, forcibly snapping me out of my stupor. "You, Sovlin, we're under attack, and we need to be alert once they get onto the bridge. Quick sucking on your thumb." "He doesn't have thumbs," Carlos chimed in a second before I could snap the same line. "But he's happy to suck on his claws. Think we should get him a pacifier?" "I do. Every time he says primitive, stick a pacifier in it." Yeah. If you give me orders, it'll get done, sir." I attempted to shake off the emotion stirred up by my abruptly ended video call. A not insignificant part of me would have preferred to be with Hunter on Earth, acting as the father figure I missed being so much. I owed a debt of service to the Terrans, and I couldn't let myself forget that I hadn't earned sitting in a swaying chair on a porch. "Where's the atavist?" Tyler scrunched his nose, rubbing the region in each translator in part. "Atavist. Must have plucked that from someone else's feed, 'cause I don't know that word." "Don't tell me. Carlos, I'm consulting the good old search engine." The male guard raised his tattoo arms innocently. "I believe that you can figure this out on your own. You're a big boy, sir." "Very big," I agreed. "Big enough to smack some sense into both of your heads, mocking a superior officer." Officer Cardona checked that the Colchians hadn't reached the bulkhead yet, then squinted at his holopad screen. His blue eyes widened with indignation, and he jabbed an accusatory finger at me. "A creature that has traits of a more primitive type, of that organism. Did you seriously find a new word for primitive?" "I'm a learned man, Tyler. You might not know this about me, but I used to read Gojid philosophy. Now, answer the question. Where's the atavist?" "Use his fecking name. I don't know where he is, and it's a little worrying, but Onza must have reported to a closer choke point. Could use him on the sensor station. That kick-ass Yodel's a damn fine wizard with tech stuff, according to everyone here but you. Not an atavist. Pretentious word for a pretentious Gojid. How's that for a big word?" "It's a lot of syllables for you," Carlos chimed in. "You've been spending too much time around Sab. You got no chill now. I just try and talk like a normal human being. Nobody sane uses words like that in a conversation. I'll give you two some orders. Point your guns at the door in perfect silence, and think how lucky you are that your commanding officer is so forgiving." Humans are strange. It seems like they're the most chatty and raucous in the moments right before danger. "Whatever you say, sir." I turned my expression serious and tried to focus, despite wishing that I could return to my off-duty call with Hunter and Viseth. My hatred for the Colchians was a solid destruction, after seeing how they tormented so many species, and held an entire planet hostage back in Koa.
Do we have a plan to deal with them?
The sandy-haired predator shrugged. Shoot them all.
That's a good plan.
I was hoping you would say that too, sir. They're fish in a barrel, Carlos offered, with a metaphor that had darkly predatory implications. The male guard had always been sympathetic to me, so it was easy to forget how connected to hunting culture even a human like him was. I doubt they've seen combat action before, and if they have been on some Black Ops missions, it wasn't against a real enemy. They made sure they neutered every other race in the galaxy. That ain't helping them here. We're not just gonna roll over like a dead cockroach. Besides, home field advantages with us. We chop them all down and we go look for Onzo as soon as the coast is clear, Tyler said. I turned my attention to the camera feeds manned by Terran comms technicians, who were relaying live information on the enemy's location. The Kolshians had broken up into 2 teams, with the largest on a direct course for the bridge. Strange events were baffling the smaller group on a different display, who were bogged down in the cartloads of foam. Some stealthy operatives must have gone off to spring this trap and gunned down the enemies who moved towards the rear of our vessel. Humanity wouldn't want any area to go uncontested, even if it wasn't of strategic importance. Deep in their fighting spirit, it was still their territory. The comm station was tracking the party en route to our location and hounding them with devious machinations built into our walls. Turrets blazed at Kolshians snaked around one corner, pumping a few soldiers full of holes before they could blink. The team ducked back to what they thought was safety, to have an automated gun roar to life from behind. It would be hilarious if they were picked off before they got you, even if Tyler had got me riled up to take them on. The enemy group found cover in a small storage closet, however, and set off EMP charges to prevent the massacre from worsening. Several bodies were sprawled on the floor, but the heartless bastards made no efforts to revive any comrades that couldn't move on their own.
I remember how I used to say that Orcs will have no regard for life. That's true, at least with the monstrosities that they are today. But these Kolshians don't have the nurturing brain cell in their skulls either.
As my mind brought up my recollection of Kelvin again, I wondered if I could be helping my daughter bury presents for her own children, had it not been for the Kolshians and the Farsoul. All the pain in the galaxy traced back to those meddling bastards, and the Uffa natives were here to perpetrate a further legacy of death and destruction. If they'd sabotaged a ship, getting my protege Russell to make it look like humanity attacked their friends, how many praised lives would they sacrifice to point that claw at Earth? We were going to take this mission all the way to their homeworld, free Slanek, and return to a safer galaxy so that I could help Hunter adjust to the Sentry, like I promised. I have no qualms killing as many of these emotionless monsters as possible. The way I thought about predators before discovering humanity, I could see all those traits within the Kolshians, clear as day. There was no mercy or negotiating with them. They imposed their way and killed anyone they didn't have a viable use for. Maybe they disguised their brutality a bit more than the Dominion, but the manicured worlds they created were cattle pens just the same. Our lives, our suffering, and the blood we'd given to their cause meant nothing to them. My features hardened into a scowl as my eager claw moved over the trigger. This wasn't only to help Marcel and redeem myself. It was personal.
Hostiles moving across the walkway to the bridge, comms technician barked. They've got a blowtorch to cut through the bulkhead.
My spines bristled from forceful rage rather than fear.
Let them come. The walls will be painted violet by the time we're through with them.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. We don't go down without a fight.
Carlos agreed.
Not to a merciless enemy. These guys make a spectacle of basic sapient rights.
I finally get it. Predators aren't monsters by default, and Gojits weren't either. We were just people.
Tyler gritted his teeth.
So were we. They can't fucking treat us this way, so I'll be damned if they get their filthy tentacles on this beautiful ship. Painted purple, you racist old Gojid.
As the bulkhead's edges were melted to slag, the team of Kolshians kicked it over without hesitation. The humans had entrenched themselves behind cover and found opportune angles to pick off anyone who attempted to make headway. An orchestra of bullets played across the bridge as half of us saturated a single path into the command center with gunfire. The enemy rolled a grenade at us, but an audacious Terran rushed forward, scooped him up, and utilizing his exemplary arm torsion tailored for stoning's prey, he returned the explosive to sender. I watched the cartridge fly through the air at the panicked Kolshians, who were perhaps amazed by the perfect precision of the impromptu throw. While our enemies dove away from their returned explosive, it detonated mid-air, impaling them with shrapnel. It was difficult to tell if the device was a copycat tool of Terran-throwable weapons, or if it was another killing device that the conspiracy had concealed from other species. Simmering with wrathfulness, I trained my barrel right at where one of the enemy's heart allegedly was. The trigger was pulled within a second, and my aim was dialed in enough to strike true. Reset and finish them off, Sutherland. They can't be any more than 4 dozen of this posse. And that was before the turrets and our defensive setup here struck them down. The dazed Kolshians found their composure, and one crept forward with a cannon-like object. The grenade launcher was a weapon I'd only seen used by Terrans and by the Orcs before them. It shouldn't surprise me that the tentacled bastards would replicate the Dominion's butchery tools. The humans attempted to pick off the threatening enemy wielding the weapon, but it was too late to prevent the incoming munition. The boarder had propped the launcher on his shoulder and hurled the shell in our direction as he fell. I tugged off an errant shot at our foe before hunkering down at the sensor station. Tyler and Carlos shielded their heads, fully hitting the deck in a short time frame. We were fortunate the rocket wasn't bound for our station, but powerful explosives could still be devastating in close quarters combat. Beyond the risk to life and limb, the projectile could tear apart crucial systems. I hoped the Terrans had redundancies built into any key functions. As the shell cleared the doorway and connected with the barricade, a human security detail just shy of the navigation station erupted in flames. The sprinkler system was engaged, forcing the small pocket of flame to fizzle out. My ears rang from the shockwave, my fur was soggy from overhead water, and my stomach lurched as I saw the mutilated, screaming predators still moving. "You okay?" Tyler screamed, knowing that I could hardly hear. All I could manage was imitating a human nod. "Keep it together. Get up and shoot them." Carlos shook his head with vigor. "Fucking hell. Any closer I think they would have ruptured my eardrums. They're not pulling any punches." "Neither are we. I want to see a KO. They should never have stepped into the ring. Put them on their ugly asses." "What the feck is a KO? It doesn't matter, I guess. I have to do my part, so we lose a few innocent lives as possible. The Terrans deserve better than to lose any more good people to a needless war." Bullets peppered the approaching Kolshians as a retaliation for the explosion in our midst. The enemy popped off quite the kinetics volley of their own too. I could feel one whisk by my ear and see a handful of bullet holes marring the station, shattering glass echoing behind me as a hollow display was taken out by a flurry of metal. I righted myself, not allowing myself to contemplate how close I was to metal slugs that could end my life. While I'd attempted to cease my self-hatred, I wasn't afraid to pay the ultimate penance on humanity's behalf. That still wouldn't cover the sum of what I owed their species. My claw hooked around the trigger with practiced certainty, hitting an enemy with the gunshot. Downing a single enemy could mean the difference between Tyler or Carlos catching a bullet. I watched the blonde human take his own measured shots, his binocular eyes hungry for a target. Carlos's bear tattoo was facing me as he inched forward for a better angle. In the chaos, it was tough to tell if he was reasonable for any of the blood-spurting Kolshians. I popped off several shots in quick intervals, hoping to hit enemies with haste. The bridge was in disarray, with carnage in the fray's wake. Predator bark sounded through the air, calling to wounded comrades, alongside pained emissions from the enemy's side. "Whoever can mop up the other side the quickest will be victorious. Right now, that looks like us, but we can't get lackadaisical." The humans closest to the ravaged entrance had taken the most hits. Captain Monahan was behind a tactical map display with a sidearm drawn. A stern look on her face. She'd been consulting with the tacticians on the comm station since the firefight began. They were preparing to mount a final stand if our defenses failed. However, I could see various angles from our cameras the Terran staff were monitoring, which showed that a few Kolshians had gone unscathed. Forward progress had proved tantamount to suicide, plunging headlong into our unyielding bullets. The walkway was being painted violet, with listless corpses splayed out in heaps. The dead were becoming an obstacle to our enemy's motion into the bridge too, so they were forced to hang back and trade blows from afar. Humanity had the edge with depth perception, and also had fortifications to offer some refuge from the chaos. I was glad to be crouched on the far side of the sensor station table. At least, there was something between me and any munitions flying through the air. My own shots towards the discombobulated borders were a staccato pops, sent as soon as I could switch between marks. The screeches and yelps were becoming much stronger on the hostiles' end than ours. With Gaussian ranks getting decimated, self-preservation was kicking in for the sparse survivors. The bullets shredding our walls had ceased, but the predators didn't slow down because of the lull in enemy fire. If anything, our barrage became more energetic, determined to drive these raiders out of our ship. The humans were a merciful species, but this was the shadowy tentacle of a government that had spit in the face of their good intentions. There would be no restraint in finishing the job and seeking retribution for the malevolence.
Listen up, not one of them escapes or becomes a stowaway on the ship, Captain Monahan decreed. It's not enough that their insertion failed. We defend every piece of UN territory like it's Earth. Zero tolerance for attacks. Move! Comm stations, keep us posted on enemy movements and escape attempts. The humans remaining intact on the bridge slunk off in search of fleeing combatants, while medics hurried towards the wounded to patch them up. Our warships had taken an internal beating from various explosions and projectiles, but it was still in our possession, and would be free of intruders soon. Tyler ventured off to the comm station on a detour, asking for information on Onzo's whereabouts. A strange look flashed on the blonde officer's face before he hurriedly led us down the gore-riddled walkway. I consulted my own holopad and found the Yodel closer to the maintenance airlock with Samantha. Was that atavistic marsupial the one responsible for the fire foam massacre at the rear of the ship? It makes no sense. But I guess that just checks the standard box for life amongst Terrans. Nothing is as it should be when I'm with the Predators.
At the end of the day, I was glad that our posse had come through the mission first engagement without casualties. I'd grown to care for the alien soldiers I worked with, and I wanted to see offers fall alongside each of them. But the Gaussians' bold-faced attempt to swing the war in their favor, turning out as a miserable failure, I hoped that it was a sign of what was to come. End of chapter. Chapter 151. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time March 7th, 2137. The election day drawing closer, the final debate could be crucial to winning over undecided voters. The polls were neck and neck. Belln was savvy with the mass appeal items in his docket, and I trusted that he would maintain his suave demeanor on stage before a live audience. Well, at least before the arrival of humanity, I'd been regarded as personable. This venue would be playing into my opponent's forte. It was one thing to deliver organized speeches that Chalm curated, but no matter how much I rehearsed for the expected questions, off-the-cuff replies and the head-to-head format of debate weren't my strengths. So much was at stake for the fate of Skulga, so I needed to put on the best performance of my life. Vendel debates were usually simple affairs, with a few minutes devoted to back and forth on each policy issue. However, with the human and Federation issues at the crux of the debate, Veld and I struck to a mutual accord to devote the entire first half of the schedule to those topics. The other issues could be considered, as this point was the true schism of the selection. I knew how contentious our membership in the Sapien Coalition and our close ties with Earth were. For would-be voters, everything else was unimportant compared to the millions of predators living among us. For the primates who had been granted citizenship, attempts to have courts block their voting privileges had mixed success, from one jurisdiction to another. In this cycle, I couldn't rely on the Terran vote saving me. I steadied my paws on the podium and gazed out at the assembled crowd. Most non-pundit attendees were Vendel, though. I could see a masked Noah sitting all the way in the back for moral support. The human noticed me looking at him and raised a single thumb in a gesture I assumed was encouraging. I gave the slightest tail swish back, wishing I understood all of Terran's nonverbal cues. Their communication was so unique compared to other species, but they were expressive and animated if one knew what to look for.
This debate is nothing compared to Noah's speech on Alpha. I have no right to be this nerve-wracked. When he was so brave with rifles strained on his face, trapped in a hostile world, if I can't sell Skulga on my love for humanity, I don't deserve to win.
Veln, as the challenger, mounted the stage second,
relishing the crowd's cheers beneath the facade of modest, dismissive tail waves. His slate-grey fur was perfectly smoothed out on his chest, while his tail had been puffed out for a regal appearance. His ears wiggled with enthusiasm as he offered the audience a sweeping tail swish. My opponent wandered away from the podium, leaning down towards the first row to wave at the particularly enthusiastic supporter. When I took the stage, my reception had been more mixed and tempered. My supporters were more the stay-the-course types than the game-changers. But those who were against me despised me, and hatred was something Valen could weaponize into passion for himself.
Hello,
Valen said into the microphone, clearly studying me with a direct, side-on gaze. I'd kept my impassive composure and swiveled an ear towards my rival with politeness.
It is an honor to have this opportunity to discuss my ideas with a comparative format with Governor Tava. I do hope that we'll have an excellent, enlightening discourse.
I flicked my ear in acknowledgement.
Likewise.
I look forward to engaging with the pressing issues of our time.
I believe that the candidate with the best ideas will rise in this format.
And I am grateful that so many of the voters are listening to what we each have to say. Major decisions for the future of our society are at ball. The venerable moderator, a journalist named Jonek, straightened his notepads.
Now that the candidates are both here, let's launch into the issues on everyone's minds. Humanity. Tava, as the defending governor, you opened this segment. 30 seconds for your reply. Why do you believe that your friendly policies towards Earth are ideal for Venno's society?
That's an important question, Jonek, I said, adding in a practiced pause. We've seen the worst of what is out there in the stars. The Orcs, or the Federation, who've hidden their atrocities for centuries. Humanity came seeking genuine friendship, and have defended us on multiple occasions, at the cost of many of their own. We would never have known what was done to us, never have woken up to our own manipulation without the so-called predators. Now, more than ever, us Venel need true allies and comrades, because how can we afford to be alone with so many threats out there? The crowd seemed pleased with my reply, issuing a few whistles in agreement. Noah mashed his meaty hands together and gave a thumbs-up gesture again. I tried not to focus on the human for too long, not wanting to be caught staring at him on live television. With the first question done, I could feel myself begin to lighten up on anxiety. Val waited for the audience response to cool off, before leaning towards the microphone. Moderator Jonek gave him an ear flick to go ahead with his 30-second rebuttal. Val politely trained both of his pupils on me.
That is a wonderful set of lines, Governor, but it is not indicative of reality. If we need to entangle our society with humanity and their values to attain their friendship, then they are just as bad as the Federation. We have known them for some of a few months, so I would not bet the direction of Venlo people on such a small sample size and such limited knowledge. Terrans are not one entity with us, and we are not responsible for saving them. Under my leadership, we would seek more separation from the Earthlings for the sake of our autonomy. If I might add one more thing that doesn't add up, if you recognize the threat of the Federation, why have you placed us into a new one with many of their former members? We don't need to be beholden to anyone who wishes to determine our future and our choices for us. My slogan is very simple: no more federations. I waited for his round of cheers to die down, signing argue in tail language to the Jonek. I wish for a counter-rebuttal. Let me impart some thoughts of my own on reality. The reality is, right now, we can't defend ourselves from the Federation on our own. My platform focuses on building up our military so that we can stand on our own without leaving ourselves vulnerable to outside attacks. I lost my daughter to a raid as the Orcs bombed schools, targeted children. I saw how furious that made the Terrans, so I know enough about them, even if it's a short time, to know that they'll stand fast beside us. Valm, how do you expect the Venel to stand a fighting chance alone? Do you think the Federation would just let us leave, or do you imagine they'll seize on our vulnerability to snuff us out and send a message to humanity? They'll do anything to get back anyone who helped the Predators or is important to them. We have no choice but to stick together. That's but the herd is full.
Veln's ears straightened, sensing his chance to reply.
Since you asked, I do not think that asking others to solve our problems is the answer. Humans have a fundamentally different culture to us. I'm not proposing to fully go it alone. I'm proposing to be more reasonable with the alliances and commitments that we get ourselves into. Who out there helps carry the burden of predator refugees, or has had their child exposed to the sight of carcass food? We shouldn't accept this on Vendel Prime. A strategic alliance is fine, because Terrans are excellent at fighting, but we don't need to be joined at the hip. Something that I imagine you and Ambassador Noah know about. What is that supposed to mean? Campaigning by starting unfounded rumors. It's unbecoming of someone who wants to lead an entire planet. Yeah, I don't mean to insinuate anything, but you spend a lot of time together outside typical work hours. I've seen him at the governor's mansion in a month more than any other species ambassador visits in a year. Extraordinary circumstances, I know, but I think your judgment might be clouded. It's a conflict of interest if you're elevating human interests so highly compared to Vendel priorities. Should I elaborate more? I want to make sure nothing is misconstrued, of course. I deeply care for Ambassador Noah, but I'm shocked that you would weaponize my empathy for how much he's endured. As the face of humanity, into a negative attribute. We've been through many stressful situations together, from nearly getting shot down en route to Alpha, to our efforts to stop the genocide of Earth, to working hand in paw with the cattle rescues that my government and his bargained for the release of, and now to our collaboration for the summit. It has brought us into a special and cherished bond, and I won't let you shame me for it. Val lashed his tail with a smug satisfaction. I am only suggesting that people have the right to know about any special bonds. You make decisions for us all. The citizenry should be certain of who you'd protect, if it came to us or them, and that certainly should be beyond a shadow of a doubt. I know I'd fight for our own. Regardless, I don't want to stall on this topic, moderator. Shall we move on?
It was all I could do to conceal how much I was fuming on the inside. It was a clever way to lob a personal attack at me, and one that was difficult to defend. I was well aware that the strongest criticism against me were that humanity was pulling the strings of my agenda. Ever since I shut down the predator disease facilities on Terran urgings, my dissidents claimed that I wouldn't stand up for them. While I had a refutation prepared for that specific line, going after my ties to Noah wasn't an attack I wanted Vel to expand upon. Defending myself against a valid accusation left me with few options.
I'm not ashamed of how close I am with Noah, but what would happen if it got into the media? Glim, for one, was outright told we're together. I'm lucky he's working with me as a campaign advisor, or he could give Val the juicy scoop. That rescue has been dispirited since fainting before Isif at the summit.
Jonah read the next question on his card.
Val, you've learned about the gene editing of fossil forced on our ancestors, yet you've been outspoken against Tava's proposals for voluntary instinct suppression program and for returning Vendel Prime's name to Skalka through the referendum. Why are you against the options for returning our planet to its natural state? First off, Governor and I agree on reversing the gene edits. It'll be a priority in either agenda, so let's set that part aside, Velen began. Now, I find that Tava rushes into drastic changes with haste. Slinek was the first subject of our program, like what she proposes, and he became a violent assassin. We don't understand the consequences of the psychological changes we're making to ourselves, so we should take the time to do so, especially before we raise the government spending even further. The programs formed since first contact have tanked our economy and have been a massive drain on our system and resources. I love the idea of saving the cattle rescues, but the fiscal mismanagement, we don't have infinite money. It comes from somewhere, just like the Instinct program would. Now I'm over my time, so let me be quick on why I don't want Skulga. I don't like the name World of Death. We can do better.
Our laughs rippled through the crowd. I donned the look of a mother who wasn't amused by a child's shenanigans. I sure hope you don't make all your decisions based on whether you personally like or dislike something, Valen. The choice of whether the citizens like the name Skalga should be left up to the people themselves, not just forbidden by your decree. as our moderator pointed out, the Instincts program is also voluntary. I dream of a future where we're strong, not weak like the Federation claims. But my entire platform is about choice. Slanek was an incident caused by military training and prolonged exposure to horrors of war. I want my people to not live in artificial fear. It won't cost the average citizen a credit, because it's taken from the bloated exterminator budgets and the power bills of electroshock machines. That is wasteful spending, which could go into improving and saving lives. Before you cut me off, Valen, since you can't conform to the time constraints, allow me to tack on a little extra too. The loyal members of the Exterminators Guild want accountability for their actions. They want a better understanding of predator attacks and real predator disease to limit violence in the streets. They want people who abuse their title ousted so that they can maintain a true force that protects people. If there's science that can keep them well informed on animals' threats and ways for them to be safer and not damage property on missions.
You're well over your allotted time, Tava, Jonik interacted.
Exterminators wants those improvements because they want to make their planet proud, I spewed hastily. Valen pinned his ears back with disbelief. The guild devoted to fighting predators doesn't support you, Tava. Let's not waste time pretending they do. You've shoved humans down their throats while allowing them to be mocked, and by your own admission, you slashed their budget. The money they need to defend us and themselves. Those are heroes, and I'm not ashamed to say it, but you wouldn't say those words, because behind your pandering, you question everything they do. Humans matter more to you than exterminators ever have. You basically said so in your own words. The guild's budget is not wasteful spending because their job is about improving and saving lives. I won't let them apologize for burning creatures that threaten and eat our children. Furthermore, I'll give them every credit they ask for, and I'll talk about raising their salaries for the thankless work they do. Save your cheers, I'm not done. It's funny how you condemn predator disease treatments and leave us impotent to defend against predator attacks. We learned that predator disease was more prevalent than ever with those twisted venal who live amongst us and conceal conniving, predatory minds. We knew they were dangerous, but we didn't know they struck so often. How can you see that evidence and close the facilities, do you?
Jonik cleared his throat. Well, you're also past your time.
Don't worry. The question to Tava, my opponent countered, do you really think that talking about your feelings can make these monsters' herd safe? If the treatment made Venal safe before, why were there so many attacks? I shot back. The methods that we have now are clearly, by the evidence, unreliable for detecting threats. Look at the distress for family members who have had harmless loved ones hauled away and tortured for being different when the real murderers roam free. Why would we ever want that to continue? Because our search isn't thorough enough. I don't buy into your argument of humans being predators so they can identify predator behavior. In the next breath, you tell us they're friendly and innocent, not at all like predators are. The reality is, and I don't say this out of dislike for Terrans, but asking predators to identify dangerous predatory behavior is like asking us to qualify what's extreme prey behavior. The boundaries are so much closer than ours. Our boundaries of acceptable behavior are engineered by the Federation. That's the difference. Humans are civilized people who haven't been told how to think. They have a better idea than we do for what's actually predator behavior, and what was just an instrument of Kolshian fossil control. Every part of our society was engineered so the conspirators could keep us subservient and mock us. Well, I don't want to listen to a single word of those cripplers said, especially when innocent lives are involved. This planet deserves a leader who doesn't buy into the century-old lies. Judging by the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, I'd come out ahead in that exchange. Presenting the Federation's lies was a convincing reason to overhaul every tenet of the system. It was clear, after what we learned the fossil did to our ancestors, that nothing they forced on us had good intentions. Predator disease was their creation to stop us from resisting, and I was certain enough of the populace could see that. My opponent likely agreed with my logic deep down, though he had to be contrarian to demonstrate his opposition to radical change. Baln seemed to be weighing whether to concede that argument and move on to a different topic. However, it was a moot point as Jonik jumped in.
There was certainly a spirited exchange, but that is all the time we have available for human and Federation-focused topics, the moderator said. We'll take a short break and move on to the other issues on your ticket, including infrastructure, schools, and tax policies. Stay tuned. I relaxed as the camera switched off and studied my opponent out of my periphery. In this crucial debate, it was a good sign that Vald wasn't walking all over me. I was pleased with how I stood up for my actions and beliefs. My gaze turned outward past the various Vendel spectators who chatted amongst themselves. The human ambassador lifted his mask for a brief second when my eyes reached him. His pearly teeth flashed all the way from the back of the auditorium. Noah quietly clapped, ducking his head as commendation. His approval filled me with confidence. If the silver-tongued predator believed in what I was saying, my words must be enough to resonate with others. The question now was whether this final appeal to the Vendel citizenry would carry me to re-election. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 9th, 2137. The subspace trails allowed my fleet to pursue the Kolshians who, without reason, had abandoned their already secured position at Malu. After a few days of pursuit, it became clear that our enemies weren't bound for the Liberty's Bastion colony. Secretary General Zhao had evacuated the human colonists there out of an overabundance of caution, but curing predator expansionists was no longer the priority of the government caste. This route was steering us through the territory of the youngest chief hunter, Ulthus, who was keen on proving himself to betterment. It wasn't only Federation onslaughts we had to watch for. I kept my bridge on alert in case we were plunged into real space while clearing the parsecs between us and our foes. There were no human strongholds in Ulthus's territory, to my knowledge. The lone Sapien Coalition member in this reach were the Nevox, and with their manufacturing abilities, they kept enough of a fleet for themselves to thwart simple raids. Most powers within the sector were either on the side of the Dirtian Shield, since Kalqua and his neighbors were accented there, or Federation loyalists, such as the Malti and the Dresden. Keeping track of every herbivorous race was a real headache, though my talks with Farah had been usual in picking up Federation customs. If I wanted peace between us and the Leafbreakers, it was my sole role as leader to learn about them all. I'm done with this Orcs War and a Sci-Sora game, I messaged Farah on SwiftPair as we'd returned to doing throughout this tracking expedition. You're trying to force me to be curious by offering zero details about what you've been up to and talking about anything else. So fine, you win. Can you not see that? What was it like on Liberty's Bastion? The rodent began typing back at once.
You have to show that you care, Siffy. Admit it. I am way more helpful and special than Viceth. Now that we don't see each other daily, you have to work for my friendship.
Why should I bother with such a colossal effort? You irritating no-good doser.
You love me, but you're too moody to admit it. You like that I think you're harmless and sweet. Want a video call?
I will not let you make a fool of me while I'm on the bridge. If my men think I'm soft, they will not respect me. It does not matter if you believe that you are helping. It is detrimental to my authority when you demand that I pet you. Like one of those human idiots. Answer my question about the colony, or I'll rescind my request.
You're such a goofy grace, Siffy. Once you admit you're interested and you can't take it back, I'll answer because I'm feeling generous. It's the humans' furthest colony away from Sol, and the habitation modules are cramped and practical. Most of the settlers came because of the UN offered free housing to the first people to sign up. The Maziks have some weird hero worship thing going on, and they have a joint military base with the UN for patrols and such. It's quiet and unglamorous. The Terrans I lived with called it life on the new frontier. I don't know what that means.
I'm sure the Terrans would tell you if you asked, no. I've never met a human that was not elated to divulge their thoughts at an unnecessary length.
Humans are as friendly as can be. I can't believe I thought they were scary back at work. I kinda miss inspecting starships. And I wonder if the Terrans could find me a job, if they would let us go back to the colony. I might stay there, after visiting my family on Malu, of course. I really appreciate how you came back to save my people. It proves that you care, no matter what you say.
I huffed in irritation.
Why would you not wish to return to your planet now that it is free of Kolshians? Your life was disrupted, and this must have brought some degree of emotional difficulty.
Mal, I don't want to go home. It's more exciting out here. How could I go from bossing predators around to filing safety complaints with bureaucrats? Seriously, I'm way too curious about predator stuff to bury that side of me ever again. Maloo can't handle me.
I snorted.
That I can believe. I cannot handle you. Now, our present course is heading us directly into dirty and homogeneous space, towards their homeworld no less. We know how hostile they are to the rebellion after they walked out of the summit on my account, yes? Decisions must be made about how to proceed. I have to go.
Bye, Sivvy. Don't die.
My annoyance was heightened by the flippant dismissal, so I decided not to bother with a farewell response. Placing the holopad in a drawer where it would be out of my sight, I snapped my attention to the bridge activities. Kaiser had just returned to his post, taking over the census console from Molesky, who'd been filling in while the runt slept. All personnel were ordered to combat stations when we saw that our trajectory was bound straight for Kalqua. In my eyes, we had to follow the Kolshians to their destination, even if it took us through dirty in space. However, taking their roundabout pathing might be ideal. We could pick up the trail on the other side of their system.
Kalqua was under siege for their part in Iconus' assassination, last I heard, so the Dirtian might not have resources to divert to us. Lisa told me that they were not responding to any communications.
The signs pointed towards the Kolshian forces from Maloo heading to Kalqua, except for the fact that their initial strike force had been enough to thrash the Dirtian and silence their people. Still, it was within the realm of possibility that the Federation sent every ship available to annihilate the homogeneity with absolute certainty. Secretary General Zal postulated back on Earth that the shadow government was plotting to strike human territory. Perhaps the avian scheme on Arthur, making the Kolshian Commonwealth out to be fools, had shifted priorities around. Where the conspiracy wanted to cure humanity, the goal seemed to be eradicating the Dirtian. The rebel fleet emerged into real space on my command, and the technocracy ships followed suit a second later. I elected to touch base with the Yodel on the decision through our shared comms link.
We're approaching dirty in space. I'll have my sensor stations catch their bearings and see if we're close enough to detect where these subspace trails wind up.
We ran a continuous scans to trace the end destination while in warp.
The marsupial's response was a casual indicator that their sensor capabilities, while in FTL transit, had surpassed our own.
It does appear to be Kalqua. UN and technocracy generals are currently conferring to determine our government's position.
I see. What is your personal opinion? As the one spearheading this hunt, I would take your judgments into consideration on why we should or should not intervene.
Well, I doubt the Dirtian would lower themselves to ask a primitive to bail them out. Rolch knows they'd never ask an Orcs to step in either. If they're too prideful to turn to the humans, there's no love lost between the Sapien Coalition and the Dirtian. I did want to finish the muzzle kicking we gave the Kolshians and Maloo, but feck if I want to sacrifice any Yodel lives for a lot of ingrates. Point is, I think we should see how many enemy ships we'll be dealing with and run some risk-reward calculations.
I'll take that under advisement. After we have gone all this way to pursue the departees, I'd see no harm in gathering visual information from the system's outskirts. In the event that we enter combat, it would be helpful to know how many foes we're up against.
Then I'll seek clearance from the technocracy to scout the battleground. My 2 seats, I doubt the Dirtian will pay us any attention. They won't be able to. They got walloped by a couple drones when they tried to help at the start of the Battle of Maloo. Humanity's not covering their asses this time. They're on their own.
Most herbivores are not worthy fighters. I do not imagine the dirty and homogeneity would fare well against any shadow fleet, let alone an all-out assault. Keep us posted on your movements or any new information. We'll do the same.
Understood.
It felt peculiar to defer strategic decision-making to the technocracy, but the Yodel had more than proven their competency. If human generals judged their officers as equals, Then I trusted the United Nations and their close friends to reach an appropriate decision for our interests. Out of gratitude for Secretary General Zhao's attempts to protect Farah on my behalf, my offer to assist stood in spite of my disdain for the Dirtian. The lack of activity meant I should occupy my mind with other matters while waiting a verdict. I rummaged through a few briefings on the Dominion's movements, knowing that we needed to return to wreaking havoc on their formations and locations after this clash. This Parthing plans the idea to go after Chief Hunter Ilthus. The fires of youth mean we want to weaken him before he tries anything bold and reckless. Then again, while I'm sure the humans would call this Machiavellian, perhaps it's better to leave him active. This is a Federation and Shield sector, so we could afford the Orcs to keep raiding them. Freeing cattle wasn't going to make the most die-hard believers or fearful subsidiaries jump ship. I could rifle through intelligence on the Multi and the Dresden when I had more time. From the little I knew, the Monotree Multi were willing to go along with anything the Kolshians said in exchange for favorable treatment. The Dresden, meanwhile, were cave-dwelling mammals and, coincidentally, the only non-avian sapiens that could fly. From what little I knew, they had an entire faith that viewed the Federation's founders as divine avatars due to a few ancient cave paintings they'd found. If the Dominion took those two out, they would be saving the Sapien Coalition the trouble. Olek tapped me on the shoulder.
Sir, General Jones is on the line for you. Should I put her through?
That's a name I have not heard in a while. The Secretary General is allowing her to meddle again, or is this some new attempt on her own to procure something from me? I sighed.
I do not know. She's virtually attending that conference of the UN and technocracy generals. I'd wager she's keeping you in the loop on whatever hush-hush intel is factoring into their decision. We should hear what she has to say, whether it is with the Secgen's blessing or not. Jones is the only one bringing us up to speed live. Knowledge is everything.
And eavesdropping, Lisa chimed in. Yes, but I'm not doing anything extra that Jones asks of us. I have no patience for games. Put her through.
Peacekeeper Bondarenko tapped a button and gestured to his workstation. I sidled up to the display with my most serious expression, indicating to the short-haired American general that I wouldn't tolerate double-edged aid. My prior cooperation with her had resulted in Zhao believing I was an enemy, and later, me being burned as a source to strong-arm me into launching a rebellion. I couldn't afford to push aside any contacts from Earth. The United Nations hadn't come to blows with the Dominion directly in months, but total war was on the horizon if they trounced the Federation. Still, I was leery of getting dragged into Jones's scheming.
Chief Hunter,
Jones greeted me.
Taking an interest in UN colonies all of a sudden.
I'll have you know that humans aren't interested in jawing off about neutral security issues after Earth. I narrowed my eyes.
Flaunting how you listen in on my private conversations won't win my favor or my trust. I was asking after a friend.
Please, I'm actively tapping Felra's comms, not yours, and it's for your protection. She's a major liability. If anything happened to her, I can't predict what you'd do. The last thing I'd want is the Dominion or the Federation snatching her for the sake of extorting you.
What?
Don't make me spell it out. Just know my people are watching out for you, covertly. I've always thought that we can help each other, Isif. With how valuable of an asset you are, you can't blame me for not entrusting you to anyone else's oversight.
I gave you much at great risk, and got very little in return. I implore you to cease these games and turn over whatever information it is at the root of this call.
I was getting there. I've tinkered with our computerized recreations, and we've fed known telemetry data, subspace activity, and acoustic readings into our programs. Take a look at our highlight reel. I'll narrate.
The Terran General transferred a video file which replicated an overview of Kalqua's sphere. The overlay presented estimated ship counts, and I nearly choked as I saw the figure of enemy vessels swarming dirty in homeworld. The count had crossed the six-figure tally in the first wave, dwarfing the number that had taken Malu. I wasn't sure how the Grey Avians had withstood an attack of that scale at all. Even with 44 Shield allies' mediocre militaries coming to their aid, it also was concerning that the shadow fleet of this many craft to throw at an enemy that pissed them off, despite knowing an attack on Arthur could be coming.
how many more ships were being held by the Kolshian homeworld. If these colonizers have 6 figures worth of bona fide ships in reserve, I'm not sure even humanity executes phase 3 of their plans. Alpha should be able to rebuff anything that's thrown at them.
General Jones raised a placating hand. Before you go looking at all concerned, these aren't Shadowfleet ships. Most aren't even Kolshian ships, and the ones that are, they're from the Republic military, average herbivores by their definition. The Federation has over 200 allies. So ask everyone to kick in a few hundred craft, and this is what it gets you.
This is some attempt to soften up Quokwa with expendable resources, I suggested.
I think so. Kalqua got word of the attack in advance, thanks to an anonymous tip, and you know who let that intel fall into their laps. They would have been wiped out without their forewarning. The Dirty and Shield's allies sent some assistance, though not everybody was willing to get involved. They started off with around about 60,000 ships and planetary defenses on their side.
That count is disproportionate, but not guaranteeing a Federation success. How much did the first wave whittle the Dirtian fleet down?
Well, see for yourself.
I returned my attention to the recreation, noting how the first Federation ships flew headlong into the rock-solid formation of Dirtian craft.
Kalqua's moon harbored a planetary defense station with enormous power built into its cratered surface to fuel energy weapons. Punchy lasers carved through enemy vessels and pushed them away from orbital range. The defenders had other fortifications to their advantage. Jones's tip-off had allowed them to imitate a predatory tactic, sending a few ships to hide within gas giant's gravity to later encircle the Kolshian-led attackers. The Federation's lone advantage was the gigantic scale of their onslaught, which made the extermination fleet that leveled cities on Earth look like a small militia. The Dirtian weren't as green at the spacefaring game as the primitives who, at that point, had discovered alien life and FTL a single season ago. They also had more allies to call to their aid, while a few hundred Vendel and late-arriving Xyrillians were all that the Terrans had cobbled together. However, despite a strong start and those factors offering a favorable prognosis, the Avians lacked humanity's coordination and tactical know-how. They executed a few basic plays before their ingenuity and organization faltered. The Federation fleet focused fire on the defense stations on Kalqua's moon, as well as a handful of satellite modules with defensive weapons strapped to them. Dirty and shield vessels were out of their depth, even while using the public fleet as cannon fodder. The Kolshians placed legitimate commanders in charge of their assault. The raiders had sacrificed a few thousand ships to take the defenders out of commission. The weakest flank encircling the Avians' home world became a new epicenter of the attack, now that the hostiles were free of any devastating lasers that would hound them. I could see, to my amazement, that the Federation vessels had missiles primed. How had the Kolshians gotten their allies on board with turning a prey species cradle to ash? The native homogeneity fleet were panicking, desperate to keep the raiders away from their precious homeworld. Taking a glance at General Jones's face as the simulation sped through these events, the rare sympathy in her eyes told me that she understood the feeling all too well. I recalled how Terran-crewed vessels had flung themselves at Kolshian murderous minions, powerless to stop the bombs from hitting Earth. None of these races participated in that extermination fleet, but they can't claim to be any different. While the Dirtian were far from my favorite species, and I had presided over bombing events like this one myself, I was saddened once I linked Kalqua and Earth in my mind. Federation ships plowed through the shield's weak links, pirouetting through a sea of plasma and missiles. Several invaders went up in smoke, but some slipped through towards the vulnerable planet. The missiles set sail in the simulation, while our winds took over Jones's features. Detonations rippled across the continents, targeted without mercy at population centers. The estimated civilian death tally climbed as the recreation progressed to the present time. Dozens of bombs had made it to the surface. That takes us to where we are now, with 30,000 Shadowfleet ships arriving from Alu to clean up, General Jones concluded. The Dirtian are down to their last legs, holding at about 10,000, though they felled most of the Federation invaders in the same tally. I wouldn't take their odds at 1-1 against the Kolshians' secret source. It's 3-1, and that's not counting the equal contingent of leftovers from the first wave.
I lashed my tail with flustered emotions. We all have our own problems, General. The Dirtians spit in our faces and called us monsters. Us, at least, with more cause than you. Is the sentiment in your General's meeting that you're expecting us to risk our lives for them?
Nobody's going to make any decisions for you, Isif. It's up to you and the Yodel to commit or not commit resources. If we don't act, the Dirtian race will be wiped out to functional extinction. That's a fact. I thought you should see everything with your own eyes.
It is unlike you to not openly push a course of action on me. I'll consider both the reality of the situation and what the Yodel plan to do. Tell me, is the technocracy likely to step in?
Jones offered a cryptic grin. I could give you the likeliest answer, but where's the fun in that? With the urgency of the situation, discussions won't stretch on much longer. The Yodel will tell you themselves when they're ready. Before I could protest the Terran General's non-answer, she disconnected from the call. A few displeased hisses and growls rumbled in my throat, honing looks from the nearest bridge crew. My conscience was torn on what to do. What was the best for the rebellion was to leave the predator-hating avians to suffer the consequences of their actions. Yet, despite how they'd smacked down every hand of friendship humanity offered, I didn't want to see them dead. From what Oleg and Lisa told me last time I broached the subject of the Dirtian, neither did mankind. The Yodel's advancements were magnificent, but it was a tall order for 3,000 of them to tackle this alone. The decision to assist could be attributed to softness by my people, if it was made of my own accord. My gaze turned to Kaisel, the Orcs run who was acting as my second-in-command. Consulting him would demonstrate consideration for the sentiment of my subordinates, and lift the sole responsibility from my shoulders. This was a field test to gauge his empathy. Perhaps there was some lurking beneath his hatred and resentment towards prey. With a heavy heart, I walked over to leave the Dirtian's fate in his jaws. End of chapter. Chapter 153. Memory transcription subject Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date Standardized Human Time, March 9th, 2137. The Yodel's decision was relayed over our comms within minutes of my conversation with General Jones. The marsupial commander didn't sound entirely thrilled at the prospect of saving the Dirtian, but humanity had been a major force in pushing for the preservation of the civilian masses in Kalkwa. Had the avians been willing to ask, I suspected the predators would have been there for the first wave. The United Nations stretched across hundreds of light years and multiple engagements, and could only warp in a few thousand drones to pad our ranks. They'd been amassing their contingent nearby in case the homogeneity reached out. My rebel fleet brought the most numbers to the table, out of Hydrofector, but that was if Kaisel elected to send us to battle. The Oxalrunt was deep in thought at the station. He's never been thrilled about anything that benefits prey. He despises every species in the Federation. The fact that he is tolerated Farah, even at the behest of an Oxal superior, was a hefty concession. What is he considering? I lashed my tail with impatience. We need a decision, Kaisel. The United Nations and the Yodel technocracy are moving out. Time is of the essence. Chief Hunter, it is my conclusion that we should take action against the Kolshian warships before the crew voices remonstrations. I think we cannot afford to be seen as weak, Kaisel answered, in a voice that sounded more certain than his posture looked. We pursued the Shadow Fleet from Malu, and letting Leaflickers fight our battles gives us a shameful reputation. They've tried to attack us before at Fall, so choosing this engagement now is optimal, while we still have numbers and allies.
You do not have to quarrel with aiding the Dirtian, in spite of their insults and combat impotency.
The reasons that I was given, when asked why humans aid those who despise them, was pragmatic. Keeping the Dirtian as an active power results in greater numbers to fight the Kolshians, and should improve Terran odds of taking Alpha. It is also beneficial if the Commonwealth must spend more resources attacking Kalkwa, rather than us or our limited number of allies. If Earth is under threat, that means they can't afford to spare ships upon our request.
Very well. I agree with your line of reasoning and concede that these aggravating prey have some strategic merit. It is an interest of the rebellion to thwart the Kolshians' aims, even at the expense of our pride and dignity. Molek, Lisa, communicate with the Yodel and United Nations respectively. Tell them that we will join their efforts to assist the Dirtian Shield's defense.
Oleg ducked his head. Right away, sir. Is there anything else you'd like us to communicate?
Not yet. I'll spend our short travel time crafting the appropriate use of our resources. We must minimize our losses for the sake of this movement's continuance. Do you not agree?
We agree. If the United Nations has any insight on what role they think is suitable for us, I'll pass that along, Lisa said. I'll also keep an eye out in case the Dirty inhale us.
Kaisel hissed in annoyance.
Nah, I doubt that they would communicate with any predator, let alone us. I will keep an eye out for the likeliest scenario, those ingrads taking aggressive action against us when we're here to help.
If the Dirtian attack us, that'll bring a swift halt to any attempts to aid them, whether that is practical or not.
The muscles in my jaw tightened and my eyes narrowed. A single shot fired from the shield on the rebel fleet would result in us vacating the system and leaving Kalkwa to its fate.
Our fleet will not bow to prey hatred like the Terrans do, yes? Orcs must keep some honor, if not pride.
Calls of assent echoed throughout the bridge, and I turned my maul towards the readout to dismiss the conversation. The 2 UN soldiers informed our allies that the rebel fleet would join the operation to rescue the Dirtian. I circled back to the simulation Jones had given me and compared it to the current murky sensor data. The Orcs were viewed as a terrifying menace to the average herbivore. I recalled how Coulson's ships had fallen into flightly chaos when we showed up and nipped at their heels. It might serve us to attempt to replicate that response by targeting the 10,000 remaining ships of ordinary feds from the first wave.
Even with Kolshian oversight, Orcs warships arriving to slaughter them will bear psychological ramifications. All we need is for a few commanders to panic, and the entire formation would collapse.
By comparing Jones's recreation to the current ship data, I pinpointed 2 locales where the first wave's remnants were centered. Just as the Kolshians had targeted the Dirtian's weakest link, we should return the favor and achieve maximum impact. The Yodel's particle beam innovation meant that they were best bet to occupy the Shadow Fleet drones, and the Terrans would take out enemy shielding at each key flank. The engine's hum resonated beneath my feet as we coasted into Kalkwa's system. I was drafting a rough briefing of my plan, ensuring that it was satisfactory visual aid. I had my subordinates transmitted both to the Yodel and human vessels. I switched open the comms channel once the mission summary was received.
Yodel Commander, as you are quite competent in tactics, I imagine you've reached a similar conclusion to us. We'll take the advantage of those Sara-brained instincts the Federation forced in their people, and handle what's left of the first wave, while you keep the real threat away from the planet.
Well, it looks like humanity is going to cover the Dirtian's asses after all. Dumb facts don't deserve it. Right side of these orders is we're going to put our hind legs below at the Kolshian's tails. The technocracy will be delighted to send the Shadow Fleet back to the shadows, blow for blow. One of ours has got 10 of them beat. I'll forward what we learned from our scouting forays, and then it's up to us both to pull our weights.
I do not anticipate worthy fighters amongst the Federation expendables. We'll be hunting lesser pilots. I imagine you are in the same position as these Kolshian drones, yes? Good fortune and good hunting to the Yodel fleet.
Likewise, Chief Hunter. Give him a generous helping of Ralchi's fire for us. My Yodel counterpart switched off the transmission. I'd be thrilled to sink our charged weapons' teeth into helpless Federation vessels. The rebel fleet split into 2 movement vectors at my command, in order to strike both at the man contingents. Hundreds of species had brought forth offerings to the attack fleet, though the neighboring Multi and Dresden ships appeared to be dispensing most of the planet-bound bombs. My best guess was that the Kolshians concocted some rationale that Kalkwa would be a threat to their safety, if left alone, and that the Dirtian would come for them at first. I was highly doubtful the homogeneity was capable of hiding that many Vendel assassins and statues, but Federation loyalists seemed incapable of finding logical discrepancies in any rhetoric from Alpha. Kalkwa enlarged on the viewport under a magnification setting as we cruised within striking distance of the ongoing battle. Evacuation ships launched from the surface, but despite their civilian payloads, the lengthy yet slender silhouettes of multi-tube bombers
turned towards them with hostile intent. The Federation crewed vessel blew the escaping dirty inhabitants to confetti before they could clear the atmosphere. In my opinion, departing shuttles would be best off keeping to suborbital skies. That would prevent the civilians from having antimatter rained on their metropolitan homes without getting picked off by merciless attackers once visible. Kaisel focused on his sensors arrays with determined eyes.
Sir, the Multi and the Dresden are proving particularly hostile to the native life forms. They're carrying most of the high-yield bombs.
So I've noticed. We'll target those bombers first. We do not want the 13 wiped out under the present circumstances, I responded.
Lisa cleared her throat.
Sir, if I might offer a suggestion, remember how we tipped off the Orcs when the Crow Cattle and their buddies sailed off into the sunset to kill us all?
What are you suggesting?
Perhaps I could get our contacts in the UN intelligence to send an anonymous tip about the Multi and the Dresden's bombing holiday to that Chief Hunter Ilthus. If we serve them up on a platter, his profile suggests he's single-minded about proving himself. It's an easy way to weaken 2 Federation loyalists and to keep them off Dirtian's backs in the event we win.
It also gives us a fallback option, in the slim chance that our rival doesn't scatter their ships to the wind. Granted, that strategy failed to dissuade the delusional Calcium, but I presume his wires were a little crisscrossed. Good work, Reynolds.
The human soldier ducked ahead, focusing her intelligent eyes on her display. My warship had locked a distant multi-tube bomber in our sight, and we burned hard across space to catch them. The Dirty and Shield were getting pummeled by the overwhelming force, lacking the resources to allocate to their own defense. I could watch the Yodel and Terran vessels off in their separate courses, with the primates showing a disconnect from reality, much like Calcium. They were hailing Kalkwa, despite knowing that they were persona non grata in the system. While I wouldn't bother with listening in on that conversation, it was a fair guess that Koji was telling them that predators were anything but welcome in his territory.
Oh, I'd rather die than be beholden to the whims of beasts. I imagine the birds squawking after the Terrans passed along a simple message of being here to help.
You humans are just such terrible bloodthirsty creatures trying to stop our planet from being bombed.
Honestly, that sounded about like what the typical Federation-indoctrinated herbivore would offer in response to humanity's kindness. Sighing to myself, I turned my attention back to the battle before us. The multi-tube bomber was cresting towards an open swath of space, but its engines were nothing to marvel at. The majority of its storage was devoted to housing warheads rather than propulsion system. Its shape was awkward regardless, not lending itself to maneuverability or acceleration. The other vessel classes would be responsible for its defense, much like the prey herds mothers encircling their pups. That weakness left the entire contingent tied down to the defense of a specific grouping. The Dresden had spread out from their own craft as a rear guard, watchful for any attempts to encircle them. I suppose deluded prey could wisen up to recurring tactical motifs without dogma obscuring them from analyzing predatory behavior. As the multi-bombers alerted to our presence, they pushed their pitiful engines further. Kalkwa beckoned them towards orbital range. It wasn't clear exactly how many antimatter warheads had smacked the surface so far, but the devastating explosions were visible from space. Add in the sensor data indicating fallout sites, and it was all but certain that the tally-fouled cities had reached triple digits.
Docks off, fleet. Draw as close to the Dresden ships as you are able to. These vessels have been engaged for a lengthy duration, so they're sustained damage. They're not at their strongest. We'll utilize ballistic and point defense systems where they're especially soft, I ordered.
On a psychological level, squaring off with an Orcs or a close range, where the Feds could see our menacing visage from their viewports into ours, would strike at their already dwindling morale. The Rebellion's cruisers took charge, zipping in on an erratic course to dodge the plasma targeting. With my command ship in the rearguard, Kaisel lined up vulnerable targets for our twin plasma railguns. Our blinding beam pierced through the Dresden drive compartment, and the subsequent reaction culminated in a staggering explosion. I trusted the sensor station to pick out a new target for weapons to mop up. So, as our railguns recharged, I turned my gaze back to the front lines on the viewport. Our cruisers had reached their intended destinations, though
A few had been on the receiving end of Dresden's plasma. Without guns breathing down their necks, the prey crews began a hasty course reversal. They were desperate to pad the distance between them and the vicious Orcs. However, backward thrust brought us closer to the slow-moving multi-bombers, which they couldn't afford to sacrifice. Kalkwa would take much longer to lay to waste without the party with the most firepower. A satisfied growl rumbled in my throat as I watched our rapid-fire kinetic slice through critical components. The Federation crews dispensed their entire caches of combat missiles in an attempt to push us away, though without targeting, the accuracy was lacking. For every 4 explosions that missed the rebellion craft, one aimed itself in the right direction. Our point defenses picked off some before they could fully orient on us, and with that close proximity, that meant several warheads blew up in the Dresden's face. However, I could still see the orange fire erupt across a handful of Orcs or hulls, alongside the light shows in the void, tipping the scales in our favor. The volume of lead that we were pumping into the hostile engines wasn't deflecting harmlessly. Shields were a non-factor at that close of a range. There was only so much force that could be absorbed. Not every bullet stream was enough to incapacitate or implode an enemy, but I was certain it was enough to get at the warning bells ringing.
Sir, the message has been passed along to Ilthus, Lisa piped up. Do you want to inform the enemy of this development?
I narrowed my eyes. Negative. Let's keep some meat in the icebox. If we can win this of our own accord, it's strategically beneficial that the multi and Dresden are unaware of the impending assault. Yes?
Understood.
The toughened exterior of the Dresden we're presenting was beginning to crumble back into familiar prey dynamics. The remaining ships began to swerve in any direction to escape, in the space version of a stampede. It was every fed for themselves, with the multi a long-forgotten objective amidst the haywire instincts. Whatever the humans had said to the 13th Shield had been enough to get them to play along with our plan, it seemed. The avians had diverted focus to the Shadow Fleet, trusting the loathsome Orcs to handle the first wave leftovers. I was confident that we could deliver on that promise soon, with the enemy's deficits in every category. There are other species amongst those that came at the Kolshian's request, but these are 2 of the leaders and are sticking together. If their central core collapses, not only will this contingent be lacking in antimatter, but the other species following them will likely flee as well. Initiative wasn't a word that Federation military seemed to have in their vocabulary. Kaiser had been diligent in finding lone vessels for us to pick off, and now our entire fleet had a clear angle on our desired targets. The Orcs Runt determined that it was time to utilize our missiles. On his command, a barrage took it towards a trio of multi-bombers. The craft deployed interceptors in the nick of time, but we followed it up with a second barrage. Other rebel warships chipped in, ganging up on targets across the skirmish line. Enemies were being taken out like fires in a rainy night. One after another was puffed out of existence by our combined firepower. The lumbering multi-ships weren't able to run and save themselves as the Dresden had. Their vessels were picked off with cold precision, just as we had dominated them in our past raids. I could feel the tinge of the old powerful feeling coursing through my veins like motor oil. It felt invigorating to command such a lopsided display, and to recapture the role of savior I had on Earth months ago. The other Federation craft saw their ringleaders succumbing to our might, and decided that they had enough. Kalkwa's extinction was long-forgotten goal. I watched them beeline towards open path out of the system. The Shadow Fleet were on their own against 4 powers. "Yodel Fleet, come in," I barked into the comms link. "We've cleared the manned vessels from the system. While they were expendable to the Federation, it lightens the pressure off of you and the Shield. I have a few ships chasing down stragglers and finishing off immobilized hostiles as we speak. How are you faring?" The marsupial commander was on the line in an instant. "I'm afraid we're quite outnumbered, and the 13th Shield are little more than bodies. That said, the Technocracy can take out the Shadow Fleet drone in seconds. They can block plasma and standard kinetics real well. But those never-poached squids are plenty weak to particles moving at 0.98 C. We have had to absorb a few punches.
and most of our ships didn't have that dispensable outer shell intact after Maloo, but the Terran drones have been acting as a buffer. My feed attributes 8,000 confirmed kills and the 3,000 of us, not too shabby, huh?
Indeed. How many losses have you sustained?
Yeah, a few hundred Yodel ships down, but the fact that we haven't lost more is thanks to the Terrans. They've bled about 2,000 drones to preserve our lives. We could use your numbers to keep the near 20,000 remaining ships off our tail. The Dirtian can't seem to do much more than sit slack-jawed and watch.
We do not have the capacity to replace our ships that are lost, so we will play only a supporting role. You just need extra guns, yes?
Anything is better than nothing, Chief Hunter. We can't be everywhere. You get involved in the picture, and suddenly assuming you count the Dirtian, we have a numerical advantage. As the humans say, we're in business.
Very well. You'll have a long-range plasma support.
Excellent. Once you arrive into the picture, the Terrans are going to try to convince the Dirtians to charge guns blazing. Humans are damn good talkers and all. But by the purification rites, I wish them sincere luck with that. They'll need it. Contact us if there is anything at all you need to relay. Otherwise, let's make some robot calamari.
We are happy to heed that directive. Good fortune as always.
I switched off the line and rerouted my vessel towards various requests for backup sent by the Technocracy. The other group of rebel craft, dispatched to pick off the separate group of first-wave leftovers, had also chased their quarry from the system. That left just the drones of the Shadow Fleet. I spotted several Kolshian automatons encroaching on Kalkwa's inner sanctum and watched warheads tumble out of their bellies. Before my watching eyes, a Terran drone flung itself in the path of one missile, sparing a metropolis from a city-leveling dispersion. Unfortunately, the other explosives were jettisoned out of the interception range. Since the Dirtian were not a Sapien Coalition power, they lacked the missile defense systems that humans had been posting on their affiliated worlds. With more murderous munitions striking Kalkwa's flesh, adding to a tally of detonations that was approaching the second 100, I vowed to help the Yodel and the Terrans secure the region. The goal of my rebellion was as much to thwart the Kolshians' aims as the Dominions' now. Both parties presented a threat to peaceful coexistence I desired. End of chapter. Chapter 154. Memory transcription subject Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date standardized human time, March 9th, 2137. Our vessel was in dire need of repairs after the high-octane firefight that took place inside of our walls. The Kolshians had been rebuffed in most of their boarding attempts, with the Terrans' superior reflexes and wits proving a massive advantage. However, the enemy had been able to take the bridge on 2 of our ships, but the UN captains triggered the self-destruct before they could assume control. The primates were defiant to their last breaths, willing to sacrifice themselves to a fiery end if it meant that the bastards couldn't get their tentacles on our gadgetry. I'd liked to think that I had a great deal of courage, but I wasn't certain that I could have set off the detonation sequence without hesitation, knowing I was still on board. Human bravery never failed to impress me. Tyler had embraced me in the tightest hug I'd ever received from him after the ordeal Samantha and I went through. Despite the fact that the intruders had been cleared from our vessel, my exchange partner had been hovering at my side as much as possible. He didn't make a single jib about the prior controller smashing episodes during our gaming session. Though he'd never get overtly weepy, I was touched to see how terrified he was by the prospect of losing me. I deigned to stick by my brother in arms so that we could protect each other going forward. As we docked with the mobile repair gantry that had warped in, I was excited to tour the latest developments in the maintenance department. This entire construct was a novel idea that allowed ship touch-ups to be expedited. The bridges would be back in tip-top shape in no time, and I imagined they'd place a permanent seal in the microscopic hull gap I'd patched while we were out. I would love to pick a Terran's engineer's brain, comparing their knowledge to my own and exchanging opinions on the latest technologies. Likely, the rest of our warship's crew would have found the repair gabbing boring. I almost felt a little bad for Tyler tagging along on the sightseeing expedition. However, I imagine he'd be more miserable worrying about a repeat of the boarding incident than listening to me spew facts like a geyser.
We need to have a talk, Onzo.
Tyler grumbled as we descended down the exit ramp into the station's walkway.
There are some rumors about you causing trouble on the ship.
I perked my ears up, widening my eyes to look innocent. For the Colchians?
That look right there is exactly the problem. Sam told me that you've been doing the begging shit to get folks to do stuff for you. She's right that you need to knock it off.
A scolding from my commanding officer. Worried I'll turn it on you. You know, I would, if you could do anything other than instant ramen. Sovlin told me all about your unimpressive efforts.
I know you think it's fun and games, but listen here. It's kind of funny, but Onzo, you want everyone to treat you equal. That particular stunt is gonna have folks treating you like their fucking pet, and I don't see you in the same light as my dog Zeus. You don't want to align yourself with animal behavior, right? Guy who's sharp as a whip shouldn't be seen as anything below that.
Come on. Maybe I'm sacrificing a little dignity, but the so-called cuteness overload gets humans to do stuff I don't want to do.
We already see Yertle as cute by default. I just never told you because I didn't want to insult you. I'd be pissed if someone pinched my cheeks and was like, aren't you a cutie pie?
I swiveled to face the human, grabbing his cheeks as the blue eyes widened with indignation. You cutie pie. Who's a precious human? Tyler reached out with a hand, yanking my tail. The Terran tugged with enough force that I yelped and leapt backwards. Several human crew that passed us openly turned their heads to gawk at the scene. My exchange partner dusted his hands off and satisfied smirk on his face. I growled at him, and he beckoned with an open palm for the come at me gesture. I considered launching myself at him hind legs first, but that might be taking the play fighting a bit too far. With reluctance, my posture shifted to something meeker. I fell back in at his side. Tyler must be bigger, but I could spar with him, and it'd be funny to plant him on his ass with a drop kick. Deep down, I genuinely want to try that on a human.
You're actually the worst. You're damn lucky we're bros, and I think you're cute. The blonde human chuckled. So, as I was saying, if you want to take advantage of your affectionate nature, you can just ask us to do whatever it is you want, like a person. We'll probably still do it, man. In any case, I'd be there if you asked me to, because I'm your friend. Since you're my friend, don't you dare play games with me. You hear me?
I stuck my snout high in the air, closing my eyes. No promises. Or is that an order, sir?
Oh, thank you. I'm serious, dude.
Yeah. I got the message loud and clear.
Good, because there's more important matters at hand. Sovlin's cooked up a new name for you, and I swear the primitive shit is definitely about getting around the jar to spite me at this point. So I'm so tempted to tattle to him or to his shrink.
I'm sure I'll love this. What's the name? Train lover, barbarian, Ralchi forbid, Taushiana.
That last one didn't translate.
It's a slur towards Rinsians. It means shit-sniffing island savage, thereabouts. Thyssunites can't stand what they're isolated from their culture. Don't you ever use that word towards me?
Oh, that kind of name. Got it. Lips are zipped. Sovlin is unaware of that word, I reckon. He's just calling you an atavist. I fucking hate saying that.
So Sovlin just changed how he calls me a primitive. That's not so bad. It's almost a term of endearment. He can't admit the Yodel who was born without electricity is brighter than him.
I really don't get that, Onzo. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I can't imagine growing up without electricity or running water. I don't know if I'd even make it. Yodel were damn tough. From where you started and how quick you learned everything about the interstellar society. It shows you got a good head screwed on your shoulders.
Thanks, I guess. You'd make it if it was all you knew. You can't think of the best there is rough.
That checks out. Can't miss what you don't got.
After jawing off along the way, I spotted a hangar bay where a group of Terrans were clustered around a computer screen, talking animatedly about something. This could be an unparalleled opportunity to discuss my passion with people who shared it, and wouldn't look down on me for being too primitive to be considered an academic equal. My tail wagged with happiness, and I bounded away from Tyler without a moment's notice. The blonde human sighed with resignation before trudging after me. A Terran engineer's head snapped up, and a toothy grin took over his face.
How's it going? Hey, you're the Yodel that took out a dozen Colchians with firefoam, aren't you? We watched the footage earlier today. You're badass. What can we do for you?
I'd be happy to talk with anything tech-related if you have the time, I replied.
Then you should check out the feeds we're looking at now. We just launched the biggest fecking cyber attack the Feds have ever seen. Murders, this is Zhao's sideshow to keep Fedi minions from running to Alpha's aid. Look and see.
Interest showed in Tyler's gaze. We both coveted news about the war from other fronts. I'd done some light reading on the humans' forays into digital attacks during the satellite wars, but the Treaty of Shanghai put restrictions on cyber warfare due to its astonishing consequences. Under the present circumstances, I didn't imagine the United Nations was applying the letter of their internal laws to obstinate Federation powers. This could be a unique opportunity to pass why the late 21st century skirmish was so devastating to Earth's largest countries. I joined the crowd of Terrans, following their directional eyes. The total pandemonium depicted on screen, filmed from hundreds of worlds, was jaw-dropping. Without dropping a single bomb, or even positioning a single ship in orbit, the humans had brought entire societies to a standstill. It looked as though the Federation worlds were on the brink of anarchy. Riots occurred in the streets, despite the supposed certainty that prey weren't capable of such behavior. I knew from lessons from the grain wars of Lian that when food is scarce and other basic needs were denied, civilization could break down in a matter of days. What digital assault could have harvested these results?
I don't see a direct correlation between the loss of internet services or a computer network and the blood in the streets. Perhaps the news anchor's commentary will explain.
Detail by detail, the affected technology and its ramifications were expounded upon over the airwaves. Malware had been placed into the power grids on every Federation allied entity, resulting in mass blackouts, unless the citizens were remotely located and sustained their facilities on independent power sources. This had a variety of rippling effects. In regions tormented by bitter winters, this left homes at near freezing temperatures, needing to run appliances off limited backup energy stashes, for those who had any. Affluent neighborhoods were best prepared to weather the storm, while others had to cultivate fires or head out to shelters for refuge. Hospitals running on minimum power were struggling to fuel their machinery, spawning desperate pleas to military hospital ships to take on patients. The most dire impact of all was the fact that without refrigeration, entire food stalls spoiled. To confound this problem, the humans had also taken out the water mains with their invisible software. Lacking both the essential building blocks for life, civilians attempted to complete transactions to purchase the remaining supplies at stores. However, the banking systems had also been the target of hacking operations. The Terrans drained every credit from each account and targeted backup servers as well. Without funding to buy food, and with their livelihoods vanished, protesters marched down to their government's doorstep. Many states instituted rations and handouts from what was left of the supply chain, but shelves still ran bare as everyone rushed for morsels of food.
It's everything,
I breathed.
An entire society brought to its knees by the things they took for granted and depended on electronics to fuel. Bet they wish they had a primitive system now.
Few elements of society went untouched. The Terrans were ruthless in going after anything that was tapped into a network. Some military personnel had been tricked into downloading malicious files on their closed system ships, allowing the UN to trigger their self-destruct functions from afar. The once secret FTL comms infrastructure was taken out alongside civilian planetary broadcast systems, which meant the armed forces were left unable to transmit intel. The populace was, likewise, stripped of their ability to receive news, government instructions, or contact with their relatives during this time of unrest. The pure genius of humanity's play was undeniable. The Federation's allies couldn't come to Alpha's assistance while there were problems at home. Their vulnerable technology was untrustworthy, and the communications would be cut off with their command and leadership.
Earth would be delusional to attempt to combat over 200 species at once. Now, whatever the Shadow Fleet resources are amassed in Kolshian systems have to fend for themselves. The Commonwealth might have to backpedal on their operations and defend their homeworlds.
After seeing the cyber warfare in action, I could grasp why the satellite wars ravaged Earth's industrialized nations, punishing them for every advancement they made in any field that revolved around technology. Civilians could be caught in the crossfire, with every facet of their lives unraveling by the invisible hand of a digital threat. It was my new directive to bring this information back to Lian assuming humanity wasn't already collaborating with the Yodel on cyber warfare strategies and defenses. This technocracy needed, first and foremost, to safeguard our fledgling systems and ships from such attacks. However, it would also be apt if us primitives uncovered ways to cripple the very advancements the Federation had lorded over our heads.
Would you look at that? We really fucking did it, Tyler cheered. I believe we can take Alpha, you all. Just like we took Tusk. This is it. Lyconis Jr., or whatever the feck their new despot is, will be facing a war tribunal lickety-split.
I switched my tail lazily. I know what you said about not crossing lines. I'll follow your orders, even if I do see them as soft. But I think the only way to be sure that we're rid of the Feddies is to wipe them out once and for all. There's no benefits to keeping a source of such evil alive if we have the chance to cap the well.
Bah! We're all tempted to wipe them off the face of the map, or whatever. But it's a bad precedent for us to do that, and it ain't gonna get the other Feddies to stand down. They won't let us free Slanek, or any civilians that are under heel too. Any kids who ain't had nothing to do with this horseshit. No. We need an end to this war and keep it ended. It doesn't end by following the same old cycle this whole galaxy has been on.
They have to pay for what they've done as a collective society, respectfully. I don't think it matters if there was a precedent for washing out balls of a race that has genocided millions. Do you think it was justified to launch the cyber attack against this Federation subordinates?
Well, yeah. Sucks that the civilians got wrapped up in it, but it's an option that saves human lives and ships we don't have enough of.
Doesn't it save human lives to bomb Alpha and not have to take it by foot?
In the short term, you'll pay the blood price of the other Feddies fighting to the death. And you also show the rest of the SC races, including the Yodel, that we're a bunch of fecking hypocrites. I'd like us to be the ones who show them that there can be something better. Heroes aren't heroes on a part-time basis.
I want a peaceful life back on Lian, helping rebuild my culture. I don't need to be a hero.
Of course you don't need to, buddy. You'll do it because you don't want the foundation of our peace to be built on sand. You'll do it because you've seen that we're different, and because even if it is just in the science point of view, you think life means something. We'll do it for each other, because we owe it to ourselves and our friends to finish this with dignity.
A Terran engineer whistled with appreciation. That's a hell of a speech, for what is worth. I agree with you. Killing a shit ton of people, or any form of mass punishment, has never fixed or helped anything. Always come back to bite you in the ass. I sighed. Just out of curiosity, would the puppy dog eyes help at all to win this debate?
No, man Yodel, Tyler scolded, a disbelieving glint in his eyes. You can't beg the UN to let you murk some civvies.
Maybe not, but if a couple of antimatter bombs just happened to fall into my control, it wouldn't be too bad.
Clearly, you've seen enough chaos and destruction in HD for one day. I'm taking you back to the ship. That is an order. I struck a pouting posture while waving a farewell with my tail to the human engineers. This journey hadn't morphed into the technical conversation I craved, but it had lent me insight into the entirely new field of study. I was determined to acquire knowledge on digital vulnerabilities and tinker with how I could engineer safeguards into Leon's grid, in case we ever ended up on the wrong side of someone with cyber warfare capabilities. With its present deployment against the Federation allies, our mission to Alpha suddenly seemed much more feasible. Once our warship was repaired and ready to return to action, it would be up to us to take down the Kolshians through any means necessary. After everything I'd seen in the past few months, I believed that humanity had what it took to win this war. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 10th, 2137. 20,000 foes remained active in the system. I wasn't sure how the Terrans planned to gain the 13 Shield's compliance with their plans. If the local remnants, figuring out about half of their invading forces' tally, surged towards the Kolshians, it would take our support much more effective. Their motivations for aggressive actions was obvious. With Kalqua rocked by antimatter bombs, planetary defenses were long since gone, and our rescue operations was the only reason their last remaining forces hadn't been cut down by overwhelming opposition.
The Yodel's particle beams gave us a chance, especially since they lacked the recharging requirements of plasma weaponry. Enemy drones had invested their focus on technocracy pesky vessels, giving the Dirtian some breathing room. Most of the human drone aides perished in the initial engagement, protecting life and limb over unbreathing, unfeeling metal. I was pleased that the Dirtian hadn't turned their guns on us or the UN, but I suppose even they wouldn't be foolish enough to invite extinction. It was easy to claim that there was better not to exist than to bow to a predator's whims, when that ultimatum wasn't staring a herbivore in the face. Self-preservation was an instinct that transcended all classes of life form. With the multi-Dresden and the Federation subsidiary driven out by us, there was hope of keeping some of the Kalkwa's infrastructure intact. I winced, thinking what percentage of the populace lived in the cities that had already been hit.
Per my documents, the last census data suggests a population of about 6.5 billion, including foreigners and work visas for diplomatic stays. It's a smaller number than the amount of people on Earth, largely due to the constant casualties brought on by this endless war.
It was important to take inventory of exactly what was transpiring around my command ship. Through the near microscopic dots Kaisel had highlighted, I could glimpse human nano-drones in on the fly. The Dirtian shield seemed to lack a strategy with their remaining ships, with every unit operating out of independent desperation. The Yodel were being pounded by any drone that could burn towards them, and could only fend off so many guns-blazing foes, even with exemplary flying. It was obvious where our plasma support was best spent. If humanity's manships had taken on automatons in prior engagement, there was no reason Orcs or crews couldn't hold our own, too. It would reflect poorly on my abilities as a commander if we couldn't drive the Kolshians out in one fell swoop.
Focus plasma on targets who are in pursuit of the Yodel. Save our missiles for any Kolshians who come for us, I ordered.
Kaisel narrowed his eyes.
Understood, sir. I forwarded a handful of possible targets that are almost in range of our weapons.
Lisa looked up from a spot beside Bandarenka.
Sir, if I may.
I've been informed that the Dirtian have been persuaded to charge the enemy.
All of our ducks are in a row. It happens right now, all at once. We'll be throwing everything but the kitchen sink at them,
Oleski declared with a chipper grin.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
The idiom didn't compute with me, and I figured I could attempt to utilize human levity to build rapport with my crew. If I was going to bring Orcs back to our old ways, and I couldn't learn from Viseth, it would behoove me to replicate the Terran's bedside manner.
That saying does not make sense. Why would we be throwing a faucet tool into a space battle? Is this a remark on using anything as a weapon?
Well, not that we wouldn't, you know. There were secret programs that can use cats as acoustic listening devices. The saying was popularized during our Second World War, or so I hear. Anything usable went into the war efforts, so I guess it took off then.
I regret ever asking to learn more about your inane rationale. Let me know if the United Nations is anything useful to impart, rather than using confusing excerpts about household appliances.
Yes, sir. It is about to get serious, for sure. You could say that we're about to go out of the frying pan and into the fire.
You think it's funny to use this idiom after I warned you, yes? You're lucky your government would not tolerate me breaking your ankles like I did Kaisel's.
The Oxel grunt winced, drawing his tail closer.
Do not remind me, sir. Given that humans must chow their food, and their culture, like ours, revolves around eating meat, it computes that kitchenware is a priceless contributor to their daily lives. I can see why the Dirtian would be relegated to the kitchen sink, as incompetent herbivores without a shred of common sense. I do not expect their charge to be useful or deliver on its promised effects.
A bunch of inadequate resources together may be enough. Is that not correct? The Terrans must have completed a similar assessment in their stratagems. We are to save the herbivores and do our part, lest we look like bumbling idiots like the Dirtian.
Understood. I am on it.
Our weapon station was attempting to lock onto Kolshian's drones, utilizing the data that Kaisel had forwarded. Several captains in the rebel fleet were coordinating their fire, cultivating synchronicity to deal massive amounts of damage once we drew within range. The Yodel were clever enough to keep just ahead of the enemy pursuers and to slowly loop towards us on an indirect path. They were routing the Federation fleet towards us, which would make it easier to get a crack at our targets. Power was diverted away from non-essential systems aboard my command vessel, ensuring that our initial volley was sizzling with intensity. The dazzling flashes of thousands of plasma beams fired off in unison was an impressive display of control. The robots could dodge through some of the plasma, calculating the munitions' intended course and abruptly twirling out of the way. However, that meant that they had to ease up on the pursuit of the technocracy vessels. The Yodel were ready to bombard them with the particle beams as quickly as their weapons would allow. The Dirty had also diverted most of their remaining ships into a formation advance, and were using everything but the kitchen sink. That is, they were using whatever weapons they could have left over from the prolonged engagement. Kaiser had ordered our weapons station to hold their fire, and only now granted the permission to annihilate their target. With the cautions being pressed on all sides, our chosen target was paying no mind to any rebel fleet follow-up.
I see the point of bringing the Dirty and Shield forward. On their own, they pack very little claw strength, but with the drones ignoring them in favor of greater threats, they can choose their marks unimpeded.
The slim number of remaining Terran drones had drifted away from the Yodel's side as we stepped into the fold. Humanity's computer-piloted fleet mobilized beside the Dirty and Shield, protecting their remnants in the scarce cases they were fired upon. My best guess was that the UN didn't want the Dirty to start sustaining heavy losses and crumble with their already frazzled nerves. The brazen charge wouldn't hold if they started dropping like prey. I waited with impatience for our plasma railguns to recharge, wanting to pin down the cautions before they could craft an invasion strategy. The Terran nanodrones I'd spotted on the sensors earlier zipped towards any caution drones who had resumed their pursuit of the Yodel. I could see that a few dozen technocracy ships had been on the receiving end of missile barrages, from debris scattered in the void. The microscopic humanoid automatons pounced on the enemy's lack of shielding, and I watched one swarm ram itself into a foe's thrusters. Well, it wasn't as decisive as a reactor strike. It was enough to immobilize the drone. A Dirty and Shield vessel moseyed up to it to mop it up, as even those foolish avians could take down a paralyzed target.
Kaiser, how many more drones do you expect we need to kill before their algorithms recognize they've lost? I asked.
Lisa shifted on her feet. If I may interject, I think that is not so simple. The Shadow Fleet has the kind of numbers that losses aren't their concern. Should the algorithms assess that the battle is lost, I imagine they'll shift their focus to taking out as many souls on Kalqua as possible before going down. This has always been about teaching the Dirty a lesson.
Their aim was to engineer the complete eradication of the species that defied them, so I cannot argue against your conclusion. My question to the runt, to Kaiser, stands. What's the number where it is decided that all is lost?
The scrawny Orcsaw lashed his tail. In my estimation, we have already crossed that threshold, sir. Between the Yodel, us, and the Dirty and Shield scoring kills, I count 6,500 fallen enemies. If there's anything the Calamari want to try, they have to make that push while they still have the numbers. I squinted at my viewport, assessing where a push might come from. Several Shadow Fleet drones had ramped up the pressure on the technocracy vessels, despite understanding it left them vulnerable to the three species covering the Yodel. Another contingent was feinting towards the Dirty and homeworld, knowing full well that the Terrans would ram automatons into their foes if needed, to stop them from drawing close enough. The final break-off group I spotted was waltzing into our crosshairs, right into the waiting missiles that we'd conserved to avoid such a head-on assault. Between all of these ostensible last-ditch efforts, there was a small number of hostiles that were unaccounted for. With the Dirty closing in on the Colchians from the planet's direction, the Terrans functioning as a middleman, and us backing up Yodel and heading from our systems out of bounds, that left a single avenue of possibility. The only path to slip away was to blaze off horizontally, while locking the other engagements into a limited area. It was difficult to detect which direction they would have chosen, but the craft having escaped visual range, debris, course data, and a slew of active weapons were drowning out sensor leads in a sea of information. Rather than allowing the cautions to dilute our senses, we needed to filter out the irrelevant matters. I hurried over to the sensor station to preside over the full array and moved Kaisel out of the way without explanation. Despite grasping that it would leave us blind to target lock, I switched off all data correlating to in-fight weapons. My next subset to subtract was anything less than half of a ship length. Even though that would entail manual spotting to avoid flying into debris or friendly nanodrones, it still remained difficult to pass a particular group of renegades from their buddies, so I resorted to removing all vessels which had been marked as friendly. It was less than ideal to not know our partners' vectors, on top of not viewing their weapons' trajectories. However, if my theory was correct, we had little time to mitigate the Shadow Fleet's plan to double the casualties on Kalqua. I pointed with my claw to faint energy signals. "Peel back! See those readings here? The Shadow Fleet snuck some ships off that way. To bomb Kalqua. Send our fastest craft after them."
"Now send word to the United Nations," Lisa chimed in. "They'll be responsible for filling in the Dirtian shield, who I'm sure have been so pleasant to work with."
Oleski narrowed his eyes.
"I will tell the Yodel, though I don't imagine they have a hope in intercepting ships that are closer to us. We have to stop these squids. Each drone probably only has one antimatter bomb aboard, but if there's a few hundred ships, that's..."
"We do learn arithmetic on risks contrary to common beliefs. That would induce more city hits than they've already racked up in some of the battle. Over 1 billion more dead. Unlike Kalsum's fools, the Kolshians have been strategic enough to take out key military strongholds and seats of government across Kalqua already. So now, it'll be pure population."
"The Dirtian will have a fraction of their former power. As is, they may lose their deciding stake in the Shield Alliance," Lisa postulated. "That might be for the best, except that they're now the driving force in hating the Federation. Plus, their manufacturing capacity is second to none in their little group."
"We cannot afford to lose virtually all of their major urban centers, yes? The fastest ships in the rebel fleet have already received the communique to pursue this vector, but we will trail behind to supervise. Divert all power to propulsion."
Kaisel squinted. "With respect, sir, we cannot hope to catch them in a ship of our size. I do not know that our speediest vessels can catch them."
They did not specify thrusters. Lisa, your job is to get us in touch with the Dirtian shield through the UN, charge our warp drive through the standard stationary protocol, and coordinate a fraction of a second for us to warp to their intended destination. My hope is that we are in and out before the Kolshians notice the opportunity. Get a small enough number of our other ships' warships to jump at the same time, but not enough that the drones notice that we're prepping for warp to become wise to it.
Peacekeeper Reynolds ducked ahead. "I'm on it, sir. I'll coordinate with navigations." "Pardon my audacity for asking questions, Domineering Chief Hunter, but if we're catching up through FTL, why are you sending the speedy ships after them at sublight velocities?"
The Orcs all run spoke up. "It's a mere diversion, Kaisel, so that they think we're going after them in the hopeless fashion." I paced back to the captain's station, allowing him to resume full control of the sensor hub. "What do the prey accuse us of so often? It's a ruse." The gravity disturbances of FTL disruptors were preventing warp travel now. If the Kolshians realized that they'd have the opportunity to slip into subspace, that would allow them to poke their units directly through the orbital range. It was quintessential that they wouldn't have the slightest clue of our intentions, and that the field was reasserted as soon as it was opened. This might mean that we'd be thrown back into real space the hard way, but despite the unpleasant variables, this was the only way to catching the Kalqua-bound bomb-toters. It was a necessary gambit for the continuance of the Dirtian as a galactic power. This entire rescue mission was a pointless waste of resources if this doesn't succeed. Beyond the senseless loss of life that would mirror an Orcs raid, I hoped to never see a planet come to that again, so this must work. As we stalled in position, protected on the far reaches of the rebel fleet, I watched the warp drive uncoil suitably to chart a path. If I had time to process what was unfolding, I might have even been nervous, despite my immense battle experience. However, it was over before I realized that it started. My command ship lurched into subspace before our violent expulsion as the disruptors went back up near instantaneously. In that sliver of time which was imperceptible to any life form, we'd punched our ticket ahead of the Shadow Fleet's path. Our warship could stand in the path of the incoming bomb-bearing foes. The havoc the FTL disruptors wreaked on our biology wasn't something that could be trained away. The sudden transition confused the senses. The skin wrapped around my brain felt too tight. My ears bore the sensation of being turned inside out as deafening bells rang within. My body temperature was climbing like I was under a sun lamp, and my eyes were projecting psychedelic patterns onto everything I saw. An unspeakable level of vertigo made it difficult to think, let alone direct my equally dazed soldiers into battle stations. The humans had turned flushed shades of red, and were on the floor struggling to coordinate movements. A growl rumbled in my throat as I leaned against my station with the full force of my weight. "Divert power! Back to weapons!" I huffed. "Move!" The weapons technician slumped against the buttons, managing to move a paw that weighed a ton to the needed buttons. He collapsed with exhaustion after completing a sequence. I swiveled my slowly normalizing vision back to Kaisel. The Orcs or Runt was on his knees. Judging by the concerned look in his eyes, he couldn't read the overlay. I tried to consult my own, but the dots all bled together through the blur. My eyelids squeezed shut in merciful darkness for a few seconds, and I sucked in measured breaths. My gaze snapped back open with renewed focus, allowing me to gauge the situation. The Kolshian drones were mere seconds from arriving, so I hoped that my crew could shake off the FTL disruptor's effects in the next few moments. To my surprise, there were a small handful of Terran drones and Dirtian shield vessels that had made the jump with us, forsaking their counterparts for the good of Kalqua. At least, the friendly automatons couldn't be shaken by the transition effects of biologics. The rebels on my bridge got their tails back into motion and tended to the now ready plasma railgun. We had to throw everything we had at the Shadow Fleet. I straightened with pride, despite how much the Segway had taken out of me.
"Orcs are the finest warriors in the galaxy. We stop them. We stop the Federation here."
Confident growls echoed across the bridge as my followers tapped into their strength reserves. The Dirtian shield still looked a bit listless, so their fire might be a bit behind our initial volley. Kaisel zoomed in on the Kolshian drones, and with startling efficiency, our plasma weapon fired. Two other rebel friendlies targeted the same vessel from different angles, making invasion improbable. The automaton fired off a desperate stream of missiles before it was blasted into oblivion. Terran robots deployed a stream of interceptors to neutralize the parting gift. I didn't wait for the light and the reactor explosion to die down before ordering weapons to unleash the missiles that we'd been preserving to save our own hides. The meandering Dirtian shield caught on enough to dump every missile they had at the oncoming missiles, since that was an easy task to complete. Terran drones forged ahead of us, cruising along vectors that put them on collision courses. Despite the continuous resistance, the Federation were getting close to orbital range of Kalqua. The fractional contingent of craft that we warped here had to put a swift end to the few hundred Shadow Fleet bogies.
"I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with leaf-licking apes and Dirtian shield," I muttered to myself, before bellowing orders at a pitch where my crew could hear. "However fast is the quickest you can get that plasma gun online. I want it done faster. Throw everything but the kitchen sink at them. If we have it in stock, use it."
Zal will definitely have to afford us some maintenance and restocking after this escapade. Our resources are limited, and now depleted. Our interceptors were repurposed to be hurled at the drones, hoping that anything that landed would hinder their approach. The Dirtian shield had finally brought their plasma guns alive and was spitting off beams in defense of Kalqua. The Shadow Fleet dispensed shield-breaking missiles of their own across our joint line before returning another round of plasma, tailored towards the Dirtian ships. I saw that, with a small number of ships that we had in our way, our enemy intended to push through the weakest link. 3 craft might fall, but one making it through would lend a consolation to them. There had been a negligible number of Terran drones to protect the Dirtian from their folly,
and the Orcs or rebel fleet was otherwise occupied with targets of our own. After running the mental math in my head, it was clear to me that we couldn't stop every planet-bound vessel alone. We had to handle what was in front of us. Due to the efforts I'd led, my forces were cutting down 200-odd ships that would have ravaged the planet. It spared Kalqua the majority of the damage, but despite our heroic victory approaching certainly, it wasn't possible here to save the homogeneity from a few final losses. The Dirtian shield failed to hold their defensive line, and Kolshian drones broke through the final stretch to orbital range above the inhabited world. The Dirtian pivoted in desperation, with a few desperate enough to save their loved ones that they mimicked the actions of the Terran drones, ramming into the bombers. Though most hostiles became easy pickings due to taking no action to protect themselves, about 5 dozen enemies made it through to their destination. Plasma beams and missiles struck true against the genocidal metal hunks, but it was too late. The shields tossed kinetics at the antimatter payloads, hoping against hope to strike the fast-moving warheads, yet knowing it wouldn't work. In rote silence, my claws switched onto his comms channel to hear the Yodel declaring that they were cleaning up the last remaining Kolshian hostiles back in the warp point. A dark part of my soul almost admired how the Shadow Fleet sacrificed thousands in a losing battle to increase their casualty count. Our intervention had saved the Dirtian from total extinction, and it was an effort that would garner respect from the United Nations. It remained to be seen how this would affect relations between the homogeneity and the sapient coalition, but it might even open the birds' minds to cordial relations. However, as 60-plus antimatter bombs delved into Kalqua's atmosphere, I couldn't feel any sense of triumph. Today was another bleak mark on the Federation's blood-stained history in this galaxy. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 16th, 2137. The election required a colossal effort across Vendel territory to ensure that each voter's voice was heard. The digitization of the election campaigns meant that votes could be cast electronically, in the privacy of their homes and well in advance of the opening physical polls. Several identifiers, including biomarkers, were used to verify their identity. Only votes could be changed at any time up to the closing of the ballot collection. However, in the interests of not singling out anyone with connectivity problems who couldn't access the electronic device, in-person voting facilities were open on a big week. Many citizens preferred being part of the herd and exercising their civic rights amongst a crowd. The results from the large percentage of online voters would be accessible almost instantly, but physical votes from each city, outpost, or colony had to be forwarded by local governments. I hadn't felt this nervous during my first election, yet the uncertainty of who would emerge victorious today gnawed at me. Polls were indecisive, with turnout from certain demographics likely to play a major part in who was victorious. A major setback was that most human citizens had been barred from participating in the election, which could have pushed me over the edge. The soul of Skolga was at stake, in my opinion, and I wasn't sure how much of our progress Balm could reverse if he took office. His isolationism would bring us further away from humanity at the worst possible time. I've done everything I can with social media, outreach, and campaign ads. I visited every major city and run myself ragged going into rural areas and colonies where my popularity is subpar. Any voters I could sway in Velm strongholds would have increased my chance. With the polls due to close in only a few minutes, I found myself watching a compilation of attack ads that Velm had spent significant money circulating on the airwaves and the internet. It wasn't as if I was innocuous on this front. I'd gone after his meteoric rise as the nominated challenger, claiming he gained most of the signatures by inflating his accomplishments within a small colony's government. Velm isn't ready to handle the responsibilities of Vendelkind, my tagline had proclaimed. I did see my opponent as clever, but someone who lacked a moral backbone or a good vision for our future. My rival was clever enough to claim his platform worked on any scale he'd tackled so far, and slammed my policies by crippling out-of-text quotes. Tala has proven that she cannot handle the responsibilities for Vendelkind. Her unilateral decisions have given you no say in your future. The ad narrator declared as images of predator disease patients being led out of facilities by humans played on the screen. She takes her ideas straight from the new predators. This was her claim about humans' knowledge of predator disease. A clip of me from the debate played on screen. They have a better idea than we do of what's actually predator behavior. Do you want the popular leader that trusts humanity's judgment over your own? Do you think predators have better ideas than us? The footage showed my rival touring an exterminator's guild on his colony and signing documents. Veln is not a follower. He's a leader who will listen to what the people want. You know who to vote for. I leaned away from Noah on the couch and held the remote out of his reach as he tried to cut the feed. Glim seemed apathetic from his position in the reclining chair. The rescue had been taken off my last campaign stops, despite how useful he would be to court the exterminator vote. In his current state, he would have done more harm than good to my message. It would look like the Terrans were coercing him into supporting me. The next ad in the compilation rolled, going after me under my ties to Earth again. Well, Tava is running around chasing the human ambassador. Veln was working for his constituents. Listen to her own words about how much her policies and recent efforts have centered around Earth. A different narrator read. My eyes were narrowed with indignance on the screen. We've been through many stressful situations together, from nearly getting shut down en route to Alpha, to our efforts to stop the genocide of Earth, to working hand in paw with the cattle rescues that my government and his bargained for the release of, and now to our collaboration for the summit. Not only did Tava admit to negotiating with the Orcs, a true predator scourge that eats our children and ate her own, she also listed all of her accomplishments as things on humanity's agenda. There is no difference between our planets under her leadership. Behind the narrator's words, images played of me running with Maya and Noah as humans stampeded and smoke rose in the background. By her own admission on the debate stage, your goods will cost more because of higher value-added tax to fund these adventures. And for all of that, the question remains, what has she done for you? Is your planet better now than it was 6 years ago? The clip ended with the words, Vote Veln. No more federations, flashing atop a picture of my rival holding a baby Vendor. I couldn't deny that he was excellent at a political game, and it made me seethe. Noah didn't want me to wind myself up, bouncing towards me to grab my wrist. He pried the remote from my grasp and switched it over to a live stream of the news channel. The human winked before pointing to a clock on the mantel. I flicked my ear in acknowledgement, hearing activity through the campaign headquarters. My diplomatic advisor Chalm peeked his head. Right on time, the polls have closed. I prepared speeches for both outcomes, ma'am, and sent them to your holopad. Thank you. Whatever happens, it has been an honor working with you, I acknowledge. How are the exit polls looking? Depends on the jurisdiction. You're polling poorly in rural areas, colonies, all the places with the strongest exterminator guilds. Dayside City is leaning towards you, which is good. Noah bared his teeth. Thank goodness, Tava. You have a heart of gold. They'd be silly not to re-elect you. Maybe. We both know the amount of change I brought has put me in a precarious situation. The polls seem to have slid towards him since the debate. I thought I did well, but those sound bites about humans are hurting me. I'm glad you stood up for us, even when it's not easy. What do you think, Clem? The rescue offered a blank stare. I think we're going to lose. Not because people all hate humans, but because people hate how Tava is way too close to you. And they're right. You two literally bite each other's faces. Chalm pinned his ears back against his head. Wait, what? Glim is not well. You're dismissed, Chalm, I said hastily. The diplomatic advisor couldn't depart from the room soon enough, and he had rejoined the larger crowd assembled around the massive screen in the lobby. I would be there when the results were expected to be known, but in this election, it could come down to the wire. Noah seemed aggravated at Glim, despite the fact that the sweet human rarely showed anger towards any Vendel. Even his patience had limits. Though he forgot about the rescue-snide remarks as his eyes darted over to our television set. The Terran beamed and pecked me on the cheek, as the 64% who voted early had tilted 50.8% in my favor, compared to the Val's 49.2%. However, I knew better than to celebrate this early. With it being this close and the rural villages being the ones that skewed towards in-person ballot casting, it would have been preferable if my margin were wider, rather than depending on the last third of the votes to be favorable. I cozied up to the astronaut with unspeakable wariness, shooting a warning look at Glim not to mouth off again. After the unfathomable stress of the past few months, I wasn't sure if I was ready for this claw-biting, long night waiting for results to come in across our space. Dayside City, the capital of the home of the most humans in Skulgor, was amongst the first provinces to send results. 65% of the in-person voters called for my re-election, though I wasn't sure how much I should read into that. The ones who were Terran dissidents had long since moved out of the city, so, if anything, it was discouraging that nearly a third have decided with Valn. Other major cities turned out even less promising results, with me narrowly holding the physical votes in almost all except of Tanalu City, skewing 53.4 towards my opponent. That still padded my lead, and Noah seemed ready to take a victory lap. I respected his optimism.
I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this election since the day began. Maybe if it's just my nerves. Internally, I am confident that I have support of my people. Even if I do win, it's clear from these margins that the planet is divided. That was the last good news that we had in the evening. Rural villages like Calgol Falls, home to Glim's aunt, poured in with tepid amounts of votes, but several skewed around 75% mark in Val's favor. While one small settlement wouldn't have been enough to make a dent in my lead of millions, together they were eating into the metropolitan vote. These people had always been traditionalists and were known to be less than cordial with human refugees. Lack of interaction with Terrans meant that they never had the opportunity to change their minds. "You can't win them all," Noah had said, trying to massage the tension from my shoulders. The issue was that I wasn't winning any, and that my campaign efforts in those areas didn't seem to have stopped the bleeding. It was a blowout in every single village, which I could imagine Val feeding the swing of momentum. The colonies only lowered the gap further, and the numbers made my heart plummet. My opponent had been actively ferrying voters on his home colony, Milner, to the polls, and even been on one of those transports himself to plead his case in the already strongest territory. I thought that it had been foolish play, since they already had their votes as a popular governor, but rehashing his beloved tenure paid dividends. Milner was one of the last colonies to report their total votes because they nearly doubled the record of in-person turnout. Valn was seen as their candidate. Valn is a hometown hero who hasn't forgotten his roots. It's few ask the voters of Milner, Jonak had announced from the election coverage broadcast. Off of Vendel Prime soil, she's seen as a governor of humans. Perhaps it would have been wise to distance herself more from the UN. Not good. Colonies never feel attached to the affairs of the homeworld, but even ones without Val the visitor are bringing turnout. They've had a stake in the humans' arrival, and the ones who don't are more inclined to vote in the past elections. My numerical advantage had been millions away from my opponents and seemed insurmountable to Noah, had shrunk to a sliver as the night progressed. The rural villages whittled down my advantage to half of its original count. The unexpected turnout of Milner was the start of a continuing skid. By the time all colonies had reported, my lead was a mere 493 votes. I fielded calls from the UN Secretary General wishing me luck and thanking me for everything that I'd done for humanity, which I think was Zal's way of saying they thought there was a good chance that I might lose. The Earthlings must be scrambling to figure out how to deal with a possible Governor Val, and they didn't want to spring goodbyes on me if I was unseated. Jonik poked his ears in camera as the new broadcast returned from a break. "Hello, if you're turning in expecting us to hear who the new governor of Skulva is, we have one province outstanding, the science settlement of Elega, which has been under sandstorm conditions and is just making contact now. I'm told we can expect results from them in a few minutes. What an election it's been! Polling in Algia has been toss-up, and it wasn't visited by Tava or Val.
This could go either way. We should go outside with the others, Noah whispered. Governor or not, I always love you. I wrapped my prosthetic tail around his wrist.
I love you too. If I had to do everything over again, the only thing I would change is sending that distress signal in the first place. We'll get through this.
Of course we will. Worst that happens is you retire from public service, and we get to run off together like I've imagined for months. That's not so terrible, right?
It is what I want, but humanity needs me in charge of Skalga to preserve our close alliance.
The Vendel can't go back completely, love. You gave us a chance. You made sure millions of people who never would have thought about dealing with predators did the same. And you saved our species to boot. You've done so much. We couldn't ask any more. Don't worry about humans, because you've done more than your part on our behalf. Emotion swelled in my throat as I marched towards the doorway to enter the lobby with the rest of the staff. These could be my last moments as a leader of Skalga. Regardless of what Noah said, I felt responsible for the efficacy of my campaign strategies. How could I justify keeping our relationship quiet to maintain my office if I lost my position to a populist charmer like Valn? How could I have any say in the decisions affecting millions of Terran refugees on this planet? I cared about what happened to the Earthlings. That was the sole reason I sought re-election after all, for their sake. Noah glanced over his shoulder towards Glim. Do you want to come with us and watch the results of the group? We'd love for you to join us. No, he murmured. Why not? You were a part of this team as much as anyone else. I helped Tava because I owed her my life, not because I think she's a fitting governor. A real Vendel wouldn't have argued for an Orc, so to speak, at the summit. I hope Valden wins. I flinched at the sudden admission from the cattle rescue. How could he oppose my candidacy after my policies freed millions like him from abhorrent conditions? I'd volunteered to help with the reintroduction program because I cared about these mistreated Vendel. A scowl took over my astronaut's features, and his fist clenched beneath my coiled tail. Noah didn't speak another word to Glim, instead hurrying out with me to the lobby. I tried to clear that exchange from my mind, but sinking feeling that plagued me all day had reached its crescendo. I didn't have the good feeling about how the votes from Eliga would shake out in my gut. Ma'am, Cam flicked his ears in acknowledgement as we fell in beside him and Chalm. The moment of truth. I've argued on behalf of your policies, even when I didn't agree with them. You couldn't have been more right about the humans. I'm proud to have served your administration.
Thank you, General, I whispered. Thank you for your service to our planet. Let's save our goodbyes or congratulations for after we hear the results, though.
Copy that.
An eerie silence overtook the lobby as dozens of staffers saw Jonik scan the new information off-screen. The Vendel journalist took a moment to prepare himself, savoring the suspense of the ultimate verdict. The knowing glint in his eyes confirmed that the results of the election were known. Before he ever said a word, Eliga flashed orange to signify that it had been tallied on the visual aid map. All we needed was to hear the counts that would usher me into a second term or elect a new governor in my stead. It was all I could do not to bury my eyes in Noah's chest and press my paws over my ears to avoid hearing. The impending news was almost too much to bear. Jonik cleared his throat. Eliga has submitted its votes, and with the last outstanding province in, Dayside Newsfeed can now declare the new governor-elect. After winning the city's votes by a percentage of 54%, the 103rd governor of Vendel homeworld will be... The journalist paused for dramatic effect, and my breath hitched in my throat. The election would be delivered with his next words, signaling what the voters had chosen for the future of Skalga. I hoped that, whatever decision they had reached, it would turn out well for both the Vendel people and our sincerest allies. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Memory transcription subject Tava, exiting governor of Vendel Republic. Date standardized human time March 17th, 2137. Jonik straightened his ears and pronounced the name of the next governor. Veln. My campaign had ended with the dramatic loss of my title. I'd given my concession speech in a daze and issued thanks to the United Nations people for all the work that we'd done together. With nothing left to lose over our secret, Ambassador Noah and I stood hand in paw at my desk as I prepared to hand over the governor's duties to Valn.
My most trusted advisors were also present, though Glum was a no-show after his barbed words yesterday. When I tried to broach the subject with my human astronaut, he deflected, saying that he was concerned about how I was handling the loss. I believed that was a true statement, but Noah clearly was furious at Glum's opinionated outburst towards me. It was customary for some staff of the previous administration to be kept on if they were viewed as competent in their duties. Chal had been an holdover from a previous organization to me. Military advisors like Cam would have had better shot at sticking around, had Venal General not been a strong proponent of human alliance. It remained to be seen how Firebrand Vaughn would be as the man in charge, and how thoroughly he would cash in his campaign promises. The governor-elect strolled into his office, having given an acceptance speech I didn't bother to watch in the reception lawn. I can be gracious in defeat, even if I'm worried about what will happen to our alliance with the humans. Veld can't undo all the progress we've made, after we're in this deep. The people spoke, and they didn't have faith in my agenda, so I didn't deserve to win. Vaughn wrapped up his speech to arrive in my office with the exact promptness, and on the dot for when the highest seat of Skulga was officially his. Away from where the cameras were rolling, he was all business. There was a shrewdness in his eyes, though he made a point not to acknowledge Noah and I's intertwined grips. The new governor took a long way around the desk to avoid passing us as a couple, and leaned back in his chair. He flicked his ears in satisfaction and gestured to the recently cleared-off desk as though imagining where his personal possessions would go. He then took inventory of the advisors and showed their faces before finally speaking. You should consider yourselves relieved of your position. The former colony governor spoke, indicating to Noah with his tail, I want a real diplomat from the United Nations here, someone who can talk policies, negotiate our disagreements, and represent your government on a technical level. I know humans have people like that. Ambassador Williams offered a tight smile. I'll reach out to them. Someone from the embassy staff will be in contact within the day.
Good, but don't go yet, because there are more to the message. Some of what I'll tell Chaln may apply to you. My diplomatic advisor will do much more legwork than under the previous administration. Are you up for that, Chaln? Do you want to stay on?
Chaln gave me an apologetic ear flick.
Sir, I'd be happy to continue to serve the governor's office. Very good. And then I want several orders on my desk today to start taking notes and preparing papers for my signature. Press releases and social media posts. Yes, I do understand the last one isn't your job, but I want a cohesive communication strategy. You're going to work with my online presence manager, so we're on the same page. Understood, Governor Vaughn. Okay, my first order. Businesses and municipalities have the right to require advisors for binocular-eyed individuals.
I couldn't hold in my gasp of outrage at the thought of humans being forced to conceal their eyes on our streets. It was better than Vaughn attempting to throw the Terran refugees off our worlds and revoke their citizenship. But this insulted a piece of their very existence, implying that they were offensive to look at. Such an infringement on the rights of human residents who were equal under the law signaled them out for eye placement, made my prosthetic tail stiffen with fury. How much damage could this do to our alliance with Earth? How would I feel out on a date with Noah if he was forced to wear a visor? I remember how the external pressure to hide the predatory aspects of his appearance caused him to devalue his own worth on Uffa. I won't let anyone hurt Noah, not even the rightful governor of Skulga. How dare you? I hissed, blading my tail with outrage. Noah squeezed my wrist. It's all right, Tava. Calm down. You don't have to stick up for us anymore.
I want to. You're people, just as much as anyone else, and I won't stand for anyone treating you like monsters.
Vaughn swished his tail in a patient gesture. I admire what you tried to do, Tava. A member of your campaign staff told me about you and your human lover. I could have gone a lot further on that vague insinuation on our debate stage, but I didn't. I don't hate humans, but I find that highly inappropriate. Tell me, do you think that's the sort of thing that should have been disclosed to the public? Feckinglum, the rescue said he wanted Val to win. He must have been upset when my rival didn't use the information to ruin me. No good deed goes unpunished. I don't see what my personal life has to do with denying millions of people the right to show their face, I spat, fury causing the pitch to climb. I'll explain for Noah to pass along to the United Nations in a moment, but what I'm saying, Tava, is that the people don't want change, not all at once. They want stability and to feel in control of their destiny, Vaughn announced. as if it were self-evident. Shit, if I went on as all out as my campaign promises, they'd rescind me too by my next election. What are you saying? I'm saying I won't uproot any lives, but I read the planet's temperature and I plan to take it down a notch. I'll give them enough of what they want to avoid civic unrest, and enough of what the humans want so that they can live with me. Public perception is what's important, and I plan to be a very popular governor, like I was in Milner. You think humans can live with the regression of their civic rights? You still haven't addressed what this order means for them. I have plenty of time. I was getting there. Rural villages were asking to have humans banned from setting foot in their towns. Frankly, I'm not sure why they'd be suicidal enough to go there, but I digress. Businesses want to be allowed not to serve humans without fear of reprisal. So all in all, this is a lukewarm policy, and I have valid reasons. Noah Williams, do you know how many Vendel have been hospitalized on this planet due to binocular eye-induced fainting since the Battle of Earth? The astronaut shifted with discomfort. No. 12,931. Though those could be outdated statistics since it's from this morning, I won't tell you how many died from their fright because it's not fair. But I will tell you that it's not zero. Yes, I think that if an elderly business owner feels they can't look at your eyes without fainting, they should have the right to require visors. Or maybe they don't want the liability if someone passes out on their premises. It doesn't hurt you, and when you send me an actual diplomat, I'll be happy to pencil in exceptions should you need to remove them for safety or to engage in an activity. As much as I wanted to argue against the proposition, Valm had a valid point over the public health concern. It lingered in the back of my mind that Noah felt responsible for a stampede of deaths from his arrival, so I knew he'd personally sacrifice his comfort to ensure the safety of Vendel citizens. When framed in that light, the astronaut likely was nodding along with the new governor's logic internally. Most businesses, at least in Dayside City, would be unlikely to employ such a policy, since it would cost them millions of potential customers. It also might help to lessen potential hostility towards Terrans in backwaters like Casual Falls, where Glim's aunt was housed. Despite prohibition of travel technically being illegal, several businesses and villages already tried to ban humans from their territory. Val's intention seems to be to score points with his core constituents, but at least he's thinking of humans and doesn't seem to be hostile towards them. Vendel don't make decisions for humans and vice versa. I suspect Terran refugees would be happy with that bargain, not having our values imposed on them. The new governor signaled Free Planet in a tail language before launching into his next policy. All right, Chown, I want some funds allocated towards exterminator upgrades, conveniently to upgrade equipment and add new departments to spread the workload. See what I did? I twisted my ears in confusion. You want them to separate their duties? Totally. They worked too hard, and that's all I'm going to give you on my motives. Right, next item. Predator disease facilities. We're launching a violent crime prevention program pronto. I'm targeting violent strains of the disease with the majority of our resources, which conveniently should give you the majority of what you wanted. Human experts are welcome to draft some guidelines for warning signs. Because they know all of the violence? Is that the implication? Yeah, it's not my fault what people assume. I have no control over that, and I'm sure Vendel, who jumped to that conclusion, would believe that they're about humans regardless. Right, just a few more things. Gotta have the productive day one. Next up, immigrants to Vendel Prime from other worlds will not be allowed to vote until 6 years have passed from their acceptance of their citizenship, to prevent foreign nationals from influencing our policies. Mostly to keep Terran refugees from voting in the next provincial governor elections. Humans shouldn't be able to move to our planet and tell us what to do. Remember what I said about imposing values. I want people who vote to have stayed here and showed their commitment to us. If I didn't want any Earthlings voting, I wouldn't have let those who've already gotten citizenship cast ballots in the next governor election. The humans will know who gave them their pass of voting rights, and the Vendel people will know who stopped a sudden influx of predators from swaying our elections. Win-win. The more I listened to Vaughn detail his policies, it seemed that he was attempting to play both sides with compromise items. The governor seemed to agree with various revelations that humans gave us, if I could read between the lines, but he wanted to appease the constituents who weren't thrilled about our entire foundation of knowledge being ripped apart. By my own grudging admission, it was a clever strategy. For the sake of political gain, he was more worried about appearances than reality. I could understand I gave the perception that I went along with anything suggested by humanity. But I couldn't understand why he insisted on spelling out his planned changes with me, a disposed rival in the room. Perhaps this is it. As humans say, a wink and a nod to show Vern is on my side for some of my issues, and that his rhetoric is aimed at winning over the masses. Or is this about gloating that he's better governor? I heaved a flustered sigh. Congratulations on your victory, Vern. But as to the unseated governor, now an ordinary citizen, I'm not sure why my presence is needed here. What I think of your policies doesn't matter.
Oh, but it does, because I have something in mind for you,
Lavendel replied with a casual tail swish.
It's about the Sapient Coalition. Now that we've made our planet's affairs independent from human influence, I've decided the best to remain in the organization to keep an eye on them. Write this down, John. As I was saying, to keep an eye on them so that we know what they're planning and can enjoy the pure military benefits of the Alliance.
I'm glad to hear that you won't try to withdraw from the Sapient Coalition. But as that's all you wanted me to hear, could have led with that.
Tava, that's your project. Before you were governor, you were our ambassador to the Federation. I want you to resume a role you were actually well suited for, to be our ambassador to the Sapient Coalition. It'll keep you in a diplomatic contact with humanity, and honestly, I doubt there's anyone more comfortable or connected in the Earth Department. Thus, I'll be too busy with the affairs here to handle that myself.
I was silent for several seconds, shocked by the request.
With respect, you just said that you didn't want us entangled with humanity. In that role, I imagine I'll be expected to follow your orders and wishes. You'll want me to sell them on policies that I don't agree with. Your policies. I know you know how to do that, Tava. I'm sure it'll be difficult, after being governor, to take a step down and to answer to the same person you lost to, no less. But I want to show that we're not enemies, like I said earlier, to lower the political temperature, and if we show how magnanimous I am along the way, wonderful. I thought you'd have some reservation, so I did think of a small incentive as a, signing bonus. What's that? Don't you dare lord something involving the humans' welfare over my head. Nonsense. My offer was a benign topic. I wouldn't play with lives. I'm not the Federation. My incentive was about the referendum for the planet's name. In the interest of self-determination, it should be up to the people. Though I do intend to speak my piece on why I'm not a fan of Skulker. You agree to be my ambassador, and I'll get the process in motion.
I turned an inquisitive gaze on Noah, who'd been silent throughout the process. The human was attempting to not interfere with a newly elected governor, and he wasn't more vocal about what decision I should make. Without saying a word, the sideways glance of his binocular eyes told me that he thought I should follow what I wanted to do. I could rely on his affection and support as long as I was happy. Beneath that, I could sense that the former ambassador wasn't fond of people like Valn. On a personal level, it was difficult for me to trust anyone who was so calculating with their appearances. But having a chance to ensure our continued friendship with Earth and its allies trumped that. Securing positive relations with the Predators had been my life's most meaningful work. My ears flattened with reluctance. Fine, I'll do it. Glad to hear it. Oh, and before you and Noah run along, if humankind has a particular objection to anything I proposed, I am willing to negotiate. However, I would need a concession in return that can score me equal political points, Bell said. Will that be a suitable arrangement, Mr. Williams? Noah dipped his head. We're accustomed to people like you. I'm sure that we can work with that. Delightful. I look forward to more productive conversations with your replacement. You both may leave. Canned classified briefings for the governor's ears only, I'm sure. I forced a polite farewell in tail language, not appreciating that parting shot. Val couldn't resist sneaking in a reminder of his victory, perhaps in response to Noah's thinly veiled distaste towards him. As we departed the governor's office for the final time, I reminded myself that protecting humanity from persecution was more important than pride. The governor could have been more radical with his newfound power, and it was a small victory that I wouldn't be iced out of the galactic politics. I couldn't say that the responsibility of an entire planet would be one that I missed. If anything, my narrow defeat allowed Noah and I to spend our future together, unrestricted. What came next for humanity and Vendelkind was out of my paws now, but I'd hoped that I'd done enough to lay the groundwork for a peaceful future between our two species. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 17th, 2137. Knowing how unbeloved my species was on Kalqua, there was no offer extended to the dirty and homogeneity to help with rebuilding and search and rescue. That had been the courtesy to humanity that I couldn't imagine my kind going along with for prey. The avians didn't attempt to drive us and the humans from the system, but they only sent a formal thank you to the Yurtle. I wasn't sure whether the Terrans felt slighted, though I sure did. The Dirtian were fortunate that my request for temporary aid in restocking munitions to tide us over until we could contact the United Nations wasn't phrased as a demand. My lack of diplomatic aplomb meant it was best that I left the leaf-licking primates to deal with the fallout, especially after how the Shield allied races behaved seeing me at the summit. A cryptic communication from Jones pointed us to a repair outpost within a day's travel, repaying our expenditures without me asking. It was strange to have our fleet congregated so far away from Central Sector, since the rebellion's early focus had been pestering agents within Briss's territory. I was aware of the fact that we devoted an inordinate amount of attention to the Federation after the surprising partnership between Gisnil and Iconus was revealed. Protecting Kalqua thwarted the Kolshian's primary target, and now the crux of the war hinged upon whether the Terran single-minded push towards Alpha could succeed. That was Zhao's third phase of the war, and rumor had it that Stage 2, cutting the conspiracy off from hundreds of allies, had been achieved through the Federation's staggering lack of cybersecurity.
If humanity can get the Kolshian dynasty to surrender, then they'll be able to fight against the Dominion. Gisnil knows that he is weaker than the Federation, by his own admission, which is why Betterman avoided their ire.
I narrowed my eyes in the briefing room.
The Dominion has not been trying to win war, yes. I think they do not know how. They have not been active since Shazar's failure at Celis, which brought shame upon Chief Hunter's repute. It may be possible to dismantle their operations enough that it is decided not to fight humanity at all.
Do you really believe that Gisnil would just surrender? I'm pretty sure that he wishes to keep power at all costs, Lisa responded.
I think he believes there is no choice, and sees the way to bargain for some control. It may be possible. I am committed to a peaceful future for our people, and in this instance I imagine your little SC buddies will not stand for Betterman's survival. With our rebellion left outside the organization, I am concerned with ensuring our continued existence as an independent entity. So the more that we can reduce Dominion control, the more bargaining power we have over the Prophet Descendant if Alpha falls.
Kaisel heaved a weary sigh.
Survival. I see why you have been focused on coexisting with prey. What we have done, returning cattle, trying to communicate, and saving the Dirtian, might temper the calls for our race's genocide.
Indeed, I do not think humanity would allow us to be attacked, given how they seek to end this forever war. However, I am concerned over how much free rein we will have and how we should move forward towards a better future through the galaxy's mistrust. I want Riss under our control, not some other world with no history. Gisnil might not take our home with him.
Oleg adjusted his glasses.
So you are looking for ways to reduce Betterman's authority. What could leave Gisnil more paranoid than stripping him of yet another chief hunter who's seen as loyal to his cause? We're in the neighborhood, anyways. Leothis, all of our intelligence suggests that he will stop at nothing to prove himself to Betterment. Young, hot-blooded, a true believer. What on earth would convince him to jump ship? Lisa countered. Well, we did hand him a multi and Dresden homeworld on a silver platter. If he accepted a tip he knew came from us, then it can't be any more treasonous for him to accept a parlay.
I lashed my tail. That was a different circumstances. A raiding opportunity proves his fierceness to Gisnil. Ilthus will not respond to talking. He responds to open strength and personal rewards, and the idea of a world without violence would disgust him.
Then show him that the Dominion is weak, Chief Hunter.
Kaiser's eyes glowed with a new confidence, and his maw parted with eagerness.
Show Ilthus the footage of the Dominion and how they negotiate with the Colchians because they cannot best them, how they do not wish to win the war or hunt well.
That is not a bad idea. Perhaps we can show humanity's strength to Ilthus. If humans have the power going forward, rewards from Gisnell are empty. He's proving himself to be the wrong team. True strength is in staying within your role to avoid being crushed by a calamari, yes?
Oleg chuckled.
I'm surprised you learned that word.
I listen to the babbling of you humans when it serves me. If the Yodel are calling the Colchians a human food delicacy, I'd be remiss not to adopt this term. The calamari are responsible for the starvation of my people with the cure, regardless of whether Betterment released the cattle virus. So I have few moral quandaries about anything done to offer.
I hate the leaf lickers. I hope the Colchians are burned alive in their homes. For now, miserable they've made my life.
Geisel growled.
Convince Ilthus that true strength is joining the fight at Uffa, for his personal glory across and beyond the Dominion.
Well, the humans are en route to Uffa as we speak. All they must do is get past the border stations and system in between. So while I can support bringing Ilthus into the fold, we should craft a plan for how to establish contact with him at once, if you want him to arrive in time.
I drummed my claws on the table in deep thought. Ilthus's location was a given, with him likely trying to bloody the Dresden and Maltese nose. Unlike Kalsum's fleet, the Duer had retreated some of its ships even without the stark warning the Grokotl captain had given. It was my sincere hope that, amongst the young chief hunter's attempts to grab easy cattle, especially with the egg-laying multi offering scrumptious delicacies in the form of their unhatched young, I hoped that he had the foresight to take out their shipyards and bases, coupled with a human cyber attack that should ensure that those loyalists didn't ever come kicking around again. Even if Alpha was defeated, the true cultists of the Federation, like the Dresden and the Predators sacrificing Yelpa, would be unlikely to drop out of the fight.
All right, Geisel, I imagine your plan is for us to head to Dresden and multispace and offer assistance. I do not particularly wish to preside over raids myself, especially with the harm that would do to our image. This rebellion is about proving that our Orcs are capable of being more than brutal, senseless beasts, I growled.
The runt flared his nostrils.
I merely wish for you to travel close enough to pinpoint Ilthus's command ship. It won't be engaged at the center of the battle, though someone as cruelty proficient as Chief Hunter will be trying to get some kills himself. You can extend a hail from there. If I may, why don't we contact UN Intelligence and see if they've tapped the Orcs or comms enough to connect us via FTL channels? There's no need to put ourselves in the line of fire, Lisa offered.
Very well, I acknowledged. Zhao is an ideal figure to bargain with, though.
Jones is your go-to contact for intelligence. With respect, sir, I'll attempt to go through her. As long as I have your blessing, I can keep her from pushing anything.
Fine. But if that plotting human tries to pull some shenanigans, I want us dialing Zhao, and only Zhao.
Of course. Don't worry. I'll make sure this is quick and to the point.
I watched in silence, along with the rest of my advisors, as the primate dialed General Jones. The American intelligence guru had a knowing gleam in her eyes, something which never sat right with me. It was as if she knew what we wanted to ask before any words were said. Terrans could certainly have prying ears and eyes in unexpected places, using technological infrastructure as weapons. I didn't quite believe her claim that her agencies weren't spying on my people. My guess was that humans listening in even on Tava's governorship activities, despite the close alliance. It was fortunate for Earth that they had such a devoted friend in Skulga's highest office.
Let's see if Jones gets any ideas about how to use me to her advantage. If Lisa can't get the spy master to help the rebellion out of decency, then I'll never work with her again. I'm not being pushed into doing things outside of my agenda by manipulative means.
General Jones raised her hands placatingly.
Yes, if. No need to look so skeptical. All we wanted was to split the Dominion and tilt the scales of war.
It was in my national and planetary interest to spur you into action at a few key places. But now, there is no need for subterfuge. I can see you doubt my intentions, but know I'm happy to advance your rebellion's aims.
Risa, I believe you said that you would handle the chatter. I do not feel like chatting. You know how Orcs are tired of socializing.
Lisa snorted. Yes, I've heard most Orcs do. Ma'am, we were hoping that you could patch us through to Chief Hunter Ilthus. Speaking to him could provide a key opportunity to siphon away Gisner's allies. Or that's the plan. Yes, definitely. Support attempts to weaken them without direct engagements. Let me consult my database. What a coincidence, the General exclaimed, wagging a finger. I happened to be looking at Ilthus's file when you called. I'll transmit his coordinates, and with his access code, you should be able to communicate with his ship. I stifled a sigh as Jones made a few swipes with her fingers. Oleg gave me a nod to signify that he received the data, and Lisa disconnected the call after a formal thanks. I was pleased that we'd been able to attain the information with minimal back and forth, and that it wasn't a conditional offering. My eyes narrowed before I gestured for the two humans and scrawny Kaisel to exit the picture. We couldn't afford to have any sapiens nearby that Ilthus would see as a sign of weakness. The mask of cruelty that I perfected in my facade around betterment returned, an unwelcome reminder of my own bloody past. I bared my teeth to signify ferocity and signaled for Oleg to initiate the call to a fiery chief hunter. Ilthus responded, after a long stretch of our entreaty going unanswered. As a proper holographic avatar, the chief hunter had taken the time to send the full image of his toned form onto my projector, rather than the basic 2D visual. I suppressed a huff, realizing that I should have done the same. That was how the highest-ranking Dominion officers communicated, so out of the gate, my status seemed inferior to him. The hot-headed Oxal had scars sliced across his muzzle that seemed artificially inflicted, perhaps to signify his toughness. His grey skin had a bit of a green pallor to it, and his features were locked in a permanent scowl. This commander had the swagger of someone who'd fought 1,000 battles.
It is apparent he's trying to compensate for his lack of experience through intimidation. Does Ilthus know what it is to command enough to hold up to the Kolshians?
Well, if it is not the traitor to our dominance of our people, the filth that bargains with prey, consorting with our enemies,
Ilthus sneered,
what is it that you want?
I raised my maw in defiance. For starters, I would like some gratitude for the easy hunt I gave you. I know many things about the state of the galaxy. I also know how to position Orcs for survival and strength. You forget the first item. Is that not so?
I would not pass up prey and a chance to showcase my hunting ability. My raids are much crueler than yours. The best that you could do was grassing Venlo schools and a few movie reels.
Your raid, I am sure, is quite impressive. That is why I wish to speak with you about more opportunities to demonstrate your talent, and make a name for yourself as you seize power with the utmost prowess. Once you hear my reasons for joining our hunt, and what I can offer you, you'll have no doubts about which side is weak, and which side is beneficial to your agenda.
I have no reason to listen to your prattling, and I tire of this conversation. Words mean very little when I do not have any reason to believe you are anything but past your prime and defectively weak. This groveling to the feats of my raid acknowledges my superior cruelty with no resistance. You must prove that you are better, Chief Hunter, than me, if I am to listen to all of this. The softened-up words you placed in my jaws are the sole reason I took your call, in the interest of more feasts that you may know about.
The contest of strength is one I can handle. I've seen many battles, and am certain that I can outmaneuver the likes of you. 1,000 of your ships versus 1,000 of mine. No tricks or subterfuge, no reinforcements for a coward's win, just a direct confrontation in space. If you best my people, Gisno will be delighted that you defeated the pesky rebels and lured us into the open.
Ilthus snorted with a dismissive tone.
I'll gain no satisfaction by crushing your ragtag force. it is you, the very head of power, that I doubt. I have a separate proposal, an honorable one. You come to my base without any army or backup, and we engage in a ritual sword fighting, Tliskis, unless you've forsaken your weapon ornaments.
Why would I be foolish enough to come alone to your territory for the Tliskus duel?
I want to show my worth by defeating the supposedly great Isif, sending your memory to the prey pastures where it belongs. I'm no coward that would back down from a fight, especially an easy one against a weak defective.
Fine. I trust that you are not so petrified of your betters that you would seek a cheap victory.
I noticed that the humans looked horrified at my swift agreement, as if they believed it was folly. Whatever the leaflickers thought, I had pride left over, and I could tell Ilthus had too much arrogant confidence to backtrack on his challenge.
I will see you humiliated by my blade, and we'll speak about why you should join me afterward.
Empty words, like all of this talking you adore. When I win, I will execute you. Gizno will know who has slain the traitor from our ranks, and that it was through my superiority,
Ilthus hissed. The chief hunter pounded away at his console, forwarding the coordinates to his base. Given that I wished to recruit him to our side, I was not going to take the opportunity to strike the clandestine facility. There were more important enemies than one overly proud Arxor. The less Dominion ships I needed to slaughter to complete my rebellion's aims, the better. Ilthus disconnected from the call after a threatening roar. As disdain swelled in his eyelets, I surveyed my advisor's expressions and noticed that Kaisel seemed a bit jealous. The Arxor runt must envy how respectable and powerful a soldier slightly older than him had become through the merits of his strength.
If Ilthus thinks I've lost a step, he'll be in for a rude awakening. I can be calculating and patient. Too much eagerness to prove himself will mean his judgment is clouded by his anger. That doesn't mean I can't physically prepare myself.
Without any discussion with my advisers, as the matter was settled, I stood from the table. This was not up for debate, since we needed to strike at the Dominion's very foundation. It was time for me to prepare for a confrontation with Ilthus. I intended to sharpen my sword and retrain myself in the art of Tliskus. Achieving maximum readiness for our duel would ensure that our probability of victory was turned in my favor as much as possible. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arxor Rebellion Command. Date, standardized human time, March 18th, 2137. The humans and their higher-ups believed that my Tliskus duel with Ilthus was a poor idea. There was a history and risk of high-class society settling feuds through this strength of display. Though there was no obligation to accept such a challenge, I knew I couldn't afford to be seen as weak by my rebels. Doubt had been sown by my friendliness with the human, and my personal secrecy to hide Fulra's presence in the past. Tliskus was nothing so disorderly and random as a single turn and draw of a gun, as I'd read about on Earth. It was practiced as both a sport for training sessions and an unequivocal contest of who the better fighter was. It might be the most social aspect left in our society, even if it was just locking swords. I checked that my ceremonial armor was snug while adjusting the padding underneath it. The extravagant sword and exquisite gear were fine pieces of craftsmanship, gifts betterment bestowed upon its worthy hunters as symbols of rank. I wore these for important communications and ceremonies, such as when the prophet descendant issued commendations for terror-inducing raids. It brought back memories of when I executed the Arxor who refused to eat a gojid, knowing I had to play the fanatic. Slipping into that cruel, familiar persona would be easier than I'd liked to admit. After years of practice, putting down any comrade who challenged or insulted me, there was no reason I couldn't go toe-to-toe with Ilthus. My claws hooked around the ornament case. There were 3 fragile squares the size of a Terran Rubik's Cube, which were crafted from a red crystal called Queshar, native to Riss. The intricate patterns that showed up under the UV lights of a Tliskus match made it near impossible to pull off any fakes. Not that I would stoop to such means to win our battle. The crystalline squares had to be attached between our chest and our waist, facing the opponent, and not in any limbs. The winner of the duel was whoever could break all of their rivals' ornaments first. Each time a crystal broke, the round concluded so the loser could reset their adornments. It was a simple yet brutal contest. While attacks towards the head and the neck were prohibited, any other area was fair game for stab wounds. I can withstand pain of a few cuts. The question is if my greater experience can counter Ilthus's faster speed. Success will be achieved by outwitting his strategy. As I approached the fated site alone, there were no treasonous moves from the young chief hunter. His morality was self-serving and dubious, but he respected strength and courage. He wanted to best me beyond any doubt, so that meant no tricks were forthcoming. It would be strategically prudent to take me out of the picture and forsake pride, yet his hot-headedness prevented him from suppressing his arrogance here. At his age, in his prime, Ilthus likely thought he was invincible. His aggression, attempting to humiliate me out of the gate, was almost a certainty. I also believed that if I won, he would humor a persuasion attempt to join our side, per his word. Kaisel hailed my transport as it docked with Ilthus's designated habitat. "Ancestor speed your victory, Chief Hunter. May his blood wet your sword." "Thank you," I responded, steadying my nerves. "I have a purpose to fight for, beyond myself, the purpose of our entire people. We viewed your worth great success. Besides, there are some selfish gains. I'll have your eavesdropping human friends know that I'm no softy."
"Swinging a sword won't prove that,"
Oleg chirped. "It will when I swing the sword at your neck and lop your skull clean off. That would put an end to your conspiracy theories, yes?"
"Actually, no. In the event of my death, I've set up a cache of evidence for various government plots to be uploaded, so that nobody can silence my findings. For instance, I don't trust them doing cure research. They're undoing the cure, but what else are they doing? There is no oversight, and the planetary security excuse is horseshit."
"What are they doing, Oleg? Cloning people for bullet fodder? Putting a kill switch in the DNA of anyone who likes conspiracies?"
"There'll come a day where they'll be able to know everything about you, even your deepest thoughts, just by observing a few elements of your biology. And it'll be a lot sooner than you think. Laugh all you want, Lisa, but we're welcoming the death of privacy with open arms."
I heaved a flustered sigh. "Enough! You are distracting me before an important contest with your incessant chatter. If you ever talk like this on the bridge, I'll feed you to Ilthus in pieces myself."
"Ah, yes, cannibalism is such a funny joke with your
I disconnected from the channel, hissing with exasperation. At least those two humans being their infuriating selves brought me a notch closer to combat mode. Sometimes I yearned to take a metal blade to their ornaments. My facial features hardened into a menacing mask, devoid of emotion, and I disembarked to face off with Ilthus in person. The chief hunter was waiting with the smugness of someone who believed they'd already won. My paw drifted to the hilt of my sword, though it stayed in my scabbard. I wasn't going to take a premature swipe at him, but the gesture of animosity would get through. I don't miss having to communicate in cruelty, unable to hint at any emotions. That said, I was pretty good at pretending, isn't that right? Ilthus smacked his tail on the ground energetically.
"This fool believes he is the finer Chief Hunter. I am sure that he was great in the old days, but he strayed from the path. I'm surprised he remembers how to hold a sword."
"What a lovely greeting. I say we go straight to the discus, since the conversation is a waste, yes?"
"Works for me. But I'll have you know that my raid against the Disjordan was sublime. We landed raiding parties and set off demolition charges in their caves, burying villagers like that. That's a new one. My idea."
"How masterfully cruel. I imagine you would not have come back if you managed to keep the planets. You did not even mention Melty."
"I am not idiotic enough to waste resources. Those mindless animals are fighting amongst themselves, so I hardly need to bomb them. I'm surprised the cowardly prey don't stampede the second one of their own throws a claw swipe."
"The humans can be attributed to this unrest.
They put your raid to shame. They dismantled the foundation of over 200 worlds.
As if I believed that. There were none of those vendor-loving apes in sight.
That is why they are so terrifying, Ilthus. You do not see a lethal virus in action. It kills in its silence.
The Terrans I know of refused to kill anyone. That was the whole premise of the fight at Silas and Fall. Warring so those who helped bomb them would live. The enemies of Earth that fell were by your maneuvering.
A point of contention between us. They choose to minimize bloodshed, but I have no doubt that humanity could lay waste to the galaxy if they didn't. The Federation should be afraid of what they've tried to awaken. Their cleverness.
Isif, no sales pitch from your means a morsel until you have any strength to flaunt. I suggest you think of your last words for when you're executed by your defeat.
I do not need to waste time preparing for things that will not happen.
Ilthus growled at me, eyes narrowing to crazed slits. The two of us had reached Tuskless Arena, on opposite sides. I could see starting pads scattered a few seconds of running apart. The pedestals in the center offered places to climb or use the environment to our advantage. As the rival chief hunter strapped his first ornament over his armored stomach, I considered the placement of my own object. If the ornament broke, even as a result of my actions, it would count for Ilthus, as long as it didn't happen after a tally of mine. Staying up on my feet and avoiding dropping my weight onto the fragile item would be crucial. With a grunt of determination, I tightened the band around my sternum and fixed my ornament right in the center.
In range of both arms to defend, so it is safer, and the sidelong stabs towards the hip. If I fall, I can catch myself on all fours to avoid breaking it.
Everything aside from head-on and neck shots, and attacks such as biting or headbutting were fair game, so I needed to watch for any ambitious tail swipes from Ilthus. I also should throw an occasional kick or slash of my own to keep him on his toes. It might serve me to knock over his platform rather than contest elevation, but the young Orcs went for the high ground. I drew my sword with confidence, ready for the frenetic clash of wits and body. Tuskless was an exhilarating format, though I wasn't sure whether my reflexes were quite as sharp as they used to be. Still, my experience was nothing to laugh at, and I was certain that I could outthink any Dominion lackey. A cautious approach would take the wind out of his sails, along with granting me insight into his strategy. I stepped onto the starting pad and lowered myself to a lunging stance, with my body facing towards the ground. The ornament would be angled away from Ilthus. The other chief hunter was going to meet only my sword, and if my head was facing him, he couldn't swing at it without being disqualified.
If my head was intentionally maneuvered in the path of a blow, that was the sole way that it could be ruled a fair shot.
I lashed my tail to signal readiness, and Ilthus did the same. The young chief hunter had no sooner smacked his pad with force before he raced towards the pedestal. Cresting one as tall as an Orcs without using the lower platforms as stepping stools, he stared me down from the powerful vantage point, realizing that I was staying put.
Coward! What, you frozen like prey, going to wet yourself in fate?
Ilthus jeered. The chief hunter lunged with a staggering power from his hind legs, leading sword first, with the pointed tip blazing towards me. I was doubtful that I could parry his blistering momentum. There was no time to sidestep before Ilthus landed nearly atop me, careful to keep his maw turned away from me. His sword finished its trajectory. The young Orcs wasn't aiming for the ornament I guarded, instead driving his blade into my thigh. I staggered from the pain, shoving him away with the pommel. My rival landed with grace on all fours, absorbing the momentum through his paw and keeping the crystal strapped to his stomach safe. He took crazed swings towards my Quashar token, and though I saw his tail coming, I could barely fend off the sword by itself. My hind legs were swept out from under me with a brutal lash, and it was all I could do to keep my blade from clattering to the floor. Ilthus scrambled towards me, wrapping his tail around my weapon. He wrenched it from my dazed grip, ignoring how the sharp edges lacerated his skin. A gloating glint shone in his eyes as he shattered my crystal into tiny fragments with an unnecessarily forceful swing.
I could feel the impact through my armor and struggled to shake it off. After collecting my weapon, I disguised my limp on my walk to the ornament collection. Failure to reset quickly was considered forfeiture. I donned my new cube and hustled back to the pad. With how impressive my opponent's aggression was, I could see why he climbed the ranks at a young age. I lashed my tail.
Is that the best you can muster?
Ilthus signaled his readiness, and this time I opted not to wait for him to come to me. I sprinted towards the pedestal at the same time as him, weaving around the column while keeping low to the ground. The chief hunter had climbed the platform again, but was unable to get a clean stab at me. He twirled in my direction just as I wildly swatted with my sword towards his belly. My rival's blade moved in a blur, an instinctual response. His reaction was near instantaneous, deflecting my brazen attempt. I scrambled backwards as he rolled to the ground and tracked his movements and cues. His legs tensed before he dashed towards me.
Forget the ornament. I need to cripple him and limit his speed.
I feinted a swing at his crystal before thrusting my blade into his knee and twisting. Ilthus howled, but had the presence of mind to hold my blade in his wound. I couldn't pull it away without giving him clean access to my crystal, so I released my grip. Crimson blood gushed from a deep gash as he ripped the weapon out. The chief hunter favored his leg so much that he barely put weight on it. The young Orcs crossed my blade with his own, flaunting his dual wielding. I couldn't conjure any unarmed strategies. It might be best to break my crystal on purpose, get my sword back for the next round and avoid further injuries. But that would leave me with one crystal. Was I that confident? My leg was injured from its own stab wound, though it was less destabilizing. I was without a weapon, left to defend myself with my arms and my nimbleness that was long gone. The possibility of my total defeat crossed my mind, but I recognized that this was the best strategic option, even if my pride spurred me to keep pressing. The humans had taught me anything that could be a weapon, everything but the kitchen sink. I ripped the ornament from my chest and hurled it at Ilthus. If I was going to destroy it, I might as well rain glass shards on his other leg. Orcs might not have Terran's arm torsion, but chucking an object at the ground was within my capabilities. The chief hunter snarled at my opportunistic forfeiture, losing his footing when pain shot up his good leg. He stayed down for several seconds, still not standing after I had donned my last crystal.
My sword,
I demanded, snatching it up from his grip.
You cannot fight on, Ilthus.
The chief hunter used his own blade to prop himself up and leaned on it to stagger back to his pad. He lashed his tail in defiance, raising his sword into a defensive posture. I signaled my readiness while collecting my wits. This was now a must-win duel, but Ilthus looked hobbled after the previous round. As the new sequence commenced, it was my enemy remaining stationary in his starting point, grimacing as he stood. The Orcs was flexing his leg that the ornament shattered against, but the other limb had lost its functionality altogether after that surgical cut. He brandished his sword in frustration, snarling. I took my time stalking forwards and kept just out of range, moving from side to side so that he was forced to turn awkwardly. The longer this went on, the more Ilthus would be testing his exhausted pain tolerance. I faked a forward lunge, laughing as he made a frantic sword move to block. I moved just within range and swiped towards the ornament, connecting with his metal weapon on purpose. While my rival struggled to bat away my blade, my tail snapped his battle leg out from under him. All of his weight was thrown onto his wounded limb, causing him to shriek in anguish. His focus waned as he fell, and I snaked my sword around his to break a crystal. The chief hunter took several attempts to get up, and stewed as he realized he needed to walk and retrieve a new item.
The only prize of a loss is to talk about something that will benefit you, I said. Forfeiture would spare you from pain. You can go get treatment.
Ilthus almost hopped one leg over to his box.
I should have watched for the limb cut a round ago, but an Orcs fight's on. All I need is to break one more ornament of yours. You're still slow, old and weak to be empathizing with my pain.
This is not empathy, as much as an admission of your pathetic state, unworthy of a duel with me. Hurry up, or you'll be disqualified.
The chief hunter secured his jaw around his sword to muffle whimpers and tried to run over to his pad. He crashed onto the starting spot in the nick of time,
thumping his tail as he was still on all fours. To my surprise, Ilthus stayed down this time, deciding that he was better off low to the ground. It was a valid play, given that I couldn't swing at his head from my high angle. However, it surrendered all mobility and exposed many vulnerable spots. My rival hugged his knees to his chest with his tail and arms, shielding the ornament with his flesh. I inched forward, considering my strikes with caution. Before I could jab at the sensitive wounded area, Ilthus sprang to his feet, despite the pain, and swept his sword in a wide arc. I barely leant back in time, leaning my upper body backward to protect the ornament. The sharp instrument clanged against the armor of my stomach and sucked the breath from my lungs from the force. I parried the second attempt to swing upward and stumbled backwards in a hurry, knowing that he couldn't follow my retreat. Ilthus's eyes looked crazed and his nostrils flared before he sank back to all fours, stripped of his willpower. Certain that he couldn't lunge from his awkward fall, I rushed forward and swung at his wounded leg. The chief hunter overcommitted to defend that painful area, allowing me to twist the point towards the true target. My sword glided up just enough to glance his crystal, shattering it. Ilthus grunted, "Heck you! I only need one hit."
"Are you delusional? You cannot fight me in this state, and it'll only damage your reputation to crawl around like this," I spat.
"No, I fight to the last."
The chief hunter hurried over to the box as best he could with a maimed limb, and thrashed his tail once he was hunched back over on the pad. I was growing tired, but that just prompted me to end this bout with swiftfulness. All I needed was to break the final ornament, and I could achieve my goal of persuading him to abandon betterment. Our cause could use the extra force of a chief hunter would bring to the table, and if he agreed to raid Arthur after hearing about Gisnel's arrangements with the Colchians, that might help the Terrans to focus on the Dominion after the clash. I marched back to my pad, thrumming my tail to start the deciding round. Ilthus stumbled forward with aggressive hisses, stealing a page from his book. I waited for him to draw close enough, before using a small pedestal to boost myself up to the highest one. My rival paused, expecting me to lunge at him. However, not willing to risk my crystal shattering in the chaos, I leapt short of where Ilthus waited. It was then that I kicked in my last burst of speed, jabbing my sword at his gut with all my strength and willpower. The enemy didn't bother to defend, instead taking it as an opportunity to go for my crystal. I drove my blade through the fragile Quasha and heard my own shatter a half-second later. The chief hunter recognized that I'd landed the break first, rather than contesting who won, and conceded the match with a grudging huff. He seemed relieved to be able to sit down and mend his wounds.
Fine. Spill out why the feck you think that I should side with a defective like you, but I doubt that I'll be persuaded. I'll honor my words and let you leave after this is through,"
Ilthus growled. I pulled my holopad from the top of my waiting belongings.
"I'm going to show you a single video of Gisnel talking to the late Niconus. Yes, the then leader of the Federation. If you can't pass that, the Dominion is afraid of the Colchians and that they don't want us to win, unlike humanity and me. Nothing I say will matter. You do have much energy in fight, and I respect those qualities. Betterment isn't worthy of your strength. Not when they are the ones in league with all of our leaf-licking foes."
"That is preposterous. Betterment would never bargain with prey like you do."
"Good thing I have evidence to prove this very statement. Hear it with your own keen ears, yes?"
The young chief hunter took my holopad with reluctance. I watched his facial expression grow enraged as he listened to Gisnel appeasing the Colchians and promising not to push too far in the war as to actually win it. It was the humans who Niconus blasted as a major setback, and my rebellion which the prophet descendant hated for thinking that we could rule all by ourselves. I was ready to jump in with evidence of our triumphs and innovations, how our side pushed the boundaries of warfare. When this video was over, something told me that there was a good chance of getting Ilthus to send his troops to Alpha. This was a fight Betterment shied away from, and weakness was an admission he abhorred. My success in the duel could give both humanity and the rebellion an advantage in our respective fights. End of chapter. Chapter 160. Memory transcription subject, Ambassador Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 22nd, 2137. The first Sapient Coalition convention felt like a trimmed-down version of the Federation's meetings, with the familiar markings of diplomacy I'd seen for years. These were the parties that I'd devoted my life to negotiating with, long before I knew the peaceful union in the stars was a lie. Today's agenda was centered around anything relating to genetic research, though I imagined the dirty and salvation would be brought up later. The United Nations was owed basic courtesy after sparing Kalqua, so I hoped the avians had finally seen reason. On a personal note, Noah was present as my aide, though that was a bit reductive of its true purpose. I wished to try and see the species I'd known for years through his eyes. Humanity had cultivated an array of 38 races, more than just the ones who were recognized across Earth. The Takan representative's grey hide, hunched over his station, told me their polity was ready to work. The infamous Dr. Zahn, who cheered on Sovlin, wasn't indicative of the larger Takan species, who'd opened embassies to Earth and had been ready from the start to stick it to the Kolshians. The iridescent carapace of the Varen ambassador was visible across from the Terran aid. Some predators were less than fond of insects, but this particular race had only ever gone from neutral to friendly. The Liatian diplomat, who had always struck me as a little creepy, seemed to be hitting it off with an entire group of Earthlings. The Drevlar attaché, unsurprisingly, was snoozing at his desk. For the more well-known members of the audience, the Crow-Cattle, the Harkin, and Tillfish had chosen spots in the back of the hall, avoiding wandering UN diplomats. At the opposite end of the spectrum, Yodel Ambassador Laulo appeared to be flaunting battle footage to anyone who would watch, making exaggerated gestures to accompany his boastful rhetoric. Mazik Vice President Quipper had allowed a human colonial leader from Liberty's Bastion to share a station, which showed respect to the Terran settlement and Cowl's facility. The distant Paltons were flipping through a leaflet on their refugee problem, clearly wanting to insert it into next week's agenda. The Fissons and Nevox were full on hawking deals on materials until the meeting started.
If anyone would have told me when Noah first landed on Skalgar that all of these species would be sharing a hull, and things would seem so normal, I would have laughed. To think Terrans would be so ready to leap into diplomacy, despite their checkered past. It was unthinkable from what we all knew of them.
Noah offered a gentle smile. It's nice not to have to worry about so much of our appearances, love. Honestly, the United Nations is probably happy on the conflict of interest issue. On my side, I mean. The Vendel were, special circumstances. Or our people would never have allowed an astronaut who's very close to the governor to be handling our business.
Yeah, I suppose our connection was a diplomatic dilemma. Hopefully Governor Val doesn't prove to be too much to manage for your successor. He's ambitious.
Val is shifty, but to play that game, he wants to try to outmaneuver a genuine human diplomat. Well, he doesn't know what he's in for. The Vendel people didn't know how lucky they were to have someone honest, feeding, and sincere like you in office. Heaven knows, I wish we had a heartfelt people like you filling positions of power back home. Earth will never forget what you did for us, and I'm glad that we have you here at the SC now. You care.
Of course I do. That's why when I heard from some Terran counterparts that you wanted to talk about various gene edits, namely research done to reverse the cure, I made sure to put the Vendel's tampering on the list. And I invited a guest to speak about what affected humans have gone through.
I appreciate what you're going for, but this might not be the most sympathetic audience for a predator wanting to regain the ability to eat flesh. I'm surprised the UN saw that this was a good strategy. Who did you invite? Me. A gruff voice echoed behind me. Noah failed to mask his obvious surprise, as he recited the red-haired human with the twisted nose and crisscross scars below each eye socket. Marcel Fraser was almost as well known as my astronaut, after the footage of his torture was broadcast to billions across the galaxy. If any Terran could be sympathetic face to Sapient Coalition listeners, this was the one. There was some controversies around what happened with Slanek, of course, but by all counts, Marcel was a long-suffering herbivorous hero. He was also well acquainted with how Vendel thought, and could frame why it was important to seek remediation, even for a vegetarian.
It was all part of my plan, because what the SC really needs to talk about is beyond cured humans. It's about any omnivores forcibly converted to herbivory who want to go back.
That idea would be a touchy subject, given how taboo predator diets had been throughout our lives. It took concentrated efforts to turn a blind eye to how Terrans operated. The first time Noah had a ham and cheese sandwich around me back at his planet, I felt my years of brainwashing tried to desapienize the man I loved. On the bright side, at least it wasn't blood-soaked, a carcass munching like I envisioned that first time on Offer Together. If someone told me I'd accept nourishment of that kind years ago, but it didn't matter. I understood the nutritional requisites some species had, and whether the intent was to go back to omnivory or avoid allergic reactions, other SC races should have a say in their diet too. I extended a paw in the human handshake gesture.
Marcel, I'm delighted to see you again, under much more pleasant circumstances than the on-war-torn Earth or the prior time at the outpost.
I'm glad to be doing something to help. Ambassador. It does sting a little that all of these listeners will just see me as a poster boy for human victimhood. Marcel sighed. I'm here to make everyone feel more sorry for me than they already do, right?
Put your chin up. Unless you feel sorry for yourself, the Federation has done shitty things, and several of those shitty things happened to you. You are the perfect spokesman for millions affected by this. But why we're really here is to fix this mess, and you're here to convince them it needs fixing. Like it or not, you have a say over the choices made at the highest echelons of government. Clear all your uncertainty and decide how you plan to use that power.
Noah whistled in appreciation.
What she said. It's good for us to see you here, standing tall, from where you were not too long ago. You don't just earn pity. You're a damn inspiration, a testament to the human spirit. I don't know about that. I've always tried to do right by people, and believe me, there'll be no theatrics needed for what this cure has taken from me.
Marcel forced a smile, shoving his hands in his pocket. His hazel eyes swiveled with broadened intensity.
I volunteered for the prototype antidote, and the risks are worth it for me. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate all of our researchers, but having the archive spell out exact gene edits is what made it feasible. I wonder if you'll pursue reverse mods for the Venlo.
I tilted my head to one side. Yes, Noah and I were discussing that. It's definitely something almost every Vendel can agree on, and I have Val's blessing to declare our intention of moving forward with the reversal. On the debate stage, he acknowledged that we both see this as important to our people. The UN has been tabulating which changes need undoing for us since the archives.
That's awesome. I wish Linek was here to see that. He couldn't stand, seeing what they did to you.
My astronaut scowled. I don't support what your buddy did, but I get it. It infuriates me that Tava lived her whole life deprived of basic things, because someone hundreds of years ago decided to kidnap her ancestors' children and to transform their genome. It wasn't so bad until we knew what had been taken from us, I sighed. But don't worry, I'll do what it takes to see that future generations aren't shackled, for humans or for Venlo. The stage is all yours, Marcel, if you are ready.
The red-haired human nodded. No sense in delaying. I'll be going. Short and sweet.
I offered a polite wave to the former UN soldier who'd been cured during an incident at the battle for Maloo. What I hadn't told Noah when mentioning Vendel genetic reversal was the decision I'd reached for myself. With my safety on the line, I wasn't sure he'd approve. The archive files of 45-G detailed the exact modifications the fossil made, with unique specificity, even compared to the info on the protovirus used for different cure bioweapons. That entire file cluster was a changelog for my species. The Terrans had run simulations suggesting they could reverse the gene edits for Vendel kind, but it might be difficult to persuade others of my kind to trust those supposed corrections. For starters, we would never enjoy the benefits of properly developed limbs or olfactory organs. Still, if we wanted to erase the fossil's impact on our society, the majority of the herd needed to choose to go back to our empowered selves. It was a tough sell when it could have consequences for us in the present, and entailed having our DNA altered by another group of aliens. The success of reversal and any side effects on newly grown children wouldn't be seen for years. That left the other part of the plan. It was going to be one fireball of a topic to broach with Noah. I hadn't asked how the human felt about children. Obviously, it wasn't possible between the two of us, so starting a family had never had a reason to come up. Noah would make a wonderful father, but even if he's somehow okay with this outlandish idea, it won't truly be his kid. Bloodlines are important to humans, as I understand it. Marcel stepped to the podium, clearing his throat.
Hello, ambassadors of the Sapien Coalition. It's an honor. I've always loved the diversity of life on my homeworld, and though finding it in the stars has brought a ton of suffering for me and my people, it is wonderful to see dozens of races that do share our vision. Maybe other humans haven't told you this, but we revered and feared extraterrestrials when you were the stuff of myth. I find our fears may have lacked imagination. An attempt to destroy our planet, followed by a bioweapon designed to force fundamental changes upon us, bested our spooky sci-fi tropes.
The Thafki ambassador raised a paw. Excuse me, you're Marcel, right? The one that has beaten half to death.
Of course, I should have introduced myself. Most of you know me as the exchange participant, who was taken prisoner and got the space makeover from the Gojid's claws, with a complimentary 10 days of starvation. Fun times. What you may not know is that I was later dosed by an aerialized version of the cure, which triggered a severe initial reaction that left me bedridden for weeks. Breathing in vapors of animal products, they can send me into anaphylaxis. I carry an EpiPen around at all times, just in case now, even here.
You're saying that you're forcefully converted omnivore like us?
The Crow Cattle Ambassador Nuala choked. Precisely. I'm here to lay out why that's a problem. A public health hazard for anyone who's had the effects of this bioweapon passed along. I was already a vegetarian, yet the slightest trace of anything that's an animal can kill me now. I can't live on my homeworld, around my family. I shudder to think how many unexplained incidents occur on worlds of fully cured species. You can have sincere intentions never to go near predator food, but a bug accidentally gets into your meal or an animal brushes up against a crop you don't wash fully. Problem. It could be you, could be your children, or anyone you care about. Everyone's biology reacts differently. Forced herbivation cannot be allowed to exist in a free society. Mazic dignitary Cooper looked displeased.
I am not an omnivore, but wouldn't undoing the cure mean people could eat meat? That really isn't acceptable in our cultures. Maybe it should just be left alone, and the cured peoples can be more careful with food prep, rather than all of us opening the door to dead meals.
Look, I care about what I put into my body, too. I always understood how you feel about predation, and how the idea of it sickens you. But if you believe in something this strongly, you won't change your mind just because you have the choice to change. You believe that these societies are moral and righteous due to their dietary abstinence, yet they don't have the free will to do anything else. They're forced to comply. How is it righteous at all when it is the only path you can take? All the cure does is risk the lives of people who would supposedly stay the course regardless.
I raised my tail. For my fellow delegates' information, Marcel will be on a human trial of the cure reversal drug to test its efficacy. I can speak to the fact that fossil gene edits are never harmless and always about controlling anyone who defies their indoctrination.
Thank you, Ambassador. I've said my piece, but I wanted to be clear how much suffering it has caused me. I don't feel that I deserve this. I don't feel that your grandchildren deserve this either. I'll take my leave, and according to my notes, you're supposed to have a short recess to discuss this, sir. Please support safety and choice. The red-haired human ducked his head, and some of the more Terran-familiar individuals tried to make smacking sounds against the desks to imitate applause. It was always refreshing to see bits of human culture catching on. I appreciated clapping as an unmessable way to let the speaker know their words were appreciated. Part of me wondered where Marcel Fraser and Slanek would be if not for his capture all those months ago. Another aspect of my brain wondered where the Vendel would be now, had we never been turned into our present state. I didn't know if it would be a better outcome, but it would be more authentic. Marcel is right about none of the gene-edited species deserving this. We need to make this right for the next generation.
I have to hope that Noah takes what I'm about to say well. Hey, Noah. My chest was a bundle of nerves, though not in the same way as when I first accepted the binocular-eyed captain's hail. I'm sorry to spring this on you, but can we have a word somewhere private? There's something I need to tell you. The human flinched. I don't like the sound of that. Have I done something wrong? Are we breaking up? What? No. It has to do with, what we were talking about. When I take the stage, please, just follow me. I scurried out of the meeting auditorium, finding my way to a private discussion chamber. Noah looked apprehensive, but shut the door behind him. What if he was offended by what I was about to propose, or despised the idea? Would he get angry that I recklessly wished to be among the first to have my gene edits undone, and bring the uncrippled child into this world? My ears bunched up with frustration, as I struggled to think how I would explain my sudden shift in future plans. The astronaut was growing more concerned by the moment, so I knew I needed to just spit it out. I'm getting the gene edits reversed. I want to be one of the first to show my people they can trust it. Like Marcel said, the risks are worth it. To see what was taken from us undone, I blurted. Noah tapped his chin with his finger. Tava, you know I'll support your decision. You should have bodily autonomy. That said, it won't change anything about your present circumstances, now or ever. It's about future generations. Is it worth the risk when there's no, offspring? Yeah, about that. Oh, I see. It's wonderful that you're thinking about motherhood, though I admit I'm caught a bit off guard. I know I should never say this out loud, but aren't you past the birthing age? You know, haven't you hit menopause? This is awkward. I recoiled in confusion. Menopause? I have no idea what you're talking about. Noah's expression became more flustered. It's, human women. They stop getting periods and, being able to have children during their, middle age. I'm gonna stop talking about this. I really should have researched more about Vendel by now, but I didn't even think of that. That's not a thing for us, or any other species that I've heard of. I love you humans, but you're extremely strange on an anatomical level. Also, what's a period? Maybe you should talk about this with Sarah. I don't think I am qualified in this department, but I don't have a problem with you wanting children, per se. It's just, that's not something that could happen between a human and a Vendel. That's why you pulled me aside, right? Are you asking for an open relationship? Frankly, I want to be exclusive. I'm asking if you'd be okay with me seeking a reverse-modeled donor so that you and I could raise a child, uncrippled and free of gene edits, as our own. If that would violate what you see as an exclusivity or as starting a family. Noah was quiet for a few seconds. Sorry, I'm processing that. Tava, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. If this is what you want, then we'll make it work. I'll love our little Vendel Goober with all my heart. I'm so relieved that you're okay with it. I know that it's a lot to ask, but I need us to be a part of building that future generation. Our legacy. I guess peace in the galaxy and saving the human race won't be enough of a legacy. Never hurts to add a little more. With you by my side, I feel like I can always go beyond what I ever dreamed was possible. Now, let's go get the SC on our side. I can't wait to tell them all about our plans to restore the Vendel to our true selves. My human wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and I gave him a grateful ear flick for his unwavering support. As long as the Predator stood beside me, no challenge was insurmountable. Together, we returned to the main venue to rally our allies around the gene reversal program that would play a huge part in our future lives. End of chapter. Chapter 161. Memory transcription subject. Onzo Yodel Technician Specialist. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 23rd, 2137. The march to Alpha defied expectations, with the lack of open confrontation we faced. The Colchian Commonwealth had a vast expanse of territory. As the original founder, their most storied colonies predated the Federation itself. Their population had necessitated spreading out across the stars, so even after a hypothetical conquest of Alpha, it would have to be seen whether the scattered billions would surrender. The tentacled bastards used every system of their official 20 light-year territory bubble, which was how their manufacturing power was so absurd. It was also why I expected us to be stopped by border outposts like the Gojits had, but those sat unguarded, with only automated turrets and lasers left behind. The stationary targets could be picked off with little risk to us. Within inhabited systems, FTL disruptors were running, which impeded our journey. We chose a pathing that traveled by the fewest settlements, but were forced to burn days in sublight travel. Wary of the Kolshians using humanity's tricks against us, we kept our own anti-FTL signals online. The last thing we needed was asteroids being warped atop us, or ships leaping right into the center of our ranks. It might have been possible to take the colony worlds, except that Kolshian bombers were clustered around their own planets. What was the point of that? I grasped that they only cared to defend Alpha, but this maneuver must have been with the intention to paint humanity as butchers.
Perhaps it's a bluff, but even if we got the UN to agree to loss the colonies, it'd waste our munitions. Maybe it is a cold-blooded sacrifice to tilt the scales at the main event. Taking the outpost worlds by foot isn't viable. Then we'll be lucky to successfully occupy Alpha.
I couldn't imagine how the Kolshians on the ground felt, seeing their own government using them as hostages. Several humans suspected a trap on the planet's bounds, whether it be from planet-to-surface munitions, kamikaze bombers, or hidden orbital defenses. We opted to stick to the mission parameters and limit our engagements before Alpha. I couldn't help but notice the bare-bone defenses by the backwaters, with patrols seeming to be cancelled. Was the Commonwealth planning to go out with a glorious last stand? Had the cut-off from over 200 allies caused them to conserve their numbers from the home system? Whatever the reason for the quiet deployment, it felt like a calm before the storm. It was strange that they'd expended so much manpower on failed boarding ambushes, though, as the galaxy's most popular species, lives seemed to have little proportional value to them. The Kolshians knew we wanted to occupy their world, so targeting manned vessels would mean those vessels needed repairs. What was the point of stalling our advance beforehand if they weren't impeding us in surrounding systems now? I couldn't figure out what their angle was, but they'd been buying time for something.
Well, this is it.
I verified the sensor calibrations as we dropped outside the FTL disruptors around Alpha's system.
I'll have a read on how many ships they have soon. Well, gee, I hope it's not millions. They've always been hiding their true capacity.
What if it is millions? Carlos can't exactly say, shoot them all to that, Sutherland grumbled.
Carlos scrunched his face in confusion. Why not?
Do we have the fecking ammunition for that? Even this Atavast yodel can count bullets.
Samantha swept her auburn hair out of eye.
We've been planning to get these feckers for a long time. Time to fix the galaxy's crazy alien problem. I've got a bullet with Melbourne's name on it for the first Kolshian to walk in my sights. Likewise, I'm doing this for Lian. We cleared those colonizers off our planet once, I said. There is nothing you can do to these bastards that would match the 1,000-year sum of their evil.
Tyler snorted.
First, I don't agree, but it is not the damn Olympics. Before your aliens ask, that's a big athletic contest with the shiny medals and the swimmers and the hurdles.
We didn't ask.
Ha! That's rich coming from a living geyser of fun facts. See, much better name for him than Atavist Sovlan. If I have to fight alongside a turtle barbarian, I'm glad it is this one, the Gojit admitted. I never would have imagined how much I'd care about a yodel and little fecking predators when I turned myself in. Though, you all leave much to be desired. You're my crew.
Samantha glowered at him. I don't know why I expect a racist war criminal to give proper compliments, but you're making me glad that we're about to see action. Please dole out some of the now shut the fuck up orders, Officer Cordona.
Fine. Listen up. Here's what I will need handled. Monzo numbers, Sovlan tactical suggestions. Tyler barked. Good luck. You all know what we're up against. This squiddy's got home field advantage and they're packing heat. We scrounged up over 100k of our own ships, so that's a good crap. But it is us, a smaller number of yodel, technocracy ships that we could bring in, and another bit of sapient coalition padding. There's been calls to others' powers, but
We don't have them now, Carlos sighed. It'll be alright. Whatever they have waiting for us, I know tactics are on our side.
Well, we haven't unlocked an infinite ammo glitch in reality, so tactics won't matter if they've got us too outgunned. Plasma has to recharge, and the rest of our munitions ain't gonna replenish on the fly. Hanzo, do you have the enemy's numbers?
I straightened my ears, waiting for the inconclusive blips to solidify into a proper count. Our glide had almost brought us within visual range of the nearest ships, but there was a larger formation scattered throughout the system. Orbital rings by orbital ring, it became clear the cautions hadn't left any stop along the way uncovered. Pushing through to Alpha itself would mean vanquishing a brutal onslaught at every step. And I couldn't imagine other surprises weren't lurking for us. My readout sourced data from our vast array of vessels, running predictive analysis to fill the gaps from vague, far-off points. My ears pinned back in unease as I watched the total numbers of hostiles climb. Worst of all, a solid chunk of the foes on our vicinity couldn't be matched to the known Shadow Fleet markers. There was an estimated 96,000 vessels from the manned public Colchian Armada and over 200,000 that were Shadow Fleet, a jaw-dropping number that dwarfed our attack force. However, I was watching the full enemy tally climb past 500,000 before it leveled off. The computer didn't buy that the rest were Commonwealth-made. It racked its databanks for other alternatives, including the simplest possibility that some of their 200 allies had come despite the catastrophic cyber attacks. Yet, the homogeneity of the ships suggested that it was a single entity, which led my brain to a startling possibility. Which parties in the galaxies have that many ships? I'd assumed that it was the Orcs or Dominion, except that I don't see how the Greys could have been persuaded to fight alongside Federation prey. Let's start with the easy news. While it is running a search for more comprehensive analysis, I said, we're looking at about 500,000 hostiles in system. Tyler narrowed his eyes.
That's, the easy news.
Well, it's not a million ships like Slovlin was afraid of. Slovlin waved his claws angrily.
Oh, 500,000 ships. That's so much better. Wait, what if Onso applied sensor filters by mistake? Maybe he's overselling it.
The very first time we worked together, you accused me of that same shit. My work is damn good. Good as any the human here. If you can't see that, you're the never-pouched primitive.
I'm sorry. Who was the captain of a warship? Who's trusted for tactical advice?
Captain Monahan? Technically, that's the correct answer, wise ass. Samantha laughed. I don't see a problem. We beat them with numerical odds against us many times over. 'Cause the best minds are on our team. How is this any different? Carlos scowled at his fellow guard.
This is it. Every trick they have up their sleeve they're going to use on us. We expect some of those plays to be as dirty as feck. They also have defensive fortifications to support their ships all across the system. There's a reason the plan is to manually take over the moon's orbital defenses. The brass must think that we can't get close enough with bombers.
I flinched as my console flashed, confirming my suspicion. I'll tell you what else is different. 200,000 of the ships are from the Orcs or Dominion.
What? Tyler hissed.
Sovlin's spines bristled with a dangerous lividness. Those fecking, the heartless Greys do know who starved them, right? And after everything the Orcs did to us, to the herd, Alpha is working paw in paw with them. It wasn't enough that this all started because of the Federation. They have to keep it going. I know our suffering means feck all to them, but the Greys and the Colchians really are one and the same.
Keep your head, Captain Racism. We know there's no bar that's too low for them. I can't say I expected this, but I also think the Dominion is less dangerous than the Shadow Fleet. We still have the mountain to climb, but it's now or never. When the other 200 species get back on their feet.
Those numbers would be 1 million plus, I finished. Insurmountable. Channel your anger, Sovereign, and use it to kill them all. The Gojid gritted his teeth.
With pleasure. It's time to correct my final mistake. Years of service to the slying, sifkit-brained Federation. What's your tactical input? Tyler questioned. Sir, I feel that we should target these Dominion ships now. This isn't solely due to my personal vendetta with those bastards. They're manned ships, but ones that are more competent than the Colchian crewed vessels. It'll keep us clear of the lights-out drones too. Our weapons have the advantage, so that we can cut the Greys down to size. Onzo, do you agree?
I masked my surprise at having my opinion solicited. I do agree. I don't know what these Dominion crews were told, but I'm sure several aren't thrilled of their present alliance. There appears to be a group massing by the nearby gas giant, attempting to spring an ambush if we leave them be. We don't want to lose their signatures and have gravity fields muddy the waters.
Then I'll advise the captain. She'll handle coordination with our allies. Find us a prime target on sensors, Onzo, and send to the viewport on them.
Consider it done.
As Tyler strolled over to Monahan's post, I brewed in my unvoiced doubts over the numerical disadvantage. It seemed like we didn't have enough ships to take the system. Under the circumstances, the best option might have been to circle back and avoid a confrontation that was slanted so heavily against us. However, another part of my brain knew that this was the best that the odds were going to get. Now that the Federation wasn't donning the guise of a peaceful organization, they could crank out more ships than humanity could with the sheer scale of their empire. If we let the Kolshians have time to get a new manufacturing plant off the ground, there was no way for the Terrans to match it.
It's impressive how quickly humanity ramped up their ship-making capacity, putting Earth's entire industrial might into overdrive, going from zero battle-worthy craft to thousands upon thousands, whether by snapping drives and donations from allies or by splicing drones together from scratch. That said, it is now or never for taking Alpha, and hopefully the Federation down.
Tyler gave me a confident nod upon his return. My selection had been a Dominion bomber that was showing battle scars on its hull, much like our own. The enemy craft had undergone repairs, but nothing could truly be put back to the same quality after it was broken. Other sections of the invading fleet were designated to separate tasks. Yotel technocracy ships were joining Terran drone advances on the Shadow Fleet hideouts, pushing deeper into the system. The meager assortment of Sapien Coalition forces were challenging Kolshian crewed ships, pitting the two weakest links against each other. The last one seemed like a toss-up of who stampeded first, though I suspected that it was derisive to think that way.
Small laser station powering up from within the ring debris,
I barked, spotting the warning on my screen. Captain Monahan pursed her lips.
Don't deviate from our present course. Lock plasma fire on the Dominion hostile and prepare for evasive maneuvers if we're fired upon.
As our powerful railguns faced off against the Dominion's pair, I trusted that we had the edge in range, while lacking recharge speed and anti-evasion measures. The true advantage was the shield-breaking missiles, which were dumped into gas giant adjacent enemies. Unless the Kolshians had done something so reckless as passing along their replicated technology to the Orcs, the Greys wouldn't have an advantage. Unshielded foes were forced to pirouette behind cover of the planet's rings, where ice particles and small rocks absorbed several beams. We didn't have a clear shot, while they could pick their angle from a strategic location. To make us feel more surrounded, station-based lasers torched the path through Terran ships. They had enough energy to cut through several of our craft, shields and all, with a single blow. Our advance turned in to address the troublesome planetary defense, chucking any high-yield bombs we had in station's direction. Its defenses were able to cause some premature detonations, though the indirect exposure was enough to clear its surrounding debris. That left a clean ticket for the antimatter munitions to punch through, blowing the installation of Ralchi's domain. While we'd been able to mop up that issue, I could see why larger versions around Alpha would be a major problem. The Kolshian homeworld must be a fortress.
The Orcs picked this perfect location to set up shop and compensate for their weakness. They might be lazy in the present day, but they're not stupid. There's no question why they've been able to terrorize the whole galaxy for years.
We still have a long way to go after this, sir, Sutherland advised Tyler, amid nerve-racked claw chewing. They've been able to mitigate their losses, and we've taken some hits. If they whittle us down at this rate, all the way to Alpha, we won't make it. We need to rethink our strategy. I don't know. Figure out why the Dominion is working with the Federation at all. I fucking hate the idea of working with them, but I don't see how we can take them on. Turning them might be the best tactical advice I can give.
Officer Cardona looked surprised by that suggestion.
Thank you for your objectivity, Sutherland. Intelligence back home has been appraised of the Dominion's arrival, but we don't have enough information to try any outreach yet. I'll be candid with you all. We could use double the ships at our disposal to have a viable chance. Wish we'd got more than 38 fucking allies, cause it's a real David versus Goliath.
A real what?
Little guy versus big guy. We just have to keep fighting and pray for a turnaround. We'll take offer or die trying. That might be bleak, but it's the God's honest truth.
With those ominous words hanging in the air, I felt inertial dampeners rushing to keep up as we zigzagged. Dodging plasma required constant surveillance of target locks and inbound munitions. Interceptors deployed in front of us as many missiles homed in on us. Weapons had only just gotten our plasma back online, having to rely on connected turrets in the downtime. We fired off another shot, and a glancing plasma response from the Dominion caused a slight dip in our shielding. Finding cover was the best way to hold our own. The Terran fleet had deployed a few barrier walls to replicate the gas giant's ring's advantage, but those could only absorb a few hits. It was nothing compared to the millions of fragments created by nature to hide within. I squinted at the sensor screen for any useful insights to pass along, and my tail drooped as I spotted ship activity from the edge of the system. The Cautions had more vessels at the ready, warping in to encircle us. It had looked like they had vacated every outpost or colony garrison in their possession, but I suppose that had been the trick as well. While our Terran comrades had left a rearguard anticipating the strategy, we were already stretched thin against 500,000 defenders. The idea of juggling more combatants and flanks would put an even greater strain on our resources. As much as I'd been excited to take the fight to the Federation, I wasn't sure this was a battle we could win, if the enemy still had more resources to summon.
"Onzo, are you alright? You look like you just saw a ghost," Tyler growled.
I attempted to correct my downcast expression, but my body language stayed deflated.
I did. Ours. I'm counting 30,000 new Dominion signatures, freshly warped in at the edge of FTL disruptor boundary. For every few we cut down, they could just bring in more. There's no telling how many ships they really have.
That changes things. We have to win this fight, but no commander would advocate suicide for our fleet. If the other side's true numbers are still in question, this battle is already lost. I'll bring this to Monahan's attention, and maybe, like Sovereign said, we do have to rethink our strategy. I hope that we can find another way. I'll keep you appraised.
I ducked my head in acceptance and watched the primate hustle over to the captain to impart the worrisome message. Optimism was becoming a colossal struggle as we swerved around the battlefield to maintain our very lives. Once we found a path to cut through the Dominion's ringed forces, I had faith that we could start pushing our momentum in this area. The question was how many engagements we could survive before our fleet collapsed under the pressure. If tons of enemy reinforcements were sitting in the sidelines, getting to Alpha might be too much of a hurdle for even humanity to surpass. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Memory transcription subject Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date Standardized Human Time, March 23rd, 2137. The captain bore a somber look on her face as Tyler first imparted the news of Dominion reinforcements from the direction of Kalqua. There were a few hushed and hurried conversations as I strained to pick up comms chatter. Well, I couldn't hear what our personnel was saying. I could see the humans' faces cycling through different emotions. The bridge crew were dividing their attention between this new situation and waging battle against the Orcs ships entrenched in the gas giant's ring. Our progress was slow and steady, careful not to overplay our hand. Their cover was being chipped away at, though it cost a few ships. Plasma arced from our railgun, seizing a clean angle that I forwarded through my analysis of the battlefield. I tried to focus on that single enemy erupting into smithereens and the increased ability that we had to avoid hazards from our closer vantage point. The Dominion didn't budge from their positions as a few allies fell. Our own ship was the recipient of an attempted target lock, likely the same foe that signaled us out of the previous plasma strike. I put my head down and searched for whichever miscreant was gunning for us. Through close inspection, I located a small warship hiding in the shadows of a large ally. Not wasting a second that could mean the difference between life and death, I forwarded the new target to weapons.
Plasma is recharging. But with those nanodrones we stocked up on, I say now's a good time to use them,
I shouted.
Captain Monahan angled an ear towards me ever so slightly. You heard the yodel. Unload the nanodrones and deploy the mini-missile salvo to distract them in the meantime. The Terran commander's addition to my plan was sound, but it was disappointing that I hadn't presented the solution myself. The new Dominion blips, 30,000 of them, were distracting me. A part of my brain was mapping their trajectory and had reached a gut-wrench conclusion before my conscious mind connected the dots. As the mini-missile delivery vehicles wove around the larger hull and their payload battered the shieldless hull of the foe targeting us, I checked to confirm my instinctual suspicions. All of the new reinforcements were closing in on our manned vessels to aid their Orcs brethren. We had chosen this engagement because it was the most viable option on the competency gradient.
Have we walked into a trap? What do we even do? Peel back and push through the ambushes? Weapons at full blast and to regroup. Summon a drone backup when our automatons are already contested in the Shadow Fleet.
The nanodrones reached their intended target, punching through the drive compartment. There was nothing the Orcs harassing us could do to avoid going up in flames. The explosion lobbed icy debris from the planetary rings at nearby comrades, which damaged several of its allies. I was certain that Monahan would advise other ships to pivot to nanodrones, but that tactic didn't address the inbound problem. We had a few minutes before the Dominion completed its pincer movement. While I racked my brain for an out-of-the-box solution, the sensors readouts glitched. The unmistakable raiding vessel switched over to green, friendly markers.
Tyler, 30,000 Orcs vessels are coming in hot on our heels, I announced. I advise immediate action to address this threat. Also, many enemies may have tapped into our system since they are suddenly denoted as friendlies.
Sovlin huffed with skepticism. Did you press the wrong button by mistake? All that bouncing and fidgeting you do on your hind legs?
I didn't touch it. You are disrupting matters of the gravest importance. Does Tyler need to remove you from the bridge?
Well, I spoke up to offer sensible advice. Unless that is nasty Chief Hunter Issav ships, it's obvious Dominion ships aren't friendlies. And Issav is buddy-buddy with Zhao. So I'd venture, since we didn't know they were coming, it's not him. The Greys don't have cyber capabilities like Terrans, as Onzo should know. Hacking is a fantastical notion. That leaves the possibility that the markers were mislabeled by the Yodel, or by someone else in a high-ranking position. Would any humans betray their kind to aid the Orcs?
Captain Monahan snapped ahead towards us. No. We're pulling back to fall in line with the new Dominion ships. We have new intel being forwarded that says that they're here to take Alpha, and are very much against cooperating with the Kolshians. I'll be hailing the new arrivals commander to gather info for the fleet. Exo SWAT has control of battle stations. Comms, extend a hail. I blinked in confusion, doubtful over whether to trust these sources. Sovlin could have a point about power-hungry traitors in the Terran's cause, though I knew very little about this Issav he mentioned. Tyler told me that he was an ardent supporter of some Archives Grey, but I didn't know the specifics. However, it wasn't impossible that the sensor anomaly was an inside job to sow confusion, a betrayal from within. As was evident in the seediest parts of Yodel history, all it took was one person in the right spot who was tempted by the grandiose offerings to sell out a movement. If the primates were too trusting of the wrong people, our vessels could be waltzing blind into the crossfire. Our intelligence hasn't dropped the ball yet, Onzo. Knock on wood. If this was an entire agency's conclusion, there must be some basis for it. Tyler reassured me. Carlos dipped his head in agreement. Maybe it's a new addition to the Orcs rebels. I thought they preferred insurgent tactics to direct engagements, but maybe this group buys into the prideful aggression doctrines. Aggression sounds great. Hell, as long as their bloody guns point in the right direction, I don't care if they follow the whims of a flying spaghetti monster, Samantha huffed. Our warships reversed its momentum with gradual thruster changes and glided backwards. The hostile Orcs wouldn't concede their strategic location by the gas giant to pursue us. Of the thousands of Dominion ships in this cluster, we'd picked off a few percentage points. I could see nearby remains of a few of our craft, too. We hadn't escaped unscathed. Even with shields, a few well-placed hits in the close succession would turn a Terran vessel to scrap metal. Captain Monahan was aware of the singular focus required during a space battle, which was why she was in a hurry to complete the call to our mysterious ally. Seconds passed without a response from the 30,000 ships,
who were almost upon us. If there was no answer from this grey bunch, it would certainly elevate my suspicions. Any genuine aid would want to coordinate with our allies. What could possibly be the delay? Before my doubts could creep back in, regardless of the humans' faith in their intelligence, a strange oxel blinked onto the screen. Abundant scars laced his face, which was an unusual greenish-grey, rather than a standing in their typical display of strength and ferocity. This commander was in an unusual seated position. If he was answering our hail, this must be the chief hunter presiding over the command ship. Given that Sovlin wasn't reacting with recognition, this wasn't the friendly Isif. The carnivorous alien bared his teeth in a true snarl, rather than the relaxed teeth flashing Terran's favored.
Humans, I am Chief Hunter Ilthus, and I'm here to help you deal with these traitors to Battlement, the Oxel growled. Battlement is an ideal of cruelty and dominance. A friend of yours reminded me of this. I was able to contact Chief Hunter Uslif from my neighbor's sector before Gisnil could get to her with that plea.
Monahan narrowed her eyes. Why are you helping us, Chief Hunter? We'd like to know who we're fighting alongside.
Uslif and I wanted to show these Kolshians we don't need their permission to do anything, and that we don't work with prey. I've obtained a copy of some damning footage between those codgers, Gisnil and Nykonus, but the Dominion ships have disabled communications for that reason. The command ships are jamming inbound signals, to be sure, under the guise of cyber security. I could convince many others here to turn if they saw this one clip.
There's no way to get them to accept file transfers or hails without hacking their systems and forcing them to listen. If we had malware on their ships, I suspect that it would have been activated the second our brass heard the Dominion was here. You'll need to fight your comrades. Will that be acceptable for you?
You speak as if I care about my associates, human. I'm not so pathetic. They are in my way. They are defending the leaf-licking scum who think they can control us, and I'd rather fight with a sniveling predator like you than join the piss-ridden Federation. At least you don't shy away from a threat.
I think the Federation finds us humans to be most troublesome, clearly. The Dominion's not a fan of the strength and gumption that we bring to the table either. If I may, Chief Hunter, do you know how the Orcs were persuaded to work with the Commonwealth?
They claimed that you will eliminate any threats to your claim over the prey animals that populate the galaxy. Therefore, the Orcs will not have the right to exist, and pooling forces with an undesirable herbivore is to protect future raids. They say it's about the right to cruelty, but it's really about control and lack of ambition. Isif told me that you'll back a society with a different despot to Gisnil. I'll answer to no more cowards. That senile, defective Chief Hunter has the right idea with a power grab, but the role seems better suited to me.
We can settle the future of Dominion after Federation is gone, Chief Hunter. The perfect tone of diplomacy from Monahan for the self-centered individual. This is a chance to defeat them entirely and to stop Oxel from being directly controlled by the herbivores who insulted you by trying to starve you. Who do you want to be the one responsible, a hero even, in their defeat? Ilthus's eyes glowed with malice.
Generations will know of my power. A true Chief Hunter would never fight for the Federation. We're taking the gas giant. If you leaf leakers want to come with us, you better keep up.
The Oxor disconnected from the hail, and Captain Monahan allowed her neutral mask to fall. She closed her binocular eyes with a bit of wariness, no doubt from her negotiating attempts all being centered on crazy people from deranged regimes. That would tucker anyone out and challenge their professional tone. I could at least rest assured that the newcomer's motives checked out, so human intelligence had read the situation correctly. The Terran manned ships merged with Ilthus's vessels, coordinating with Oxor commanders over comms. With 30,000 new craft on our side, we should be able to clean up the inferior force much quicker. I checked my sensor readout, gauging the other battlefronts. Sir, an update on our allies' status.
The other Yodel ships have been pushed deeper into Alpha System. If I'm reading this correctly, it seems Terran drones quietly slapped on their own particle beams. The Shadow Fleet is sustaining disproportionate losses. The Sapient Coalition is struggling against the enemy's manned ships, though, and it appears to need urgent backup.
We can't afford to divert any resources. We're committed to pushing forward with Ilthus, and if the A-Team is succeeding against the Shadow Fleet, they should keep their foot on the gas too. Taking out those ships is top priority after all.
What happens when the SC ships fall on their first engagement of many? We're at the outer bounds of the system, not Alpha.
If we spend this battle bailing them out, we won't be able to focus on our goals. They knew the risks. They need to hold their own, unless we get more magical reinforcements out of left field.
Well, I knew that my human exchange partner was correct. Having only 2 main groups to deploy would hinder our capabilities to address evolving threats. It was a shame that herbivore crude militaries were always bumbling fools. I think that knowledge colored Terran's initial perception of me, in this role, more than primitive accusations I faced elsewhere. Determined to set myself apart from other ex-Federation volunteers, I hunched over the sensors to find us an edge. The green dots denoting Ilthus' ships were throttling ahead at full burn. It was convenient for us that they sent themselves to the front lines to absorb the worst of the incoming fire. This is a novelty, seeing the minion ships fighting against themselves, untold aggression cancelling each other out. Ilthus will want to push into the rings for close-range angles, blasting these opponents with kinetics and plasma that they can't dodge. It'll be a no-win bloodbath, except that we can seize the distraction for mid-range strikes. Ilthus is likely to get up close and personal with his old friends, I advised. We should be careful not to hit him.
Sovlin grumbled to himself. Should we now? So much for wise sage Sovlin handle tactics.
Don't hit him, because we need his vessels alive to increase our chances during later engagements. I suggest that we hold our fire to precede him by just a little bit, so the enemies are distracted when he pulls up alongside them. Tyler grinned with approval.
Good work, Onso. Chart Ilthus' intercept vectors and inform us when you estimate a ship is 10 seconds from deploying kinetics.
Yes, sir.
30,000 overlapping lines blinked onto my sensor readouts, but I knew our vessel needed to protect one. Other Terran craft would handle the others. I applied filters to the chart vectors only for Ilthus' speediest ships and those who were the closest to the gas giant's rings. After combing through the data and allowing our new allies to get nearer to the target, I pulled up a nimble warship's pathing. It was flying headlong into a barrage of plasma. While we conserved the brunt of our weaponry for the climax of this aggressive strategy, the fresh Dominion ships had an abundance of missiles to unload at the Kolshian allied hostiles. Scores of casualties were racking up on both sides, but the arrogant chief hunter had almost gotten his ship inside the icy debris. I pulled up one vessel. We could just barely catch an angle of its belly. We can blow a hole in the underside of this one, or at least make it straddle. Plasma needs to get shut off in the next few seconds. Weapons fire a new target, Monahan ordered. My ears perked up as our beam was dispatched with impressive haste. Somehow, the humans hadn't sacrificed anything in the way of precision. Our Orcs or foes were paying more mind to their kinsmen than the UN fleet hanging back. Perhaps under the assumption that the debris lent them enough shelter to disregard us. Their negligence allowed us to tear a gash in our Mark's belly, compromising its integrity. Terran vessels around us fired off similar shots, landing strikes wherever we could. A few kills, along with many damaging hits, were notched into our enemies. Several enemy guns, which had been preoccupied raining hellfire on a charging Ilthus, zapped plasma in our direction in response. The Terran man fleet was able to avoid prolonged fire since Ilthus regained their attention with his arrival. The scarred chief hunter had lost thousands of ships with his recklessness, but it was one way to flush the Dominion from the icy rings. The Oxal friendlies stormed the natural-made fortress, cycling between their 3 main munitions as fast as biologically possible. More missiles whispered off from close range in an overkill, wasteful gesture, while turrets revved to life to pump kinetics across entire ship bodies. Plasma had barely flashed from twin railguns before it coiled with our enemies. Ilthus' strategy was to shoot everything his force had all at once without giving them a second to breathe.
and it was working like a charm.
Now that our plasma has recharged, another supporting volley should cause them to crumble. Even the Orcs themselves didn't expect this much aggression from one of their own. This Ilthus Grey's unhinged. Not my ideal choice for an ally.
I served up another target on the platter, and weapons needed a quick go-ahead to sizzle energy towards the fray. The Terran fleet had drifted nearer, allowing a shorter time to impact. I had the viewport focused on a current mark as human technicians blast plasma straight into key systems. The craft somehow stayed together, but the gaping hole through its hull left it listing off vector. Ilthus's people were on it in a second, killing a vessel that was already out of the game for good measure. The Dominion's numbers had dwindled in light of our new arrival, though they pumped out desperate last shots towards the new chief hunter. Our crazy ally was able to pounce on the final remnants without help, but the swift victory was at the cost of an eye-watering 10,000 of his ships.
Ilthus's help won't last long if he keeps bleeding ships like this.
I adjusted the viewport towards the open expanse of stars as our warship banked to join our allies deeper in system.
Speaking of allies, that Sapient Coalition situation I mentioned has gotten worse. We should help them.
Samantha rolled her eyes.
In a shocking turn of events, our alien help leaves much to be desired, except for the Yodel ships. You're pretty much as good as the X-Feds get. I'm so flattered. Not that you're completely wrong. With help like this, we certainly could use more ships. We just made it past their first bastion of defense, and the numbers won't get any prettier.
Sovlin tapped a claw against the screen, finding a faint indicators from the edge of the opposite side of the system. Then you're going to like this. Already marked a tentative green. Computer must think they're not Colchian or Dominion. We should ask these guys to head towards the bulk of the action, rather than drifting away out yonder. The first wave of reinforcements that were on our side had quieted my doubts, but the Gojit's war criminal was speaking as if new additions were joining our fleet. I snapped my attention to the activity that he picked up, seeking out supplemental information so I could brief the captain on their origin. The subspace trails were a bit strange and would take a moment to untangle from this range, but I was confident that I'd figure it out. Whoever the latest group was, I hoped that it was someone more reliable than gunslinging Ilthus. Humanity needed proper aid to bail out their sapient coalition partners. End of chapter. Chapter 163. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. Now that humanity and its allies were here at Alpha, I could feel the weighty gaze of history upon us. The chance to free our societies from the Federation's grip was both terrifying and inspiring. The Colchians had stripped us of our own cultures and thrust us into a censored life of suffering. A government that valued control above all else must not be allowed to exist. Just as I had once considered humans a menace incapable of feeding, out to conquer and pillage, I saw the same creatures that deserved anguish fighting in the system. The Dominion and the Commonwealth, poor and poor, both responsible for my tormented lot in life. If it weren't for Russell, I might stand with Anza in wanting Uffa glassed. The personalized anger always shaped my strategizing for the better, though the yodel had been piping up before I could assemble my tactics. I guess the primitive wanted both jobs at Census Station. However, I had no intention of taking a backseat during the attempt to vanquish the Colchians. My eyes stayed alert for anything useful that could kickstart new ideas, while monitoring the sensor feed for data relevant to our tactical options. 50,000 friendlies at the edge of our detection range caught my attention. In the span since we first arrived in system, our fleet had now gained 80,000 new participants, nearly doubling our original count. Of course, I'd like to have Ilthus's head on a pike, but thankfully, that warmongering Orcs seemed capable of killing off the beasts under his control by himself. 1/3 of his force dying back at the gas giant saved human lives, so I could tolerate the Greys getting blown to dust in our stead. That said, I hoped the computer wouldn't identify these new arrivals as more Dominion monsters, answering to some other chief hunter with a vicious ideology. The confusing bit was that they were denoted as friendlies. If these were Federation or Orcs vessels, their signature would have been matched to the ones in system. Had someone from the Sapient Coalition decided to send some more help?
I snapped my head up, catching on to a remark from Onzo about needing more ships.
Then you're going to like this. Already marked a tentative green. Computer must think that they're not Colchian or Dominion. We should ask these guys to head towards the bulk of the action, rather than drifting way out yonder.
The Yodel had been pensive since the battle began, likely worried about our odds of taking down this army. A joint force from the two greatest powers in the galaxy, which shattered the records for any battle force. Onzo had understood that our outlook was grim going in. I think the primitives saw this as a suicide mission. Reality hadn't looked upon us with kindness at first. The Terran shipyards at Proxima Centauri, built up adjacent to the colony with temporary housing, and the cumulative manufacturing power of Earth held significant output for a single species. The predators seemed as if they could do anything when faced with a challenge to their kind. Yet it paled in comparison to the system-filling numbers that we were up against today. I knew what hopelessness looked like from gauging the morale of my Gojid crew back when we squared off against the Orcs. The charge we led against the Cradle's raiders had a few realists like Onzo. It was only when Ilthus showed up that I saw the first glimmer of hope within the Yodel, and with 50,000 new additions to our roster, optimism was gleaming in my crewmates' eyes. I could see that the Marsupial was trying to temper his rising spirits. It was important to verify that these were friendlies. If these latest additions were truly on our side, we might be able to fill the system with our own fleet.
There is an issue of the 200,000 enemies that are Shadow Fleet, but it sounds like the Yodel and Terrans have their number. Something about beams of particles? Before we hail the Velas, we should know who they are, Tyler decided. For all we know, it could be some trick by the Colchians to dress their fleet up as Vendel ships.
Samantha rolled her eyes. That would never work. The Vendel gave us most of their military. 50,000 ships don't grow on trees. Are you sure about that, Sam? Carlos teased. The blonde-haired officer blinked in irritation.
Enough! You get my point. We can't afford to be wrong here. Who are we dealing with?
Just one more second, sir.
Hanzo furiously applied some filters to the subspace trail data, before his optimism seemed to fizzle.
Oh, that's, it's the Dirtian Shield.
I shot a withering look at the Yodel.
Why are you saying that like it's a bad thing?
Because, like all Federation militaries except for the ones we're squaring off against, they've shown that they're completely incompetent.
I was in the Federation military.
My point stands, old man.
Insolent prick! Do you know who was the only captain to spot the Terran ambush and Gojid border outposts, despite their stealth deception?
Samantha called a nose at me.
Why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Besides, maybe my memory's a little hazy, but didn't you do nothing to intervene? Something about expecting us to be unable to resist slaughtering the civilians on your colonies. So you camped by an inhabited world instead of your base.
I might have been a little offside. My point is, I saw through your tricks, so I was somewhat competent. Not all Federations are the same.
Uh-huh.
Tyler was visibly trying not to laugh.
This really shouldn't be amusing, should it? Guess compared to the shit that came after, this is good old days. Now sit back. We're going fast as we can to help out those SE ships. Unfortunately, Onzo has a point about Federation captains not holding up under pressure. They need us.
Damn right they do, the Yodel declared. Well, now that they're here, don't we have to contact the Dirtian Shield to make sure that they don't wander off unsupervised?
I'm sure that we wouldn't put it that way, but yes. It's a good number of ships, and maybe this time will be different. Believe it or not, I heard they held up surprisingly well defending Kalqua.
Cornered animals, sir. Sutherland probably needs to concept explained, since prey could never hurt anyone just because they're out of options.
I scoffed.
I don't take explanations from medievalists and microwave chefs. Go make your fecking call.
Officer Cardona ran a final confirmation with Onzo on the data before passing it along and used of the Dirty Shield reinforcements to Captain Monahan. The UN commander gauged the distance between us and the floundering Sapien coalition. The man-Colchian ships were making quicker work of our direct allies than the Shield's last stand. Pairing the two groups together could grant them more backbone, and adding the Kalqua natives to the mix took our tally above 180,000. The real question was whether the avians were finally friendly towards the humans, or whether they'd cause fractious disruptions. The tone of this conversation would indicate their disposition towards us.
Without humanity's kindness, the Dirtian species would be in the same position as the Gojets post-Cradle, if not worse. I don't see how they could find it in their hearts to still harbor hatred for us."
A Dirtian commander blinked onto the screen. "We were hoping the Yodel captain would speak to us about our integration, but I suppose a predator will suffice. We're here to make Alpha pay for what they did to us."
"Good,"
Monahan growled with a neutral expression. "If I may, weren't the homogeneity's numbers devastated at Kalqua? I thought you only had
a little less than 10,000 ships total.
I do know my own fleet strength. Look, we lost more people than you did on Earth. I'm so angry I can't think straight. The Kolshians attacked us again. We'd be fecked anyways, so we might as well point our guns at them, here and now. Understood? The other 40,000 are S.H.I.E.L.D. allies? The Leshy felt guilty for not sending any ships to Kalqua. Some grudge about being iced out of the Federation military. The Jawa saved most of their fleet for today because, surprise, they wanted to help out with this anyway. Wait, why am I telling a predator this? I'm sure the motives of the 44 species and which ones turned up don't matter to you. What registers is violence, and there's 40,000 S.H.I.E.L.D. ships that want to dish that out. You know, I'm happy you're here. We'll forward the coordinates of our herbivore allies' advance, and you can team up with them. They'll fill you in on the details you need. Oh, and Commander, the avian stiffened. Yes, humanity is not your enemy. We're, starting to see that. Thank you for saving us." The Dirtian struggled to say those last words and hurriedly disconnected from the call. Samantha chuckled with disbelief. It seemed the avians hadn't put the entirety of the predator distaste aside. However, I trusted the S.H.I.E.L.D. to fight by our side as long as it meant dishing out retribution to Alpha. The look on the homogeneity commander's eyes when she spoke about her anger struck a chord. It wasn't dissimilar to how I'd felt after losing my family, stewing in hatred and a desire to make the responsible parties suffer. In her case, that grief was fresh. Trusting the Dirtian not to do something rash would be foolhardy under the circumstances.
"We need to keep an eye on them. They're not thinking straight," I said.
Carlos nodded in agreement. "I know. Every human on the ship knows how they feel. Many of us came out of the Earth's attack willing to do anything to the Federation."
"However much they're not of sound mind now," Tyler began.
Samantha sighed. "Or ever."
"We need their numbers. Their desperation could make them fight better. You heard it from their mouth. They know if this battle isn't won, they can't defend Kalqua anyway. Their fleet is in tatters."
Onza flicked his ears. "The archives told us how loud and individualistic they are, and it shows. They do crazy illogical things during bursts of emotion, assassinating Lyconis because they were angry over their uplifting, leaving Kalqua with 0 ships to their name now."
"Let's not tell them that," I responded. "It won't matter as long as we win this fight. Unlike the Kolshians, the United Nations isn't an habitual practitioner of genocide."
"Yet the Federation said we'd conquer and enslave them all."
Carlos shook his head, as if disappointed by our continued reality.
"They accuse predators of what they themselves do. I wonder if they hate us because our darkest moments are a mirror to their finest."
Samantha patted his shoulder.
"Oh, you sweet little thing. They hate us because of our eyes and our food, and don't need another reason. They wanted us to be conquerors. It just turns out the system that we're conquering is theirs. Now, let's go bail out those bumbling SC idiots."
"This should be an easy stop, but let's not get complacent. Man your stations, everyone,"
Tyler ordered. Yodel technocracy ships and Terran drones were also moving their vectors towards us, after tallying a resounding victory against the Shadow Fleet. The Sapien Coalition bunch were the last group still engaged for our initial skirmishes by the outer planets. A light formation of manned hostiles were giving our herbivore friends a world of trouble. Tactics on both sides had broken down into disorganized shooting match that was tilting towards the Kolshians. The SC numbers had been nearly halved by an enemy band much smaller than them. It wasn't worth waiting for the Dirty and S.H.I.E.L.D. or our autonomous allies to join our rescue.
"Human crew members can handle a straightforward task and do a clinical job cleaning up this area. The quicker we deal with this, the sooner we can push towards the inner planets."
Onzo pulled up an enemy target on screen as we coasted within range, while I monitored whether any forces turned towards us. The Commonwealth vessel seemed a bit dispirited,
like they believed that their government was sacrificing them to the cause. With those extenuating factors in mind, it wasn't a surprise that they were now slow to react. If Russell was still alive today, would he have been called home and roped into serving his nation? I almost felt guilty as we nabbed our first mark, nailing them with a plasma beam that was all too easy to land. The sapient coalition regained a bit of their senses, with humanity coming to their aid. Our herbivore allies regrouped enough to coordinate fire and specific Kolshian vessels. I passed along which ships were being targeted by our allies, so we could pool our resources on the ones they neglected. The manned enemies turned their last missiles towards the human-crewed ships out of spite. Bitter at the predators who sealed their suicide mission, the barrage could be battered aside by most of us, except for smaller vessels that had too many inbound explosives centered on them. With a rapidly dwindling number of Commonwealth survivors, now out of projectiles, it simplified cleanup even further. A small handful of Kolshian ships attempted to flee and were pursued by the fastest Terran craft. We couldn't allow them to fall back, bolstering the largest contingents near Alpha. I knew the point of the staggering resistance was to offer us up for when we reached the inner sanctum. Excessive planetary defense and the best Commonwealth Dominion vessels would be waiting. Having less threats to contend with improved our odds, given the daunting scale of the task ahead. Taking the Federation's founder's world wouldn't even be the end of our mission.
Finish off anything with Kolshian warp drive, Monahan barked. We have new orders from command. While it's ideal to split our forces, UN manned ships are being paired with the Shield and the Coalition. We can't afford to leave them to their own devices, so we stick with them like glue. Navigation, sensors, find us the best point of attack by the inner planets. Weapons, bring me an update on our ammunition stores. Comms, patch us into allied channels and keep us synchronized.
A chorus of assent came from the stations the captain called upon, while the last Kolshian resistance in the region was mopped up. It was troublesome that our sapient coalition allies had bungled such an easy assignment. I hoped the furious revenge-seeking Dirgent Shield would have a higher level of competency. If none of our partners could handle their own, our warships would be strapped to an anchor. Human leadership needed to have a good sense to cut them loose, if it came down to it, and make the requisite sacrifices to win this battle. I peered at the sensor screen.
I see we plotted an intercept course to rendezvous with the Dirtian Shield. After that, I say we go towards the oblong rocky planet, Kato, if I remember its name. An unimportant research colony with a few hab modules. Unless you want to bomb it, I wouldn't concern yourself with settlements aside from Alpha. Sovlan is right, Onzo agreed. It's a prime target. There is a mix of Commonwealth manned vessels and Dominion ships. I imagine neither side likes that, so they might not be fighting or coordinating at their best.
Precisely, Tyler Duckley said. I'll forward your suggested destination to the navs, along with the location of the enemies. Anything else we should know? Well, just some tactical advice, sir. From what we can see on here, the enemy resistance only gets thicker as we go forward. I recommend keeping the SC and the Shield in supporting roles.
No, that won't do. The Dirtian won't be happy taking a back seat here, Onzo challenged. They want revenge for what was done to them. We've already established that, but they're highly emotional and not thinking straight.
Then what are you suggesting? We let them take the lead, despite their questionable competency?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Sovlan. Let the Dirtian pick their role and see how they fare. Kato is the test for whether it's best to let them go off on their own.
Tyler pursed his lips. I don't see a better option to keep them in line, and getting in their way may make them turn their guns on us. This might convince them that we're on the same side. I'll fill the captain in. She can have someone that's an herbivore ask their decision on how she wants to play this.
Let's hope this goes better than we all expect,
Samantha grumbled. As the census officer marched off for a conference with Monahan, I found myself questioning the Yodel's suggestion. I hated to admit Onzo's advice was normally sound, but in this case, his idea could be detrimental to the fleet's success pushing deeper. It would be enough of a challenge to protect weaker allies without putting them in charge of our next move. The humans were attempting to manage a tricky situation, with the numerous parties for and against them in the battle, yet this seemed to be like a ludicrous gamble. I hoped that the Dirgent Shield combat actions today would be as bold as their words. We needed not just to win the next stage of the clash, but also to swing momentum to our side heading to Alpha. None of this factored in Ilthus's ships, which had moved off on their own vector rather than aiding our Sapien Coalition friends. That bloodthirsty chief hunter must not have wanted the appearance of teaming up with the prey. There was no question that the Dirtian would not appreciate our Orcs or aid. I didn't envy the Terran brass trying to juggle these different interests. If anyone could keep this tinderbox from erupting into flames, it was humanity. The Predators had been agents of peace since day one on the galactic scene. End of chapter. Chapter 164. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. The crewed vessels of the Terran fleet advanced on Carter, where the unlikely Commonwealth's Dominion Alliance waited. On a separate course, UN drones and Yodel technocracy ships were flushing the Shadow Fleet out from the system's asteroid belt. Their band had been saddled with Ilthus, since their particle beams allowed them to match his aggression. I was hopeful that the Chief Hunter's ship would fall over the course of the battle, even if humanity didn't believe that was the ideal outcome. However, the 50,000 Dirtian shield vessels surging ahead towards the rocky world, which was somewhat similar to the use of Sol's Mars that I'd understood it, could be a problem too. The avians couldn't afford to throw away their numbers, both for our sake and Kalpa's. We were a seed's flight away from Alpha after soaring through the moderate resistance near the gas giants. More vessels were amassed by Carter, but the bulk of the enemy fleet was anticipating our eventual arrival at the Kolshian homeworld. Their hope was to whittle us down along the way, despite how that knocked tens of thousands of ships from their 500,000-strong tally. The Terrans needed a full docket of information for the upcoming engagement to stave off any traps or devious intentions. I surveyed the ships with interest, trying to gauge what their strategy would be for engaging the hostiles. With the hulls packed into our ranks, it was then I noticed the strange anomaly in the nearest scans.
I've noticed something unusual about these vessels, compared to the standard Dirtian make, I piped up. It's as if they've stapled on some mix-and-match storage bays at the bottom of their ships. High amounts of mass concentration there, too.
Anzo tilted his head.
Were they trying to turn standard warships into bombers? The mass distribution is congruent with what I'd expect for a few standard antimatter missiles, typically used in extermination fleets.
Samantha's eyes narrowed. Like the extermination fleet that came to Earth?
Or to Kalqua. Even if they didn't go by that moniker, I'll note that there is some variance between Karokatl technologies seen on Earth and the multi-tube bomber's specialized colony foundation, and the Dirtians' rather antiquated technology. The blast radius of their bombs is limited by how inefficient their subatomic collision mechanisms.
I jabbed my claw at the Yodel.
You don't need to hijack my observations by regurgitating science textbooks. Stop trying to prove your intelligence through rote memorization.
I'm providing insight into the destructive capability of different species' weapons technologies. Relchi forbid, I find it interesting.
Here's some fucking insight. Any antimatter bomb can flatten a city, but the Dirtians' warheads don't have quite the same reach as the others when they blow up. Isn't that simpler?
Simpler isn't always better, Sutherland. You just don't want a primitive to know anything more than you. If I was a human, you'd gush about my intelligence.
Well, who'd expect a predator to behave that way? The bar is lower for them. No offense. The humans just tend to have very specific interests, like how Tyler likes murdering fish and shooting things in stimulated games.
Tyler scowled at me.
I have other interests. Sorry that I can't gush about philosophy and zoology like Marcel. You two need to quit your bickering, especially at a time like this, and conduct yourselves with proper discipline. Am I understood?
Yes, sir, I grumbled, as the Yodel said nothing.
I think you got the point buried in there. Despite his excessive information, Onzo is right about the Dirtians strapping themselves with as many roughshod bombs as they could.
Carlos's brown irises darkened. Do you think they intend to bomb Officer?
I think so. I also don't see how humanity could stop them without throwing ourselves into the Kolshian's tentacles. So we should cross that bridge if we get there. For all we know, the shield flounders and panics at Kato, Tyler answered.
I chewed at my claws.
But you said you thought they'd fight better because of their desperation, sir. I said they might. I don't think it does any fecking good to raise tensions before we even get to Alpha. Because after seeing that they tape bombs to their bellies, I'm certain they're off in their rockers with rage. Our orders are to destroy enemies posted in this area. Focus on that.
If the humans didn't want to address the Dirtians' vindictive plans, then I was content not to dwell on the prospect of bombs. While the thought of innocents like Russell getting caught up in the crossfire hounded me, the personal resentment in my heart yearned for the Kolshians to suffer, as we all had. Our lives meant nothing to them, so my sympathy was a bit strained. The Yodel would be able to ignore the looming problem as well, given that his opinion was in favor of glassing Arthur. What was Onzo going to do? Beg the Terrans to stop the shield from completing his desired course of action?
What we need is for the Dirtian to carry their weight in combat. The United Nations doesn't endorse or crave genocide, but I can't imagine that they'd be sacrificing human lives to protect Arthur.
Carto's cratered surface was becoming more detailed on the viewport, with a few artificial lights enlarging as the HAB modules had been installed. The settlements on the surface were cramped structures backed beneath the translucent dome, relying heavily on electrolysis or recycled water to create oxygen. I could read up on such topics, just like Onzo. The Dominion and Commonwealth had instructed defense positions tailored towards protecting Carto's orbital range, due to the negligible collateral on the surface. Both entities had a blatant disregard for sapient lives, so I suppose they deserved each other. More concerning was the fact that we barely had a numerical edge over our 60-odd thousand encampment. Few manned ships remained in operation for the Terrans, so the bulk of our advance was 50,000 Dirtian arrivals and Sapient Coalition survivors. There weren't enough of us to keep the shield in check, even if we meant to babysit them. It was a small relief that the Dirtian weren't charging in blind like Ilthus had. That said, at least there was a guarantee that the Orcs ships present, that the birds could deal some damage in the attack. The Coalition and our revenge-seeking allies were huddling together, thronging towards the hostiles in a massive group. I wasn't sure what the avians were doing, but I still was worried about how the Terrans would handle an assault against civilians. Months ago, I could have never imagined that my main concern standing amongst a human crew would be that their mercy would cause quarrels with other powers.
Well, that doesn't look like any bombing formation that I've ever seen. If this is a practice run for bombing Arthur, you'd think that they'd be more spread out, I grumbled.
Tyler crossed his arms, inspecting the viewport.
The Sapient Coalition has tipped us off that they're planning to mob certain ships as one big cluster.
To me, it looks more like a clusterfuck, Samantha chimed in.
I'm inclined to think the same. They were using plenty of words related to herds and herbivores too. I don't know what the Dirtian fed the SC, but they lapped it up. What kind of military strategy is this? Do you have any idea, Sovlin?
Realization pinged in the recesses of my memory, triggered by those keywords. Were the Dirtian trying to employ prey strategies from nature against predator warships? I combed my brain for hunting safeguards in ancient Gojid history, which they taught about in evolutionary science class. The obvious factor for us was the spines, but the shield hadn't taped any bristles to their craft. Somehow, I doubted the efficacy of that defense mechanism when the beastly bite was from a white-hot plasma rather than teeth. This ploy seemed to center around safety in numbers, relying on the herd for protection.
I think this is an attempt at communal defense, I posited with uncertainty. It's not unheard of for a herd animals to team up against predators. Also, clumping together as a herd makes it difficult for the predators to target any one prey creature.
Tyler groaned.
It also makes evasion impossible when your fleet is a giant target.
Bonzo squinted at the sensor readout. Swarming might not be the only way that they can get kills in a calculated way. You saw how the Sapient Coalition performed as a proper military. At the very least, it won't be any strategy our enemy is expecting from us. So it could surprise them, like we did with Ilthus. We can use our ships to distract the Kolshian Oxor team.
I don't think it's just shooting at the enemy will be enough to distract them from the giant ball of incoming ships,
Carlos pointed out.
That's why you humans need to pull one of your crazy stunts like moving another miles-wide moon?
Also, that requires a ton of planning and days-long acceleration in subspace.
I know, but my point is I'm sure that you can repurpose something as a distraction.
What do you expect them to do? Materialize an asteroid belt around Carto?
I hissed. Officer Cordona's icy eyes lit up with sinister delight. This distinct snore was an expression that played on a human's face when they had a diabolical idea. A wry proclamation of mischief. Nothing that would benefit an enemy's welfare ever followed from that predatory marker. It usually indicated that a Terran had dreamt up some novel way of killing or disrupting the natural order. For all their noble sensibilities, that was the expression of cruelty that lurked within them, perhaps even the bloodlust they didn't believe they had. I shuddered to fathom what Tyler's latest idea might be, and felt my spines bristle from the elated malice radiating from his binocular gaze. It has been a long time since the humans triggered my instincts, even during combat or when they're killing others. Somehow, right now, I sense that it's justified to fear their creative capacity within the field of death. So the Dirty and Shield want to swarm the enemy. I think we can do that one better, the sandy-haired officer chuckled. Nanodrones, we still have plenty of them. Hanzo's eyes also gleamed, unafraid of the scheming human.
Instead of using them as tiny impacts, where they're unable to be shot down, we fashion them into
locusts. Bingo! Despite the fact that I was at a loss, Samantha and Carlos both seemed to catch on to what the exchange pair were talking about. Officer Cardona stepped over to Captain Monahan, passing along his idea in hushed tones. I tried not to sulk that the nerdy marsupial always understood the predators much better than me, a veteran starship captain who was supposed to be a brilliant strategist. What had the Yodel exchange program been like? If answer was a proper indicator, their response to military innovation seemed to be, "Wow, cool, weapons are awesome, we should play with these killing machines for our starships too." My attention turned to the viewport, not wanting to express my inadequacy by asking for more details. All I'd grasped was that the Terrans found a new use of their nanodrones, aside from the standard death by 1,000 scratches. Given that Tyler selected the word swarm, I imagined that he had a larger scale plan for them. Hopefully, the Dirtian wouldn't be rubbed the wrong way by us springboarding off of their idea with a better version. It would take the onus off them, depending on how successful the distraction was. Human distractions tended to morph into the main event, as an impetus towards chaos. According to my sensor contacts, the primate vessels were unloading their nanodrones and putting them into a giant clump. All it took was a contribution of about 100 microscopic robots from each of the 10,000-odd ships to cook up a monstrosity. The swarm looked like a dust storm in the void, a primordial-looking blob that challenged all notions of size and scale. There wasn't a crew in the galaxy that was trained for a million tiny dots descending upon them as one. This tactic had the downside of making it possible to target the nanodrones with conventional weapons. The Orcs and Gaussians wasted no time lobbing plasma, bullets, missiles, and anything else they had in stock at our distraction. Well, they certainly seem distracted, I commented. The wicked grin hadn't left Tyler's face. It hasn't even started raining nanodrones over the Bicauta yet. We'll have enough striking their hulls at once to rack up some kills. The Dirtians' herd formation wasn't attracting much fire, allowing them to move forward with their group attack. Terran manned vessels pressed ahead alongside the avians, but kept our distance from their single cluster. Our plasma guns were charged, and Captain Monahan was waiting only to draw within range to give the order to fire. The Gaussians at Orcs were preoccupied with the tiny specks zipping towards them. The nanodrones could gather significant velocity in a short time frame, due to their insignificant mass. Our foes couldn't cut down enough of the swarm, and there were mere seconds until impact. Every time I think the humans are normal people, and don't have any particular propensity to evilness, they conjure up something like this, something that nobody else in the galaxy has ever heard of, or even thought of. I trusted humanity to utilize their creations for good, but I was suddenly very grateful for that empathy which might drive a wedge between us and the Dirty and Shield. This latest plot exemplified how dangerous they were when their hunting prowess was allowed to flourish. Shivers ran down my spine as nanodrones struck home in quantities that defied imagination. An assortment of holes blossomed in enemy vessels along their entire length, with our robots hammering drive compartments through brute force. Explosions besieged the Gaussian Orcs line, as shielding and plating were both helpless against an attack of this magnitude. While the nanodrones were continuing to pelt them from all sides, encircling and swallowing the enemy's whole, we took the opportunity to deploy shield-breaking missiles. This softened the defenders up even further for the Dirty and Shield, whose herd moseyed ahead to mob small segments of remaining hostiles. Humanity targeted foes away from our allies' line of sight, picking off any dazed opponents with plasma. The numbers of Carter's garrison had taken a significant hit from the nanodrone swarm, and a second wave of attack was on them without a moment given for recovery. It was a brutal trouncing, even as they tried to fight back in desperation. The panic amongst the enemy formation wasn't just in the prey-crewed Commonwealth vessels. Even the Dominion's order had disintegrated, with a million mites of dust pummeling their craft. The Colchians and the Orcs didn't team up with each other well to begin with, so the result was predictable. We were facing isolated survivors, hurling munitions at us and the Dirtian in a blind frenzy. The Shield sustained several hits due to their strategy of flocking together, which had made them an unmissable target. That persuaded the hostiles to concentrate munitions on the herd rather than us.
The nanodrone swarm inflicted a catastrophic amount of casualties, Anzo remarked. Formation outside of Kato is dwindling rapidly, down to a few thousand. The enemy appears to be targeting the shield primarily, by virtue of taking out as many ships as possible.
The Dirtian could mitigate their losses, except some vessels seemed disinterested in targeting the lost enemies.
Tyler pointed to a Dirtian breakaway sect on the viewport, and his skull intensified as the Yodel zoomed in on the movement.
Shit! They're moving towards the planet. I don't exactly see any new hostiles coming from the surface.
Terran manned vessels zipped closer to expedite the cleanup of the last few hostiles, but our sensor station was entranced by the Dirtian's erratic behavior. Homogeneity ships had made a beeline towards Kato, reaching orbital range with as much speed as they could. I flinched as their plasma guns revved to life, cutting down a lone evacuation transport. It made sense that the Colchians stayed put, since they assumed humanity would ignore the colony in favor of Alpha. However, from what I'd guessed the avians' wishes to be, that was a grave error in judgment. Gasps of horror sounded out from the predators across the bridge as the Dirtian unloaded antimatter bombs without hesitation. Where there otherwise would have been a celebration as we cut down the lost enemy ships in the area, there was instead a somber silence. The wait for the inevitable felt both long and short as warheads hurtled towards each settlement on the colony. Orange flashes popped atop the surface's beacons of artificial light, though when the radiance died down, Kato's electrical glow did not return. The importance of the colony clearly hadn't mattered to the Shield as much as the fact that there were any Colchians living down there. The Dirtian homogeneity had broken off for a hot-headed action of their choosing, not even waiting to secure orbital victory to move in on bombing the civilians. The avians had snuffed out every settlement they could spot on Kato. If that didn't make their intentions for Alpha clear, I didn't know what would. Our plans were also set in stone, pledging to displace the Commonwealth government by bringing their homeworld under control, alive. My crewmates had stated that we needed the Shield's numbers and couldn't afford to clash with them due to our conflicting ideas of justice. Where each side stood and what was at stake was unambiguous as a result of the Battle of Kato. The question was what humanity would do about the murderous atrocity their allies had just committed. End of chapter. I would just like to thank our T5 members, Lord Azrakel, Ambrose Cattell, Quantum Wednesday, Dragzoon WRE, Blueberry Cat, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Bushmaster 177, and Leslie 517. Thank you very much.